Chapter 251. Finn shows up amidst many obstacles. At this moment, Monica was crying as if the sky was falling. Wade asked, "Why are you looking for Fourth Master Swan? Can you let me see him? I want to tell him in person." Monica had a feeling that if she told these people that Jean was in trouble, they would be indifferent. Only Fourth Master Swan would go all out to save Jean. Thinking of this, Monica became even more agitated. "Grandpa Wade, I beg you to let me see Fourth Master." "Okay. I'm begging you. I really have something very important to tell him." Monica cried as she spoke. It made Wade waver a little. However, at the end of the day, Edward was being punished by the family tonight, so Wade would not let Monica see him just like that. Principles were always more important than feelings. Wade remained silent and indifferent. Monica was on the verge of breaking down. She saw that Grandpa Wade had no intention of letting her see Fourth Master Swan, so she directly rushed into the hall without thinking. She did not know where Fourth Master Swan was, but he was definitely here. She searched room by room and believed that she would eventually find him. Monica's impulsiveness scared Eden to death. He shouted, "Monica, don't act recklessly." How could Monica listen to him? Right now, she only wanted to find Fourth Master Swan. Nonetheless, just as she headed toward the bedrooms, she was suppressed by a powerful aura. It was the kind of aura that was not visible but threatening. Monica's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the old man who was standing not far away. Monica looked at his cold face as he stood there silently and stared at her. She took a deep breath and felt that the person in front of her was giving her a death stare. It made her feel numb all over. She did not care anymore and just went straight over. Eden looked at his grandpa standing in the corridor from afar. He did not dare to breathe loudly nor approach him. "Grandpa Zachary, I'm looking for Fourth Master Swan. Let me see him." "No." Old Master Swan's deep voice was strong. "Grandpa Zachary." "Wade, send the guest off," Old Master Swan ordered. Without any hesitation, he turned around and left. "Grandpa Zachary." Monica grabbed Old Master Swan. Just as her hand approached, Old Master Swan waved his hand. Monica was sent flying a few steps. She was stunned. Zachary was already so old, so where did he get such strength? Monica looked straight at Old Master Swan. Old Master Swan's face was cold. He was scary enough even when he was expressionless, not to mention that his expression was quite unsightly at the moment. Eden really wanted to leave. Michael was also a little anxious at this moment. He had never seen Old Master Swan before. Old Master Swan was like a myth in their generation. When Michael saw him occasionally, he would look at him from afar. He had never been so close to him before. Due to Old Master Swan's legend, everyone was afraid of him and did not dare to act rashly. Only Monica. It was unknown whether Monica was simply too naive or just too anxious to care about anything. After Old Master Swan pushed her away, she pounced on him again. This time, she was very smart. She did not pull Old Master Swan's hand. Instead, she pounced on the ground and hugged his calf. Everyone was stunned. This was a funny scene. Old Master Swan's expression was obviously even uglier. Even so, Monica hugged Old Master Swan's leg tightly and refused to let go. "Grandpa Zachary, if you don't let me see Fourth Master Swan, I'll continue to pester you. I'll continue to pester you so that you won't be able to go anywhere." Old Master Swan's face darkened. To show her determination, Monica hugged his leg even tighter. At this moment, there was a sudden stalemate for a few seconds. When no one knew what would happen next, they heard Old Master Wade say coldly, "Wade, drag her away." Wade was also dumbfounded by the scene. He had followed Old Master Swan for decades, but no one had dared to get so close to Old Master Swan. Fourth Master Swan was the closest person to Old Master Swan among so many people. Despite that, when he faced Old Master Swan, he was also respectful and kept a distance. "Wade." Old Master Swan's face turned ugly again. Wade came back to his senses. He quickly went over and squatted down to pry Monica's arm away. "Grandpa Wade, go away. I won't let go of Grandpa Zachary even if I die. Go away." Old Master Swan's face turned completely dark. This was the first time he was being pestered like this. What was more, Monica was a junior. Otherwise, he would have kicked her away long ago. "Little girl, let go, let go. Let's talk nicely," Wade advised. He was worried that if Old Master Swan were furious, Monica's body would not be able to take it. "I won't let go. If you don't let me see Fourth Master Swan, I won't let go even if I die." Monica was like a sloth, hugging Old Master Swan's calf tightly. Old Master Swan even moved a little, but Monica hugged him tightly and was dragged away by him. Wade could clearly feel his old master's growing anger. Little girl, listen to me and quickly let go, Wade advised kindly. I won't let go. Monica would not let go even if she died. She looked like she was ready to die. Wade, are you weak? Old Master Swan was mad. Wade was also speechless. The old master did not want to help the little girl and made him the villain instead. Wade was helpless. He did not dare to disobey his master's order. Wade's eyes narrowed. He suddenly tightened his grip on Monica's wrist. Ah! Monica screamed. It hurt so much that tears flowed down her face. She suddenly let go of Old Master Swan. At this moment, her wrist seemed to have lost all its strength and fell naturally. Michael quickly went forward to protect Monica. Monica! Monica cried as she shouted at Old Master Swan's departing figure, Grandpa Zachary, if you don't let me see Fourth Master Swan, I won't leave tonight. I'll make it so that you can't sleep nor rest. Wade, throw her out. With that, Old Master Swan left. He did it neatly. Before Monica could react, she felt her arms suddenly pulled by Grandpa Wade. He pulled her up and walked out. Michael paused. At this moment, he just let Wade drag Monica out. Grandpa Wade, let me go. Let me go. Monica could not move as Wade was restricting her. Her arms seemed to have no strength, and she could not resist at all. Old man, let me go, let me go. You're so old, yet you still dare to bully a child like me. Do you have any shame? Let me go. Ah! Monica was so angry that she did not know what to say. Wade was rendered speechless by Monica's words. He pulled Monica out of the hall and forcefully threw her out. Monica lost her balance. She almost fell to the ground. Michael hurriedly went over and reached out to catch Monica. A man suddenly appeared behind Monica and hugged her in his arms. Monica was shocked. She knew who it was before she even saw him. It was clear that the two of them had not been in close contact for a long time, but she still knew. Monica's eyes twitched. She turned around and saw Finn suddenly appear in front of her. Just now, when she needed him the most, what was he doing here now? He had not even changed out of his surgical gown and appeared here just like that. Chapter 252. Who is Finn? In the Swan's Universe Garden. Finn held Monica in her arms, preventing her from falling to the ground. Michael's expression changed when he saw Finn. After Finn stabilized Monica, he let go of her. Monica pursed her lips. Without thinking, she went forward again and said fiercely to Wade, let me see Fourth Master Swan. If you don't let me see him, I'll turn Universe Garden upside down. I'll do it. Monica looked very fierce. To Wade, she looked like an angry puppy. Being fierce was useless. He said indifferently, go ahead and try it. Let's see if your family will lose everything tomorrow. You'll pay for all the losses here. Don't threaten me. I'm not threatening you. I asked you to try, Wade said coldly. Monica did not care, but Finn knew very well that it was not a threat indeed. Old man. Monica was angry. She could lose her mind at any moment and rush into the hall without caring about anything else. Wade directly blocked in front of Monica. He exerted force with his hand. He pushed Monica away, and she fell backward. How is this DMN old man so strong? Monica had used all her strength. She thought that she should have knocked Wade away, but she was bounced back instead. She could even imagine how she would fall. While her mind was still wandering, Monica was caught by Finn next to her. Michael, who had also reached out his hands, narrowed his eyes. Monica was clearly closer to Michael. He and Finn were going to catch Monica at the same time. Why was Finn's reaction faster than his? Finn was one step faster and held Monica in his arms. Michael looked at Finn without batting an eyelid and slowly put his hands down. Monica was frightened. She stabilized her body and looked at Wade furiously. Don't waste your energy. Hurry up and go back. Wade ordered her to leave. He did not show any mercy nor did he leave any room for discussion. I want to see Fourth Master Swan. I told you, it's impossible tonight. I want to see him. Monica's voice was very loud. Since she could not defeat Wade, she could only yell at the top of her lungs. She shouted until her voice was broken. Wade's face darkened. I don't want to say it a third time. Hurry up and go back. He was furious. Finn could see it clearly. Eden was also frightened. He had seen Wade following his grandfather all this time, but he had never seen him in such an imposing manner. On second thought, Wade was the only one who could get close to his grandfather all these years. He was definitely not that simple. Monica was stunned by Wade's shout. Wade looked at Monica coldly as if he did not want to waste any more time on her. He turned around and was about to leave. Monica suddenly knelt down. With a thud, she directly knelt in front of Wade. Wade was dumbfounded. Finn pursed his lips tightly and unconsciously clenched his fists. Michael and Eden were also shocked. They did not expect that Monica would go to this extent for Jean. Grandpa Wade, I'm begging you. Please let me see Fourth Master. Monica suddenly gave in and knelt on the ground, begging with tears in her eyes. Her knees were injured. At this moment, she knelt on the ground and felt bone-piercing pain. Even so, she did not feel anything at this time. Not only was she kneeling, but she was also approaching Wade step by step. Her knees kept rubbing against the ground, causing blood to flow everywhere. Finn stared at Monica. Everyone noticed it. Michael could not stand it anymore. He hurried over and wanted to pull Monica up. Monica, don't be like this. Your knees are still injured. Grandpa Wade. Monica did not seem to hear him at all. She pushed Michael away and said to Wade, I beg you to let me see Fourth Master. I'll tell him something quick. After that, I'll leave. I'll kowtow to you. As she said this, she suddenly kowtowed. When there was no other choice, she could only use her pride to exchange for sympathy. Wade's eyes moved. He just watched Monica kneel in front of him and kowtow to him. If it were not for tonight's special circumstances, he would not have made things difficult for this little girl. However, principles were principles, orders were orders. Wade could not disobey the old master. Therefore, at this moment, he still turned around and left coldly. Grandpa Wade. Seeing that Wade was about to leave, Monica stepped forward and hugged Wade's leg again. Wade's eyes narrowed. He gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was about to exert his strength and might kick Monica over. Finn suddenly pulled Monica up from the ground. Monica was shocked. Wade glanced at Finn and left immediately. Monica saw Wade leave and she was on the verge of breaking down. Take me to see Fourth Master Swan. I want to see Fourth Master Swan, Monica roared angrily. Wade remained unmoved as he strode forward. Let go of me, Monica screamed. She was seized by Finn and could not move. Finn, let go of me. Let go of me, Monica cried. Finn could not help her, but he should at least not stop her. Monica hated Finn at this moment. She was going to kill him. If anything happened to Jean, she would fight Finn to death. Finn! Monica screamed. She was losing her voice to the point that she could taste blood. Finn pursed his lips. Michael stepped forward and pushed Finn away. Finn's eyes narrowed. He let go of Monica. Michael held Monica in his arms. Monica gritted her teeth and said to Finn, I've never been so disappointed in you before. Finn, I'm so **C regretful right now. I'm so regretful that I loved you so much before. As she said this, she saw Finn suddenly change into a completely different person as he walked straight into the hall. His expression was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. He was unlike the usually gentle and refined man he was. At this moment, Finn was exuding a murderous aura. Wade, who was leaving, seemed to feel something strange as well. He turned around abruptly and saw Finn walking toward him with a murderous aura. Finn walked right past him. Wade grabbed Finn's arm. Finn! Finn was even faster and pushed him away. The next second, he continued walking forward. Wade was stunned. He quickly went forward. Wade lowered his voice and said to Finn, calm down. Finn did not seem to hear him at all. His footsteps were very determined. He walked straight to a certain destination. Finn! Wade called out to him. Finn did not listen. Wade had no choice but to attack directly. He could only choose to use force to suppress Finn. Finn seemed to have noticed Wade's movements. He turned around and caught Wade's attack with a punch. He then said, Grandpa Wade, apologies. Next, a fight broke out. Michael, Monica, and Eden followed Finn when they saw him suddenly walk in. At this moment, they saw Wade and Finn fighting in the corridor. Monica looked at Finn in disbelief. She looked at him in disbelief as she was surprised to see that he could fight. He actually knew how to fight. It was not a random fight. It was like the fight scenes on TV. Every move was precise and powerful. Michael and Eden were also surprised. Michael's eyes narrowed. Who is Finn? Finn was not a simple person given that he was close to Fourth Master Swan. Now, it seemed that he could also fight. Just now, Michael was surprised that Finn could catch Monica before him. Now, he was not surprised anymore. Finn was obviously very skilled. With that, the fierce fight only lasted a few minutes before Wade was restrained by Finn. Wade panted heavily. Finn said, Grandpa Wade, you're old. Wade seemed to be smiling cruelly. He was old. It would be okay to exchange a few blows. As time went on, his stamina would not be able to keep up. Even so, he was convinced. It was time for the younger generation to rise. Old people like him should have retired long ago. Finn let go of Wade. Without wasting a second, he turned around and strode forward. Wade watched Finn leave and knew that he was going to look for Edward. He did not stop him anymore, he could not stop him. Besides, Finn went against him at all costs while Monica even kowtowed to him. Something big must have happened. Chapter 253. Jean resists. Do you know who I am? In the Swan's Universe garden. Finn walked forward recklessly. Wade did not stop him anymore. Monica, Michael, and Eden quickly followed Finn's footsteps. Am I imagining things? Why do I feel that Finn has changed into a different person tonight? Monica wondered. He has become so terrifying. In the past, Monica had only felt that Finn had a bad personality and treated her badly. Now, she felt that he was very far away from her. It was as if they were not from the same world. Monica gritted her teeth. Now was not the time to think so much. Who is Finn? Why does he have such skills? Finn, in any case, it had nothing to do with her. The important thing at this moment was she only wanted to see Fourth Master Swan. She only wanted Fourth Master Swan to save Jean. Everything else was not important. Monica tried her best to calm herself down. She followed behind Finn calmly and went to look for Fourth Master Swan. Finn seemed to know where Fourth Master Swan was, and his motive was very strong. Soon, Finn stopped in front of a large door. This door was obviously different from the other rooms. They had walked through the hall into the corridor, then they went into the forest garden before arriving at this door. This door was not an ordinary bedroom door. It was a sturdy-looking anti-theft door. At the door stood two tall and strong men guarding the door. Without thinking, the others knew that Fourth Master Swan must be in this room. What mistake did Fourth Master Swan make that Old Master Swan wanted to lock him up in such a place? While Monica was still wondering, she saw Finn rush forward and start fighting with the two guards without any hesitation. The fight was quite intense. Michael pulled Monica into his arms as if to prevent her from being hurt. Eden also stood a little further away as he sized up Finn. Finn was fighting 2 against 1. It was obviously not that easy. Monica even saw that Finn had been hurt many times, but he seemed to just endure it every time. He still fought fiercely with his life on the line. The fight was getting more and more intense. Monica saw that Finn's body was gradually bleeding. She saw that Finn's cold face was becoming more and more ferocious. Monica watched the scene in front of her closely. She even felt that if this continued, Finn might be beaten to death. Monica suddenly pushed Michael away. Michael was stunned. Before he could react, Monica had rushed directly to Finn's side. She was not there to help Finn. Monica knew very well that she did not have the ability to help Finn. If she went over, she would only be beaten to death. She rushed over. While the three of them were locked in a fierce fight and could not spare any time to deal with anything else, she went over to smack on the tightly shut door. She hit it crazily and called out to whoever was inside, "Fourth Master Swan, Fourth Master Swan." Among the 3 people fighting, one of the burly men quickly withdrew from the fight. His pupils constricted, and he directly rushed toward Monica. "Monica, be careful." Michael hurriedly wanted to go over. At this moment, the burly man was completely savage and directly kicked Monica's back. With that kick, Monica might break a few ribs. All of a sudden, a green figure moved at an astonishing speed. He hugged Monica in his arms and quickly dodged the burly man's punches and kicks. In the end, the burly man reacted fast as well. Finn's back was still kicked ruthlessly. Finn's body trembled, and the malevolence on his face became more obvious. Monica only felt that she was in someone's tight embrace for a second before she was pushed out. She was pushed away with force. An extremely cold voice was also heard at the same time, "Stay away." Monica was pushed to the ground. It was unexpectedly painful. Her eyes could not help but redden. She turned her head and saw Finn fighting madly with the other party. Monica did not know if Finn was saving her because she could not see what the person behind her was doing to her. She only knew that Finn had pushed her to the ground with all his strength and showed no mercy. She even felt that Finn was very angry at that moment, as if she had dragged him down. She bit her lips tightly. Michael had come to her side and picked her up from the ground. "Monica, how are you?" Chapter 254. Jean resists. "Do you know who I am?" Michael looked concerned. It was obvious that he felt sorry for Monica. Monica did not speak, but her eyes were teary. She did not know why she felt so uncomfortable at this moment. It was so uncomfortable that she felt like the sky was about to collapse. Why was it so difficult to meet Fourth Master Swan? Why was it so difficult to meet Fourth Master Swan at such a crucial moment? Under the same sky in a different place. Jean opened her eyes in piercing pain. When she fainted, she thought that she might never be able to open her eyes again. Fortunately, Melody's hatred toward her had really reached the point of insanity. Melody must have wanted to torture her ruthlessly before she died. As long as she was still alive, as long as there was still time to live, Jean felt that there was still a glimmer of hope. Jean stared straight at the person in front of her. At this moment, she was also sizing up her surroundings. They were no longer in the rural area. This was clearly a somewhat shabby and gloomy house. There was nothing inside. It looked like an abandoned house, and inside this abandoned house, there were at least 10 bodyguards in black suits. All of them were tall and had terrifying looks. Among these tall and sturdy people stood a petite and exquisite woman. She wore black tight-fitting suspenders, a pair of black tight-fitting shorts, and a pair of high-heeled shoes with low boots. The heels of her shoes seemed to have dried bloodstains. The woman looked at Jean coldly. When she saw that Jean had woken up, the smile on her face became even colder. "You're awake?" Melody asked Jean. She asked her condescendingly. At this moment, Melody was high and mighty. She looked down at Jean and sneered, "Aren't you very powerful? Why do you look like you're dead now?" At this moment, Jean was really unable to speak. It was because of the intense pain in her body. She was enduring it and could not speak as a result. Now that Jean had regained consciousness, she was very clear that she was woken up by cold water just now. She was woken up by cold salt water. Now that the salt water had invaded her tattered skin, it was so painful that her body was convulsing uncontrollably. "Why? Is it very painful?" Melody looked at Jean. Looking at Jean lying on the ground with her face twisted in pain while her body convulsed, Melody was extremely happy. Melody had a bad personality since she was young. She would use all means to make those who provoked her suffer. Nonetheless, she was never as pleased as she was torturing Jean at this moment. Looking at Jean's pained expression, she felt incredibly good. Melody suddenly lifted her foot. Her high heels stepped directly on Jean's tightly clenched fist. She exerted force. "Ah!" Jean could not help but cry out. The pain caused her to be beyond recognition. Melody enjoyed it very much. She enjoyed looking at Jean's pained expression at this moment. She used all her strength to step on the back of Jean's hand. At the same time, she picked up the phone and dialed Eden's number. It was time for him to come and torture Jean as well. Melody had always felt that Eden was as cruel as her. She needed someone to be with her so that Jean would be in unbearable pain before she died. Melody called Eden. The call was picked up. "I'll give you an address. You can come over now. You can come over and see how Jean is living a life worse than death," Melody said with cruelty. At this moment, Eden had walked to one side without anyone noticing. In fact, no one would notice him during the fight in front of him. He walked a little further and picked up the call. "You can torture her. I'll pass." "This isn't your style." Melody's eyes narrowed. "After all, we were once in love. I'm afraid that I'll go soft if I see her in such a miserable state." "Ha!" Melody sneered. "That said, I advise you not to spend too much time. The longer you take, the more things will happen. It's best to end it quickly," Eden reminded Melody. It seemed that it would not be that easy to get his fourth uncle to save Jean. Despite that, he was afraid that things would suddenly change. Moreover, Monica did not seem to have given up on meeting his fourth uncle. If his fourth uncle really wanted to save Jean, it was highly possible. His fourth uncle could definitely save her. "I don't need you to remind me," the person on the other end said coldly. Then, she abruptly hung up the phone. The moment Melody hung up the phone, she fiercely scolded, "Men are indeed useless." Chapter 255. Jean resists. "Do you know who I am?" At this point, Eden said that he still cared about his relationship with Jean in the past. Michael also listened to Melody's dad and even advised her to let the matter rest. Men were truly laughable. Those who did great things should disregard everything and be cruel and cold-blooded. Anyone who was indecisive was simply trash. Melody's expression was ferocious as she asked one of her bodyguards to take her phone. She also moved her high heels away from Jean's hand. Melody said coldly to the bodyguards around her, "Lift her up." Next, Jean was lifted up by two bodyguards. The pain in her body had made her go numb. Being treated so rudely, she did not even know where exactly the pain came from. Jean looked weakly at Melody in front of her. Other than the bloodstains on her body, her skin was extremely pale. Perhaps she would die in the next second if she could not hold on any longer. Melody was very satisfied with Jean's appearance. She looked at Jean coldly and asked, "What do you think I should do to you now so that I can take revenge for you showing off to me previously?" Jean's eyes moved. At this moment, on her face that was as still as death. Only her eyes were moving. The other parts of her face looked dead. Cut off your flesh one by one? Melody asked cruelly. Or cut your body into pieces? Or, Melody's eyes narrowed, and she looked even more sinister. Jean just looked at her like that. She could imagine how cruel Melody could be. As Melody was from the Sanders, where power was everything, she could do many things that ordinary people could not do. Therefore, she would have all kinds of ways to torture someone. Ordinary people would not be able to imagine it. Melody continued, or should I reward these men by my side? They chased you for an entire night before they brought you here. One of them even had his hand stabbed by you. They worked so hard, so I should let them enjoy your body properly. What do you think? Jean's face turned cold. She was indifferent just now, but she was finally showing a little bit of emotion at this time. Yes, this is it. Melody smiled. That was it. She wanted Jean to live a life worse than death. Only then would she be able to alleviate all the unhappiness that she had suffered from her. Stealing my man? Making Dad scold me? Huh. You'll suffer a tragic end for going against me. Melody grabbed Jean's chin and looked down at her face. Despite what Jean had gone through, she was still pretty. At this moment, Melody said fiercely, Jean, keep your pretty face for the time being and let my men have an enjoyable time. After that, I'll make your face look unsightly. A sinister and terrifying voice was heard. Jean looked at Melody just like that. She looked at the perverted woman whose mind was twisted. Jean tried her best to speak. Have you thought about your end after treating me like this? My end? Melody laughed somewhat crazily. I'm the dignified third princess of the Sanders. I can do whatever I want and get whatever I want. Why would I need to think about my end if I want to kill you? The third princess of the Sanders. Jean sneered. Didn't your dad tell you who I am? Chapter 256. Staying alive. Didn't your dad tell you who I am? Jean asked Melody coldly. Melody was stunned. She looked at Jean fiercely. Her heart suddenly trembled. What does she mean by that? What does she mean by who she is? She's just a lowly commoner. Who could she be? Even so, Melody's dad had indeed sternly told her not to go against Jean. She had always thought that her dad only wanted her to not bring trouble to the Sanders. She had never considered what kind of status Jean would have. At most, Jean was only a little lucky and worked hard such that she had some achievements abroad before coming home to develop. Isn't she just the daughter of a business? What status could she have? Melody's eyes were fixed on Jean. She looked at her with a cold smile. No, Jean is a very smart woman. She's threatening me on purpose. She must have thought that if she used her privilege to target me, Dad would definitely control me. She must have said those words to deliberately disrupt my thoughts. How ridiculous. Am I, Melody, so easily convinced by others? Melody suddenly fiercely slapped Jean's face. She used all her strength. Jean's cheeks instantly had a few red finger marks. Even the corner of her mouth was scratched by the friction against her teeth. Jean did not cry out. She just looked at Melody coldly. She was cold and gave off a vicious aura. At this moment, she looked a little scary. Even so, Melody did not care. To her, Jean was now a waste. She could do whatever she wanted to her. She said sinisterly, Jean, do you think that I'll be threatened by you? Do you think that I'll listen to a single word from you? At this point, even if you're somebody, you'll only die. Once you die, go ahead and tell the king of hell who you are. Jean's eyes were cold. She knew that Melody had reached the point where she would not listen to anything she said. Jean knew that Melody would make her die a tragic death even if she had to sacrifice herself. She looked at Melody coldly. Jean did not know how long she had been unconscious. Nonetheless, given that they moved from the outskirts to another place, it was obvious that this was not a random place. They must have taken some time to find this place. Such a long time had passed. She did not know how long it would take for Fourth Master Swan and the others to find her. Or, she would not make herself despair. Until the last moment, she would not make herself despair. Jean, Melody called out to her coldly. At this moment, her smile was very ferocious. Let my subordinates have a good time first. After that, I'll ruin your face. Then, I'll cut your throat and let you bleed to death. Finally, I'll throw your naked body onto the most luxurious street in the city so that everyone can see your enchanting body but miserable face. What do you think? Jean gritted her teeth and looked at Melody. No matter how calm she was enraged at this moment. How could a woman be so cruel to this extent? Melody was very satisfied with Jean's reaction. She just wanted to see Jean angry but was unable to resist. She wanted to let Jean experience what it meant to live a life worse than death before she died. Her eyes moved as she said, "All of you, do it together." As Melody finished, Jean felt the clothes on her body being torn apart. She was wearing an evening gown. It was very thin, to begin with. The gown was torn into two halves, leaving only the nude undergarments on Jean's body. Jean gritted her teeth. At this time, an astonishing power suddenly erupted from within her. The two burly men who were originally seizing her were suddenly pushed away. At this moment, she instantly started fighting with the people in front of her. Jean's combat power that erupted at her limits stunned the few bodyguards in front of her. They probably did not expect that she could still fight given that she had such serious injuries. Melody was also a little surprised. She stood a little far away. She looked at Jean from afar and watched as she suddenly broke free from her shackles even though she was still surrounded by her men. Melody's eyes narrowed. This woman is really not simple. She gave an order, beat her up and beat her to death. Just make sure that she still has her last breath so that you can have fun with her before she dies. Once she finished, the 8 bodyguards in front of her attacked Jean together. Only 2 of Melody's personal bodyguards stayed by her side. Chapter 257. Staying Alive. At this moment, the entire ruined house was filled with the sound of unusually fierce fighting. Jean used her last bit of strength and started fighting wildly with the 8 men in front of her. She admitted that her martial prowess was definitely not the best among Kingsley's followers, but she had an astonishing explosive strength. At this moment, she could even contend against the 8 first-class bodyguards of Harkin who had gone through professional training. Moreover, they were in a stalemate for a long time. After a long time, she even managed to defeat 2 of them. Melody watched coldly from the side. She watched as Jean was covered in blood but did not have any intention of giving up. Jean did not give herself any way out and continued to launch attacks. She kept fighting crazily with Melody's bodyguards. Melody's eyes narrowed. Jean knocked down another one. A man who was at least half a head taller and twice as strong as Jean fell to the ground just like that. Melody's expression was dark and cold. She did not make a sound. She calmly watched Jean fight. There were still 5 bodyguards left. They seemed to be shocked by Jean's sudden ability at this moment. They did not have any advantage at all. Even under Jean's continuous attacks, they seemed to be somewhat passive. This continued for a long time. Out of the 5 bodyguards in front of her, there were only 2 left. The 2 of them were panting heavily. Melody's expression was ugly. She moved her fingers. The 2 bodyguards beside her understood what she meant. They threw away the black suits on their bodies and made their moves. Next, they ferociously attacked Jean from behind. By the time Jean felt the threat behind her, she was already kicked over by Melody's personal bodyguards. She was kicked far away. Jean fell to the ground, making a loud sound. She did not have time to relieve all the pain in her body and the dizziness in her head. She rolled and quickly avoided one of the men who was close enough to kick her. If she was kicked, her ribs might break. She wanted to get up, but she could not. Jean rolled a few times. She then bounced up from the ground. The explosive power made her more courageous as she fought. The more she fought, the stronger she became. Jean attacked Melody's 2 bodyguards in a frenzy. At this moment, Jean suddenly saw a black muzzle in front of her. It was aimed straight at her. She was stunned. The 2 bodyguards also saw it. Therefore, the fight ended temporarily. The bodyguards took 2 steps back and obediently retreated behind Melody. Melody held the gun in her hand and pointed it at Jean. She said, "You're much more powerful than I thought, but no matter how fast your hands and feet are, can they be faster than this gun of mine?" Jean looked at Melody coldly. "Jean, stop resisting," Melody said. "You'll definitely die tonight." Jean's eyes were bloodshot. Finally, her last bit of strength seemed to have been used up. She had originally unleashed all the limits of her body to fight for a chance to survive. Kingsley told her to think about how to live at any time. With the determination and confidence to live, Jean was told to resist no matter what she faced. Before she died, she could not give up. However, at this moment, she wanted to give up a little. She could not resist anymore. Jean used all her strength, but the muzzle of the gun was aimed at her. Melody was right that she could not be faster than this gun no matter what. She had bought as much time as she could. In the end, there was still no one to save her. Jean just stood there. She did not move. Although she only had undergarments on her body, she was not exposed at all because the bloodstains on her body had almost covered her skin completely. Nothing could be seen as if one could only see the outline of her body. Melody said coldly, "If you don't want to suffer more, don't resist anymore." Jean looked at Melody just like that. She looked at her smug face. It was the smile of a victor. It was as though Jean was sure to be killed by Melody no matter what she attempted tonight. Jean admitted it. At this moment, she had indeed lost. She was in a sorry state, and Melody was very proud. So, she was not as powerful as she thought, nor was she as important as she thought. Hence, she compromised. Jean stopped resisting. Melody seemed to have noticed the change in Jean's mood at this moment. She laughed even more wildly and said, "Strip her of her clothes for me." Next, other than the two bodyguards by Melody's side, the remaining two bodyguards who had not been beaten down by Jean went over and pressed Jean fiercely under their bodies. Kingsley had told Jean that in order to live, one must not give up any hope of surviving. At least at this moment, even if Jean were to be abused, she was still alive. She was still alive for the time being. There might be a glimmer of hope if she lived. On the other hand, if she resisted again, that black pistol would take her life. ... In the backyard of the Swan's Universe garden, Finn finally knocked down the two big men in front of him. The big men fell to the ground, not moving at all. Finn's tightly clenched fists seemed to be dripping blood at that moment, trembling non-stop. Monica and Michael were standing a little further away. Eden was also standing there, looking at the man who was covered in blood. He did not expect Finn to be victorious in the end. It was obviously a little strenuous for Finn in the beginning, but he had beaten the two super bodyguards to the ground. Eden did not know how powerful the bodyguards were, but he had heard that the people around his grandfather were the best professional bodyguards in the world. Their martial prowess was definitely not something that ordinary people could compare to. However, at this moment, they were beaten down by the man who clearly did not look that strong or that powerful. No, to be precise, it was just that they never thought that Finn was strong. Tonight, they were truly shocked by his sudden abilities. Even though Finn's body was bleeding non-stop, time seemed to have stopped for a second. Monica suddenly broke free from Michael's embrace. She did not know how Finn's health was at the moment, but he was still standing there. He just looked like he was bleeding a little too much. As for Jeannie, Monica did not even know if she was still alive. She could not care about anything at the moment. Monica rushed to the door crazily and banged on it crazily. She shouted loudly with her torn voice, "Fourth Master Swan! Fourth Master Swan! Open the door! Hurry up and open the door!" Her palms were swollen from the slamming. Her throat was also torn from the shouting. Despite that, it was as if nobody could hear her from the inside. There was no response at all. "Get out of the way!" Finn suddenly appeared beside her. His body was covered with blood, and his voice was cold. Monica could almost smell the bloody smell coming from his body at this moment. She did not even know how many injuries he had hidden under his clothes. Monica just looked at Finn and his cold-blooded face. She watched as he suddenly punched the lock core. One punch after another. Finn was violent and ferocious. The entire backyard seemed to be filled with only knocking sounds. Each sound was extremely ferocious. Monica just watched as Finn's hand became bloody. Chapter 258. Fourth Master Swan comes to the rescue. At night, smashing sounds could be heard everywhere. Monica stood next to Finn. She saw his hands. His originally beautiful hands of a doctor had been completely ruined. Doesn't he need to do surgeries? Aren't a doctor's hands very important? Monica bit her lips tightly. Her vision was blurry. It was so blurry that she could not see all the wounds on Finn's hands clearly. She could not make Finn stop. The only thing she could do at the moment was to smash down the door, find Fourth Master Swan, and save Jean. Monica just watched. She watched Finn smash the door relentlessly. She did not know how long it would take. Perhaps it would not take long. Finn suddenly stopped what he was doing. Monica looked at him blankly. She saw him suddenly take a few steps back. Then, he suddenly kicked the door hard. Clang! The door was kicked open. It was kicked open. At this moment, the light from the door made Monica feel that she had seen the light. She was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. Tears welled up in her eyes as she rushed in. Then, she saw Fourth Master Swan and Nox kneeling on the ground. Fourth Master Swan was wearing a white shirt. On the back of the shirt, there were traces of blood. It seemed like he had been whipped by something. Nox was not injured, but he had been kneeling beside Fourth Master Swan. Even when the two of them heard the movements at the door, they did not move, they kneeled straight. The moment Monica saw Fourth Master Swan, she broke down. She even fell in front of Fourth Master Swan and Nox because she had walked too fast. The two of them looked at her. Nox was a careless person, but he did not laugh when he saw Monica's sorry state. At that moment, he knew that something must have happened. In this so-called punishment room of the Swans, there was an amazing soundproof effect. No sound could be heard from the inside. Therefore, other than the movements at the door toward the end, everything that happened before could not be heard by Edward and Knox. They had no idea what happened. Monica could not care less about how badly she fell. Her eyes were red as she looked at Fourth Master Swan. She said to him quickly and anxiously, "Fourth Master, Jeannie is in trouble. Go and save her." Edward's expression, which was originally cold, had obviously changed at this moment. It was a change that could be seen with the naked eye. In the past, Edward had always been calm and collected. It was only when he met Jean that he became unrestrained and out of control. He immediately stood up from the ground. Without thinking, he walked out. Knox seemed to have tried to pull him, but he did not grab him in the end. He hurriedly followed Edward. "Ms. Lawrence just can't let us have some peace." Edward left the Swan's Universe Garden very quickly. It was as though he forgot what he was being punished for at the moment. Even if he had thought about it, he would not give up. He suddenly stopped. Knox stopped behind Edward as well. Finn had been following Edward ever since he left, so he also stopped at this moment. Monica, Michael, and Eden also hurriedly chased after them and stopped in their tracks. Everyone looked at Zachary, the old master of the Swans, standing there. He stood there motionless. There was a sudden stalemate. Edward went forward. "Edward," Zachary called out to him. Edward pursed his lips and did not stop in his tracks. "Are you sure you want to walk out of this door?" Zachary asked him coldly. Edward sighed, "I'm very sure." He did not hide his intent. At this moment, he did not even stop. Meanwhile, a lot of people suddenly appeared in Universe Garden. They were the same people as the two guards just now, but there were a lot more of them. Those people surrounded them in an instant. Monica was about to fall into despair. If this continued, would Jean still be alive? It had been so long. Was Jeannie still alive? Monica only wanted Fourth Master Swan to save Jeannie. Why was it so difficult? Just as she was about to break down again, so much so that she did not know how to vent her emotions, everyone stared with their mouths agape as Knox suddenly stepped forward and directly seized Old Master Swan. He moved very quickly. While everyone was not on guard, under the watchful eyes of his grandfather, Knox disgracefully restrained Old Master Swan and grabbed his neck with his hand. No one could react in time. This was because everyone's attention was on the sudden appearance of the many bodyguards in front of them. As for Zachary and Wade, their attention was on Edward. They did not expect Knox to act so unexpectedly. There was a second or two of silence. "Knox!" Wade was furious. He was exasperated. "Let go!" Knox smiled. He seemed to be very cheeky. "I won't let go unless he lets Fourth Master Swan go."
"You unfilial son, I'll beat you to death," Wade said as he wanted to hit Knox. Knox tightened his grip on Zachary's neck. "If you come over, I'll use force."
"Knox, what did I teach you? How could you do such a thing? You. Wade was so angry that he could not speak. Knox, on the other hand, was very calm. He said calmly, "Grandpa, didn't you say that my life belongs to Fourth Master Swan? In order to prevent Fourth Master Swan from being beaten to death by Grandpa Zachary, I can only take the initiative to strike first." "You unfilial son." Wade was angered to death. Zachary was calm. He said, "Knox, you're really bold. Grandpa Zachary, for the sake of Fourth Master Swan, I can only fight to the end. If you let him go, I'll let you go. After I let you go, I'll give you my life in exchange for his, okay?" Knox asked. Zachary's face turned cold. His eyes moved, and he asked Fourth Master Swan coldly, "Let me ask you again, are you going to leave?" "Yes," Edward answered, enunciating each word. "Let him go," Zachary suddenly said. Everyone was stunned for a second. The next second, Edward left quickly. Finn followed behind. Monica also chased after them. So did Eden and Michael. No one cared about Knox anymore. Knox watched Edward leave without any hesitation. Edward did not even look at him. He felt very hurt. "I risked my life for you. You should at least say something nice." "Hose over bros, huh? Let go," Wade said fiercely to his grandson. Knox saw that Edward and the others had left, so he slowly let go of Old Master Swan. The moment he did, he was kicked to the ground by his grandpa. Knox grimaced in pain. "Am I not your grandson? You almost killed me." He could not help but shout, "Can't you be a little gentler just for show? Do you want to kill your grandson? Didn't you just boast shamelessly that you wanted to exchange your life for Fourth Master Swan's?" Wade sneered. "I was just." Knox finished the rest of his sentence in his head, saying it for fun. "I'll beat you to death." Wade approached Knox. Knox was terrified. He quickly got up and planned to run away. His body was suddenly restrained by many bodyguards in front of him. Knox also knew that he could not beat them, so he did not resist too much at this moment. I'll leave this to you, Zachary said to Wade. Afterward, he left. Grandpa Zachary, don't go. My grandpa will really beat me to death. Can't you let me go on account of my loyalty to your son? Grandpa Zachary. Ah. Knox was hit hard and cried out in pain. He was definitely not Wade's biological grandson, definitely not. At this moment, Edward had walked out of Universe Garden quickly and went to a garage in the courtyard. Finn had been following beside him the whole time. Edward asked as he walked, "Do you have your phone with you?" He sounded calm, though he was walking astonishingly fast. Finn hurriedly looked for his phone. He had fought too fiercely just now. Did he lose his phone during the process? Finn answered, "No, help me find a phone. I'll go and drive." Okay, Finn quickly turned around. He turned around and quickly walked back. At this moment, Michael was driving and following them. Finn suddenly appeared in front of the car. Michael slammed on the brakes. Finn's body seemed to have been hit a little. Even so, he did not seem to feel any pain. He quickly walked to the passenger seat. Monica hurriedly opened the car door because she felt that Finn must have something to tell her. "Give me your phone," Finn said bluntly. Monica was stunned. Finn did not say anything to Monica and directly pulled her phone away from her hand. Monica watched helplessly as Finn snatched it away and left. He was really cold. Chapter 259. A Close Call. At night. It was very late at night. Monica watched Finn leave. She watched him leave after snatching her phone. Monica gritted her teeth. She gritted her teeth and suddenly got out of the car from the front passenger seat. She ran straight to Finn. Michael's eyes narrowed. Before he could speak, he saw Monica quickly run to Finn's side. "Finn!" Monica called out to him. Finn turned to look at her. "I'll go with you," Monica said. She knew that he would follow Fourth Master Swan to save Jean. She wanted to go with him. Finn refused immediately. "No. Let me go with you. I want to save Jean." "If you come with us, you'll only be a burden to us," Finn told her coldly. Monica was stunned. She just looked at Finn like that. It seemed that he always looked down on her. From what she had experienced tonight, she knew she was indeed very weak, but... Monica told Finn with certainty, "I won't be a burden to you. I'll be careful." She just wanted to save Jean as soon as possible. She was just worried about Jean's safety. "Fourth Master Swan will save Jean," Finn said coldly. When he saw Fourth Master Swan's car, he quickly ran over. He left Monica behind and got into Edward's car. Then, the car drove away. Monica's eyes were red. She stood there and looked at the car in front of her leave at the speed of light. Finn had always not known what she needed. Even though Monica knew very well that she might not be of much help and might even become a burden to them if she followed them, Finn just didn't know how badly she wanted to see Jean and know if she was okay. At this moment, in the car behind Monica, Eden, who was sitting in the back seat, felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Under such an intense situation, he was also somewhat apprehensive. He was hesitating whether he should inform Melody or not. Eden did not know what Melody was doing to Jean at the moment. It had been such a long time. It had only been half an hour since Melody had called him. Eden did not know if Melody had tortured Jean enough during this period. If not, Eden's body went cold. He felt that his fourth uncle could really save Jean. No, they had come this far tonight. Eden could not let Melody fail. If she failed again, just as Michael had said, there would be no chance anymore. He took out his phone and was about to make a call. "Eden," Michael suddenly called out to him. Eden was shocked. He looked at Michael. "I advise you not to leave any evidence," Michael said. While Monica was not in the car, he seemed to have noticed Eden's actions and reminded him, "If you inform Melody now, once your fourth uncle finds out, do you think that you'll be fine?" Eden's heart skipped a beat. "Tonight, we had better be a bystander," Michael said coldly, "otherwise, we'll be setting ourselves on fire." Eden trusted Michael very much. He always felt that Michael's thoughts were deeper than his and that Michael always thought things through. Besides, at this stage tonight, if Melody still hasn't killed Jean, it's because she doesn't have the ability to do so. Even at this stage, she still failed. "Do you think there's still a need for us to be loyal to her?" Michael asked Eden. Eden pursed his lips. "There's plenty of time in the future. We'll have better developments in the future," Michael affirmed. Eden nodded. "Compared to Melody, of course, I trust you more." After Michael received Eden's affirmative answer, he quickly stepped on the accelerator and stopped the car next to Monica. At this moment, Eden also put down his phone and sat in the back. It was as if the two of them had not communicated at all. Monica, get in the car. Michael called out to Monica anxiously and quickly. Monica gritted her teeth. She turned around and sat in the passenger's seat. Michael drove very fast and quickly caught up to Fourth Master Swan. Fortunately, it was nighttime and there were few cars at night. Otherwise, with Fourth Master Swan's speed and his driving skills, Michael would not be able to catch up. Monica watched nervously as Michael struggled to keep up. Michael held the steering wheel tightly, and his speed became a little faster.
He had reached the limit of his life. At this time, he did not forget to comfort Monica. Don't worry, I'll try my best to keep up with Fourth Master Swan. Just sit tight.
Chapter 260, A Close Call. Monica's eyes moved slightly. She asked Michael, aren't you scared? I'm scared to death, Michael said. As he said that, he even laughed at himself, but I know that you want to see Jean as soon as possible. Do you want to know how she is? So even if I'm scared of death, I'll try my best to keep up. Monica's heart palpitated. She said, thank you, Michael. Thank you very much. Michael smiled dotingly. Silly. At that moment, he stepped on the accelerator again and sped up. It was because the car in front of him had sped up even more. Michael gritted his teeth. The reason he did not care about anything else was to cater to Monica. He knew that Monica wanted to see Jean, but most importantly, he also wanted to see the outcome. He wanted to see the final outcome between Melody and Jean. At the same time, he also wanted to see how extraordinary Edward and the others were. He had a feeling that he had to know himself and his enemies. His eyes narrowed. The speed of the car was getting faster and faster. At this moment, in the crazy car in front, Fourth Master Swan was driving at an incredibly fast speed. When he stepped on the accelerator, he was not going in a clear direction. It was as if he was just making himself move. Once he knew the direction, he might rush over even faster. Finn was trying his best to maintain his balance as he used Monica's phone in the fast-moving car. At this moment, the phone screen had shattered. After going through so much tonight, Monica's phone had been smashed many times. Fortunately, Monica at least remembered to bring her phone with her. Finn looked at the phone screen. Of course, he was not looking at the pretty selfie on Monica's lock screen. Instead, he was calmly thinking about the password on her phone. He pursed his lips. Then, he entered Monica's birthday number. The phone was unlocked. Finn made a call according to Fourth Master Swan's instructions. Fourth Master, it's connected, Finn said. Then, he put the phone on speaker. Edward sighed coldly. This is Edward. I have 3 things for you to do. Yes, Fourth Master. The person on the other end instantly became respectful. First, look for a sedan with the car plate AXXXXX and tell me where it is now. Second, look for the location of the base station where the phone number 1394X6366 made the last call. Third, look for the location of the base station where the phone number 1394X8888 made the last call, Fourth Master Swan instructed. Got it. Seeing that Fourth Master Swan had finished his instructions, Finn quickly hung up the phone.
The next moment, Finn made another call. This is Edward. Edward's voice was cold. There was no trace of panic in his voice. Mobilize everyone in the city to search for Jean's whereabouts. If you have any news, call me immediately.
Understood. After making the call, Edward continued to drive crazily on the streets of Southampton City. He did not know where Jean was, but at this moment, he seemed to have a strong sense of purpose and drove very fast in one direction. After 10 minutes or maybe less, the phone in Finn's hand rang. Finn hurriedly picked up the call and put it on speaker.
The person who called respectfully reported, Fourth Master, the car fell off the highway in Landford Village at around 12:10 a.m. and fell into the farmland down the hill. The police are currently on camera, but there's no one in the car at the moment. The car is badly damaged.
Finn saw Fourth Master Swan tighten his grip on the steering wheel. The last call from the number 1390XXXXX6366 was made at the Lawrence's Manor. The call was made at 4 p.m. yesterday, the person continued. So, Jean did not have time to call for help. The last call from the number 1390XXXXX8888 was made at an abandoned barn in the southern suburbs. The call was made at 1:20 a.m., which is half an hour ago. The other party reported as if he knew that this information was the key. He said, I'll send the address to your phone. Continue to pay attention to the last number's base station information. If there's any change, call me immediately, Edward ordered coldly. Got it. Finn hung up the phone. He knew what Fourth Master Swan was going to do and called the other number.
Fourth Master Swan instructed, "Everyone, wait for orders in the abandoned barn in the southern suburbs. Don't act rashly without my instructions."
Understood. After hanging up the phone, Finn forwarded the address he received. At the same time, he calmly guided Edward in the direction according to the electronic map. They suddenly had a clear direction. The car behind Fourth Master Swan found it harder to keep up. Monica also noticed that the car in front was no longer driving aimlessly. It seemed to have a direction and was at least making turns. Monica was a little excited. Of course, Michael also noticed it. His eyes narrowed. He could not help but be surprised. Fourth Master Swan found out Jean's location so quickly? How is he so capable? Michael stepped on the accelerator again and chased the car in front. Eden, who was sitting in the back seat, became even more anxious. He had no idea what was happening on Melody's side. He gritted his teeth. Michael was right. If Melody did not kill Jean tonight, that would be her incompetence, in an abandoned barn in the southern suburbs. Melody coldly and cruelly watched Jean being pressed down by her two subordinates. Jean lay on the ground. At this moment, she seemed to have accepted her fate and did not move at all. Melody's smile was extremely evil. She wanted to know if Edward would still have any lingering feelings for Jean after she was trampled on. Men were all selfish. How could they allow their women to be trampled on by other men? Their self-esteem could not take it. Melody wanted to trample on Edward's self-esteem. She wanted to let him know that if he provoked her, she would do anything to make him suffer. The cruel smile at the corner of her mouth suddenly stiffened. Jean was lying on the ground in despair. Just as Melody's subordinate was about to get close to her body, she suddenly kicked his lower body. Ah! The big man suddenly fell next to Jean. He held his body. His hands were covered in blood. It was so painful that he looked hideous. At this moment, the other burly man had not even gotten close to Jean when he was stunned by her appearance. He was stunned for 2 seconds before he could react. Jean quickly got up from the ground. She crazily headed in Melody's direction, trying to get close to her without any regard for her life. Melody held the black pistol in her hand and aimed the pistol directly at Jean. Yes, Jean would not accept her fate. She admitted that she could not become a successful assassin. Jean had her own thoughts. She did not want to be touched by others even if she had to pay with her life. I'm sorry, Kingsley. Your training was ultimately a failure in my hands. In the end, Jean's eyes narrowed. The black pistol was aimed straight at her. Next, a gunshot was heard in the abandoned barn. On such a quiet night, a deafening gunshot was heard. It even alerted the people outside. Outside, the others had finally arrived. Edward's body stiffened for a second. Finn turned his head to look at Edward. He saw him quickly getting out of the car. Edward quickly ran into the barn. The door of the barn was kicked open. Once it was kicked open, Edward saw Jean. He could only watch as Jean, who was covered in blood, fell to the ground. When she fell to the ground, their eyes seemed to have met for a second. They only met for a second. Chapter 261. Successfully saved Jean. In the barn, people were lying on the ground. Blood was flowing all over the ground. Melody heard the sudden movement and quickly turned her head. The moment she turned her head, she saw Edward walking toward her with a frightening aura. He was walking over quickly, so fast that Melody's heart was trembling at that moment. Melody was terrified by Edward's murderous intent at the moment. She was still holding the black pistol in her hand. The pistol was shaking when it was pointed at Edward. It was shaking non-stop. Don't come over. If you come over, I'll shoot you, Melody said fiercely. She said fiercely. Her voice was also trembling. Edward did not seem to hear it. He walked toward Melody with killing intent. He did not stop for a second. Once he was close to Melody, 2 bodyguards quickly stepped forward to block in front of her. Edward punched one of the bodyguards fiercely. The bodyguard quickly counterattacked, punching and kicking Edward. Finn, who was following behind, also quickly joined the battle. Melody was at the side, and her body could not stop trembling. She just could not control herself. She did not expect that Edward would suddenly appear. He appeared just like that. Did Eden not say that he would be locked up by Old Master Swan and would not be able to leave the house tonight? Melody glared fiercely at the man in front of her. She looked at her 2 bodyguards, who had the greatest combat powers, and saw that they were beaten to the ground by Edward and Finn in about 2 minutes. The bodyguards fainted on the ground. No, Melody had never seen the true terror of Fourth Master Swan before, so she did not know that he could be so scary. He walked up to her with violence. Melody was not afraid. At worst, they would die together. She pointed the pistol at Fourth Master Swan's head. If you wanna die, let's, At that instant, perhaps a second or less, Finn immediately restrained Melody's hand and exerted force. Melody's pistol fell to the ground just like that. She watched helplessly as her weapon, the only weapon that could protect her, fell to the ground. Her face was full of fear. Melody looked fearfully at the man who seemed to have walked out of hell. She could feel the cold air emanating from his body. She even felt that she would be killed by him. However, Edward's gaze was not on her at all. He only squatted down. Edward slowly squatted down in front of Jean. He looked at Jean and saw how she was covered in blood. Her injuries were severe. Edward did not even dare to reach out his hands. He did not dare to hug Jean properly. He was afraid that he would hurt her wounds. Her body was covered in wounds. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "I'm sorry I'm late. I'm sorry I'm late. I came late and had to see you covered in blood." Jean looked at Fourth Master Swan. For the first time, she seemed to see the pain in his eyes. It was so obvious, and he did not hide it at all. She pursed her lips. For a second, she could not speak. Even so, she forced herself to smile. It was not too late. As long as she was not dead, it was not too late. The gunshot just now was not aimed at her. Melody had not thought of letting Jean die. She had not tortured her enough. At least, Jean had not been trampled on, so Melody did not kill her. Instead, Melody fired a shot above her head just to warn Jean. It was just to warn Jean. Jean had only fallen because she was kicked over by Melody's bodyguard. That kick almost took her life. When she fell, she saw Fourth Master Swan. She saw Fourth Master Swan suddenly appear. Jean knew she would not die. She had waited for an entire night. Finally, it was time. The process was not important. It was really not important. There was silence between Edward and Jean. The two of them were silent. In the barn, Monica's voice was suddenly heard. "Jean." It was a voice that was almost filled with despair. At that moment, Monica was truly afraid. Before she could see Jean, she screamed out in a heart-wrenching manner. Jean looked toward the entrance. Her vision was blurry. It was not from tears. It was because her body was too tired and that blood had flown into her eyes. In a daze, Jean saw Monica in a sorry state. Monica looked like she could not even walk steadily as she ran toward her. Chapter 262. Successfully saved Jean. At that moment, Jean felt that her body was suddenly covered by a piece of clothing. It was the white shirt on Fourth Master Swan's body. On the shirt, there were many bloodstains. Fortunately, the shirt was very big. It was so big that it could completely envelop Jean's naked body so that the next person who walked in would not be able to see her body. At this moment, Fourth Master Swan carried Jean up from the ground. He carried her up so easily while she was on the verge of death. "Jeannie, Jeannie, how are you?" Monica looked at Jean, who was covered in blood. She was frightened. Her tears kept flowing, and she did not dare to get close to Jean. "Monica, I'm all right," Jean said. It was the same comforting words again. Every time Jean said these words, Monica felt extremely uncomfortable. Jean was about to die, yet she was still considerate of Monica's emotions. Can't she treat herself better? Monica thought to herself. Tears were streaming down her face crazily. Fourth Master. Jean's eyes moved slightly. Edward looked at her. From the beginning to the end, his gaze was only on her. "Can you put me down?" Jean asked. Edward did not move. "Put me down," Jean said. Her voice was very soft. Even so, she sounded very determined. "Jeannie, look at yourself. Why are you still trying to be strong? Can't you be at ease in Fourth Master's embrace and let him protect you?" Monica was on the verge of breaking down. Can she not make us feel so distressed? Don't make my heart ache. She deserves to be loved. She deserves to be loved by the best man in the world. "No," Jean said. She was a little weak, but she still said it clearly, "Melody isn't dead yet." Monica seemed to have noticed at that moment that Finn was seizing a woman. At this moment, this woman was almost going crazy. She kept wriggling and trying to resist. In the end, she could not move under Finn's restraint. "Fourth Master, thanks for the trouble," Jean urged. Edward squatted down. He tried his best to let Jean's feet touch the ground before he gently put her down. Jean was put down. She slowly stabilized her body. Then, while wearing Edward's white shirt, she walked toward Melody step by step. Finn took a glance at Jean. He then glanced at Fourth Master Swan. Edward gave Finn a look. Finn nodded slightly. He let go of Melody, who was already in a crazy state. Melody was suddenly let go. As she had used all the strength in her body, she fell hard at that moment. She fell directly under Jean's feet. At this moment, Melody's body seemed to be in pain. She was stunned for 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, she suddenly wanted to get up. Jean stepped on Melody's face hard. She stepped hard on Melody's face with her bare foot, making it impossible for her to get up. Due to Melody's violent resistance, her face continued to rub against the ground, causing blood stains to appear. At this moment, Melody did not seem to feel any pain. She resisted desperately. She kept cursing, "Jean, you B*TCH. You B*TCH, let go of me, let go of me." Dr. Jones. Jean did not hear what Melody was saying. She just did not want to hear it. She called out to Finn softly. Finn's eyes moved slightly. He looked at Jean. Jean asked, "Can you bring Monica out first?" There were some cruel scenes that she did not want Monica to see. She did not want to scare Monica. Finn nodded. He stood up and walked toward Monica. Monica was also shocked by the cruelty that Jean suddenly displayed. She had never seen Jean like this before. She suddenly felt that Jean had become very scary. It was as if she suddenly felt that Jean was a little fearsome. What had Jean experienced all these years such that she became like this? Jean was covered in wounds but was able to stand tall. It made Monica's heart ache so much. Finn held Monica's hand. Monica was stunned. She looked at Finn. Monica instinctively wanted to resist, but when she saw his hand covered in blood, she gave up resisting. Besides, Jean had asked her to leave. Monica knew that Jean did not want her to know some things. She bit her lip and followed Finn out. After a few steps, Michael suddenly stepped forward and pulled Monica over. Finn took a look at Michael. Michael had held Monica in his arms. Monica did not resist. Nor was she in the mood to resist. All her thoughts were on Jean at the moment. She had been thinking about what Jean had gone through all these years. "I'll send you home. Jean is fine now," Michael said. As he said that, he held Monica and left. Eden, who was standing next to Michael, hesitated for a moment before leaving with them. When he left, he could not help but take a look at Melody, who was pinned down by Jean with one foot and lying on the ground in a sorry state. She did not look as arrogant as she usually did. She looked like she was in a terrible state. Actually, when Eden entered this barn, he was very anxious. He could not accept it. Jean was still alive. She was still alive. Melody did not kill Jean in the end. She was indeed useless. Eden gritted his teeth and left. He did not know if he could deal with Jean again in the future. That said, at this moment, he could only be glad that he was not really implicated. Hence, he left with Michael and the rest. Finn stood there. He stood there and watched as Michael took Monica away. In the barn, other than the unconscious people on the ground, there were only Edward, Jean, Melody, and Finn, who had his back facing them. Melody was making a big fuss on the ground regardless of her image. "Jean, let go of me. I dare you to let go of me," Melody screamed. It was as if she had lost her voice from shouting. Jean let go of her. She retracted her leg. After Melody obtained her freedom, she suddenly got up from the ground. The moment she got up, she swiftly pounced in a direction on the ground. Jean's eyes tensed up. Her body moved slightly and with a kick, she ruthlessly kicked the black pistol even further away. Melody's heart froze. She fiercely looked at Jean. She saw Jean look down at her from above. No, just now, Melody was the one who had treated Jean like this. Melody could not accept being treated like this by Jean instead. She got up from the ground. She got up and stood up straight. Melody's face was covered in blood, and her hair was messy. She looked pathetic. At this moment, she saw Jean suddenly approach her. She was frightened. Jean was truly scary at the moment. Even though she looked frail and weak, she carried the smell of blood and seemed terrifying. Melody could not help but take a step back. She was frightened by Jean's aura. Ever since she was young, other than her father, she had never been so afraid of anyone. Pow! Melody only felt a wave of pain on her cheek. Jean seemed to have wanted to knock her out with that slap. However, before Melody could react, her body was kicked hard onto the ground again. After the kick, she fell to the ground. The pain made her tears flow continuously. She endured the pain and fiercely shouted at Jean, "Kill me if you can." "Kill you?" Jean sneered. "Before I kill you, shouldn't I let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death?" Melody was startled. She felt that Jean was even more horrifying than she thought. Chapter 263. Melody's tragic end. In the barn. Melody was beaten to the point of her dying breath by Jean's violence. Jean did not go through so many stages. She was not as perverted as Melody. She just needed to take revenge. An eye for an eye. Melody's body was covered in blood. She lay on the ground, not moving at all. Throughout the whole process, Edward just watched silently. He watched silently as Jean was still able to knock Melody down to the point that Melody could not move anymore. Edward watched as Jean walked barefoot toward Melody. Jean squatted down. She grabbed Melody's hair and forced her to look up at her. Melody's expression was ferocious. She did not have any strength to resist. She was not as powerful as Jean. Even if Jean was exhausted, she would still resist. On the other hand, Melody did not want to resist at all. She would rather die like this. She said fiercely to Jean, "Kill me, kill me." "I won't kill you," Jean said cruelly. "Kill you? In Harkin, one's life had to be paid with one's life?" Jean said, "I'll return everything you did to me just now." "What are you going to do?" Melody looked at Jean in fear. Jean's words at this moment were more terrifying than if she were to kill her. "I heard that you've always kept your innocence for Fourth Master Swan?" Jean's lips curled up. Melody's body trembled. She could not stop trembling. "You've liked him since young, so you've never slept with other men before, have you?" Jean asked in a sinister manner. "What are you going to do?" Melody screamed. She screamed crazily. "Fourth Master," Jean called out to Edward softly. Edward walked over. "Do you want her?" Jean asked without turning her head. Melody's face was filled with malevolence. Jean said, "She kept her innocence for you. Do you want her?" She was asking Edward if he wanted to sleep with the woman who had kept her innocence for him. After all, Melody had kept her innocence for him. Jean needed to seek his opinion. Edward did not answer. He did not answer and just looked straight at Jean. "If you don't answer, I'll take it that you don't want her," Jean said. She said it so casually. Edward still stood by her side and did not say a word. "Apart from you and Dr. Jones, is there anyone else?" Jean turned to look at Edward. Edward nodded slightly. He turned around and walked toward Finn, who had his back facing them. Edward whispered into Finn's ear. Finn nodded. He picked up the phone and made a call. After a while, the barn was filled with people. It was filled with men in black suits. Melody looked at the scene in front of her and was shocked. Who are these people? Why were there so many people? Are they all here to save Jean? It's only Jean. Did Edward need to use so many people? Melody looked at them fiercely. She saw Jean suddenly let go of her hair and stood up from the ground. Jean turned around and walked toward the room full of men. She turned her head toward Edward. "Fourth Master, can they listen to me?" Edward nodded. At this moment, he also gave a look to the person in front of him. The person who took the lead understood what he meant and immediately waited respectfully for Jean's order. Strip her of her clothes and F*ck her. After that, throw her onto the most luxurious street in the city and let everyone in Harkin see the body of the Sanders' third princess. As for her face, there's no need to disfigure it. She's ugly enough. Jean, Melody screamed. When she heard Jean's words, she became incomparably crazy. Jean was unmoved. What was karma? This was karma. Melody's cruel method was applied to her in the end. Jean, I'm a Sander. If you dare to treat me like this, my dad will kill you. He'll kill you. Melody's tragic cry was heart-wrenching. Jean sneered. She originally did not plan to bother with Melody anymore. At this moment, she turned around and walked toward her. She walked in front of Melody and squatted down in front of her. Jean said a few words to Melody in an extremely soft voice. After hearing what she said, Melody was completely stunned. At that moment, her pupils seemed to have lost their light. Melody looked at Jean dumbfoundedly, but it also seemed as if her mind was wandering in her own thoughts. Jean said slowly, "Go back and ask your dad if it's true." After saying that, she did not waste any more time. She stood up and walked toward Edward. Edward looked at Jean. He saw that she had clearly reached her limit, but she could still persevere and stand tall. "Is it over?" Edward asked her. Jean smiled and nodded. Edward bent down. He approached Jean and carried her in his arms. Jean lay quietly in his arms. She was such a petite person. She was so petite in his arms that it was as though she would break at the touch. Why did she have such explosive strength? Edward did not even dare to imagine what Jean had experienced. What did she experience even though she did not fall in the end? Until this moment, Jean, who was leaning against Edward's embrace, suddenly let her guard down. She slept peacefully in his embrace. Edward carried her out of the barn. Behind him, Melody's heart-wrenching scream was heard. That scream, it was as if she had given up on this world. For a woman who had kept her innocence for 25 years, her life was probably worse than death at this moment. However, she was not worth sympathizing with. Edward carried Jean out of the barn. Finn naturally followed behind them. Outside the barn, Finn thought that Monica had left with Michael. Who knew? Finn saw her looking anxiously with red eyes at the barn's entrance as if she had been waiting for Jean. Seeing that Jean was carried out by Fourth Master Swan, Monica ran over. Jean. She called out to Jean. Monica was afraid that if Jean closed her eyes, she would not be able to wake up. Jean responded, She was so weak that she could not speak anymore. She was tired. She was really tired to the point that she wanted to rest. She had used up too much energy today. She could not even open her eyes at this time. Edward also noticed that Jean was exhausted. He carried her and walked into his car. Finn followed him. He opened the door to the driver's seat and was ready to get in. Finn, Monica called out to him. Finn paused. He turned around. Can I follow you? Monica asked him. She was asking him and was waiting for his answer. If Finn said that she could not follow him, she might not follow him. It seemed that she just did not belong in their world. She was too weak. Finn pursed his lips. He had yet to speak when he saw Michael, who had always been by Monica's side, suddenly hugged her and said, You're still injured. I'll send you to the hospital first. Monica's eyes were red. She wanted to stay with Jean. Fourth Master will take care of Jean. Nothing will happen to her. Monica was still unmoved. Her eyes were red as she looked straight at Finn. She was filled with anticipation, but she did not dare to hope too much. Finn turned around and sat in the driver's seat. He said, Get in the car. Monica's heart skipped a beat. She had thought that Finn would reject her outright. She just thought that he would despise her. Michael's eyes narrowed. His expression obviously changed. Monica left Michael's embrace. Monica, Michael called out to her, You should go to the hospital first. I'm only suffering from superficial injuries. I'm really fine. But I feel sorry for you. I want to be by Jean's side now. Monica looked at Michael. Michael was obviously a little emotional. Thank you for tonight. Monica was unable to care about Michael's emotions. To her, the most important person in this world was either her parents or Jean, who she had grown up with. Monica suddenly tiptoed. She tiptoed and planted a kiss on Michael's lips. It was gratitude. Gratitude for what he had done to her tonight. The next moment, Monica quickly turned around and sat in the passenger seat of Finn's car. She knew very well that Finn would not have the patience to wait for her. As long as she was a little slower, Finn would drive away. Michael watched Monica get into Finn's car and leave. His expression was cold. He looked in the direction of the car coldly. He admitted that he would choose his own interests in the face of benefits. However, in terms of feelings, he could not bear for Monica to leave with another man. Although Monica was married to Finn, Michael was not jealous because he knew very well the situation of their marriage. Moreover, it was the result of him choosing his interests back then, so he could rationally accept it. However, at this moment, he could only watch helplessly as Monica left with Finn. It made him go crazy. Chapter 264. Fourth Master Swan treats Jean. At night, it was very late at night. Monica was sitting in the passenger seat. Finn drove expressionlessly toward the Swan's manor at a fast speed. He looked at the man standing behind through the rearview mirror. At that moment, he seemed to have turned around and looked at Monica. He looked at her lips, but it also seemed to be an illusion. He was just driving seriously. Monica sat in the car. Her mind was completely focused on Jean, who was lying in the arms of Fourth Master Swan. She did not know how serious Jean's injuries were. She only knew that Jean was extremely weak at that moment. Monica looked where the car was heading and knew that they were going straight to the Swan's manor. She could not help but ask Finn, Shouldn't we go to the hospital? Send Jean to the hospital. Jean looks so badly injured. Finn did not reply. It seemed like he could not bother responding to her. Monica sometimes felt that she was making a fool of herself in front of Finn. She was asking for an insult. Finn's disdain for her was obvious. Monica bit her lip. She was a little angry, but what could she do? What she said to Finn was useless. She was useless. The car quickly drove into the Swan's bamboo garden. It was a peaceful garden. Finn got out of the car and opened the car door for Edward. Edward carried Jean, who was already in light sleep, and walked into the main hall. Finn followed behind. Monica also followed anxiously. Edward directly carried Jean into his room. At this moment, Teddy was also awakened by the commotion. When he got up from his bed, he saw that everyone was covered in blood. He was so scared that he could not react for a long time. Edward gently placed Jean on the bed. He then said to Teddy, "Go to the old master's place to see how Knox is doing." Teddy was stunned. What happened to young Master Winter? Nonetheless, at this moment, he did not dare to ask too much when he saw the situation. He quickly responded, "Okay." Teddy quickly left. Finn. After Edward placed Jean on the bed, he called out to Finn. Finn had gone to Edward's room to take out a huge medical bag. He walked to Jean's side and started to help her check on her injuries. Edward went to the bathroom and fetched a basin of water. He cooperated with Finn to clean up Jean's wounds bit by bit. Jean, who was already a little sleepy, frowned at this moment. She bit her lip and slowly opened her eyes. It was because she felt pain. A kind of pain that was difficult to endure. The person beside her seemed to have sensed that she was awake, so he said, "We must disinfect and clean up your wounds. Otherwise they'll easily get infected." Jean looked at Fourth Master Swan. She saw him sitting next to her, and his voice seemed to be very gentle. He gently leaned close to her cheek and planted a kiss on her face which was covered in blood. Jean bit her lip even harder. "Edward Said, it'll be a little painful, bear with it." Jean nodded. She nodded silently. Finn treated her wounds very quickly. He knew very well that when wounds were being disinfected, they might be more painful to bear with, so he would try to reduce Jean's pain as much as possible. As he treated the wounds, he said to Edward, "The wound on her back is a little deep. I think we need to stitch it up." "Do you still have the anesthetic?" Edward asked. "Yes." Finn nodded. "I'll go and prepare it." "There's no need for that," Jean said. "Just stitch it up." Finn and Edward looked at her like that. "I can endure it." Finn looked at Edward as if he was asking for his opinion. Edward kept looking at Jean. Seeing the determination in her eyes, he nodded slightly. "Get something for Jean to bite on," Finn said. "I'm afraid that she'll bite her tongue." It would be excruciating when Jean was stitched up. Finn was afraid that Jean would not be able to hold on and accidentally bite her tongue. Edward directly placed her hand in Jean's mouth. Jean was stunned. "Edward Said, I just washed it." Jean's eyes moved slightly. "Edward Said, bite it and make me feel better." It was the first time that Jean heard Fourth Master Swan say such words. He said such apologetic words. In the end, Jean did not have any right to blame Fourth Master Swan. She had indeed become entangled with Melody because of him, but it did not mean that he had to come and save her. He did not have that responsibility. She was lucky to be able to wait for him to show up. Chapter 265. Fourth Master Swan treats Jean. If Jean ended up not being able to wait until Edward showed up, it would be her fate. She would not blame anyone. Just like when Fourth Master Swan said he was late when he arrived, she only shook her head to indicate that it was not too late. There was no obligation for him. It was only right that he did not show up. However, at that moment, when Jean suddenly felt a piercing pain on her back, she still let go of her lip and bit on the back of Fourth Master Swan's hand. The pain made her bite down on Fourth Master Swan's hand. Her whole body tensed up. At that moment, her body trembled. She even had hallucinations for a few seconds. It was so painful that she almost fainted. She did not know how much strength she had used to bite on Fourth Master Swan's arm to force herself to endure it. Monica stood at the side and watched in horror. When she saw Finn rip open the skull-like wound on Jean's back with a pair of pliers and saw the flesh and blood inside, she felt dizzy. Monica was frightened by the cruel scene in front of her, and her face turned pale. She did not dare to look anymore. She was afraid that if she continued to look, she would faint more easily than Jean. Monica had never felt that she was dizzy from seeing blood, but at this moment, when she saw the clear water basin filled with blood and Jean's mangled body, she felt that she could not even stand properly. She silently shifted her gaze and sat in a corner, her eyes bloodshot as she waited for Jean to be treated. It did not take long. Finn finished stitching up Jean's wound and bandaged it. He finished treating the most troublesome wound. Finn continued to treat Jean's other wounds. Jean had many wounds. There was blood everywhere, and there were wounds everywhere. Finn moved his fingers down. "Let me do it," Edward suddenly said. Finn nodded. He also knew that there were many private places where it was inconvenient for him. Finn prepared the medicine to treat the wounds for Edward before standing up to make room for Edward to treat Jean's subsequent wounds more easily. He stood up and heard a noise at the door. Finn turned his head and saw Knox being carried back by Teddy. Teddy could not help but say, "Fourth Master, young Master Winter is quite seriously injured." "I'll go take a look," Finn said. Edward nodded. Finn walked out of the room. He said to Teddy, "Leave Knox to me. Go to the living room and bring me another medicine box." "Okay," Teddy quickly nodded. Finn helped Nox into the room next door and placed him on the bed. He took off Nox's clothes bit by bit. Under his clothes, there were traces of whips, each of them very deep. One could imagine how much force was used to hit him. Was it your grandfather who hit you? Finn asked as he looked at Nox. Nox was in so much pain that he did not even want to speak. After being beaten up by his grandfather, he was thrown into the Swan's wall room and left to fend for himself. He seriously suspected that he was adopted by the Winters. Otherwise, how could Wade let his grandson work for others and even beat him to death? The more Nox thought about it, the more he felt that he was adopted by his grandfather from the trash. Finn saw that Nox was in so much pain that he could not speak, so he did not say anything more. Teddy had brought the medical kit up. Finn asked Teddy to cooperate with him and help Nox with his wounds. Teddy looked at Nox's wounds and was so scared that he did not dare to breathe. Nevertheless, at this moment, he still noticed Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones's hands were obviously badly mutilated, but he was helping someone else with the treatment. He could not help but ask, "Dr. Jones, how are your hands?" Finn seemed to cast a sidelong glance at him. "I'll treat him first, then I'll deal with myself. Otherwise, it won't be convenient once I have bandages." Teddy was moved by Dr. Jones. In fact, Teddy was saved by Old Master Swan. For a long time, he had been on Old Master Swan's side. He grew up with servants. Later, Old Master Swan asked him to follow Fourth Master Swan and take care of his daily life. He had not been by the Fourth Master's side for many years, but from the moment he followed him, he knew that Fourth Master, young Master Winter, and Dr. Jones had an extraordinary relationship. Finn was very serious about helping Nox with his wounds. Nox's heart and lungs were twisted from enduring the pain. He was fine every time he was beaten up, but every time he was bandaged by Finn, he felt excruciating pain. Chapter 266. Fourth Master Swan treats Jean. Is Finn taking the opportunity to take revenge on me or something? FCK, it's killing me, Nox thought to himself. In the next room, Fourth Master Swan completely removed the white shirt on Jean's body. On the shirt, other than his bloodstains, there were also Jean's bloodstains. Jean's eyes moved. Underneath the shirt, there were still her undergarments. Before Melody's men could remove them, Jean was already resisting crazily. In the end, even with only her undergarments on, Jean's body was not entirely exposed. Nonetheless, Fourth Master Swan removed them for her at this time. Just like that. After Finn left, Monica walked to Jean's side. She had a feeling that she could help with something small. She had a feeling that other than feeling useless by Finn's side, she could still help in other areas. Now, seeing how Fourth Master Swan shamelessly threw away all of Jean's clothes, Monica knew very well that Fourth Master Swan was helping Jean clean her wounds, but it was still so awkward. She was a little embarrassed. At that moment, she heard Fourth Master Swan order her, "Help me get another basin of clean water." Oh! Monica quickly carried the basin of water that was filled with blood and left. It was big and reeked of blood. Was it all Jeannie's blood? Monica suppressed the emotions in her heart and quickly brought clean water over. She placed it next to Fourth Master Swan. Fourth Master Swan twisted the small medical towel and wiped off the stains on Jean's body bit by bit. After he wiped off her bloody body, her bruised wounds became even more obvious. Monica was a little shocked. She watched in shock as Fourth Master Swan cleaned Jean up, used disinfectant, and applied medicine to her wounds. Compared to the pain when she was stitched up, Jean felt much more relaxed at this moment. Hence, she only needed to endure the pain a little. Her back was all taken care of. Fourth Master Swan hugged Jean's body and helped her turn over. "Fourth Master, do you want me to do the front?" Monica volunteered. "You'd better leave, Edward Said." "What? Who should be the one leaving?" Of course, Edward was not petty enough to argue with Monica. He helped Jean turn over her body before Monica left. The front of Jean's body was. Monica's eyes moved slightly. In fact, there were so many wounds on Jean's body, so who would pay attention to those crucial parts? Edward was just treating the wounds. Monica's face was still red. Phew! Anyway, Jean would be with Fourth Master Swan sooner or later. It was nothing for him to take advantage of her like this. Fourth Master. Monica could not hold it in any longer. Edward did not stop what he was doing. "Fourth Master, why don't I take over? Jeannie and I grew up together. We can't be separated from each other. After all, it might not be appropriate between you and Jeannie." Before she could finish her words, Monica saw Fourth Master Swan touching Jean's body already. Monica's heart was racing. She felt that it was better for her to leave at the moment. Monica kept feeling that Fourth Master Swan was taking advantage of Jeannie. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and fight with him. She took a deep breath and walked out of Fourth Master Swan's room. Monica walked out and bumped into Finn. Their eyes met. It seemed to be the first time they looked at each other since they arrived here. Chapter 267. Finn's Apology. In Bamboo Garden. Finn looked at Monica. At this moment, Monica also saw Finn. The two of them looked at each other. They looked at each other. Monica suddenly averted her gaze. She said, "Fourth Master is treating Jeannie's wound. Don't go in." She said it very vaguely. Even so, Finn understood what she meant. "I need a needle. Nox needs a tetanus shot. The disposable medical needles here are all used up. Please help me get them from Fourth Master's medical box." "Okay," Monica nodded. She turned around and walked into the room. After she walked in, she deliberately did not look at the two people. Then, she rummaged through the medical box. The things inside were complete. She even felt that there were all kinds of surgical knives for surgeries. No wonder the people here were not sent to the hospital even though they were all seriously injured. She found a needle and handed it to Finn. Finn reached out to take it. Monica saw his hand. That hand was badly mutilated and swollen to an exaggerated extent. His hands are so badly injured. Can he still treat Nox and give him an injection? Monica did not say anything. She watched as Finn turned around and walked over to Nox's side. She did not have any emotions either. Monica was used to it. She was used to Finn's indifference. She took a deep breath and looked back at Jeannie in the room. Although Jean's face was pale, she did not seem to be in any life-threatening danger. In the end, Monica heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't early anymore. It seemed like there was no use for her to stay here. Monica thought for a while. It was better to go back. After she had rested, she would come back tomorrow to accompany Jean. With that thought in mind, Monica went straight downstairs. She did not need to inform anyone since no one would notice her anyway. Anyway, it did not matter to them whether she came or not. She gritted her teeth. Her knees hurt. When she went down the stairs, it really hurt. She had not paid attention to herself that night, so she had almost forgotten that her knees had been injured. At this moment, all her attention had suddenly returned, so she grimaced in pain. It took Monica a long time to go down the stairs. It hurt like hell. Finally, she reached the hall. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around. When she turned around, she saw Finn. Monica gave him a glance and turned around, intending to leave again. Finn might have gone downstairs to get something anyway, so there was no need for her to greet him. "I'll send you back." Monica was stunned. She thought she heard wrong. "I'll send you back," Finn said as he walked to her side. "Fourth Master, Nox, and Jeannie are all injured. Is it okay if you don't stay? I've treated Nox's wounds. Jean has Fourth Master. As for Fourth Master's wounds, I'll come back after I've sent you back," Finn explained. "That's not necessary. You can do your thing. I'll go back by myself," Monica said generously. She was not bored enough to bother Finn at this time. Come to think about it, Finn had been treating other people's wounds. In fact, he should have quite a number of wounds as well. His injuries should not be light either. However, he would always consider others first as he was a doctor. Of course, Monica was an exception. Finn might not even know that she had some injuries on her body. Despite that, they were all minor injuries. They were nothing compared to the others. Monica waved her hand and said, "I'm leaving. You can go back to your work." She just walked away. She was limping. It was still a little difficult for her to walk. Monica did not pretend to be like this on purpose. After she knew that her knees were in pain, she instinctively focused on it. The result was that she looked weird when she walked. She carefully took a few steps forward. All of a sudden, she was carried by someone. Monica was truly frightened. She almost cried out. The next second, she felt Finn carry her up and walk outside. Monica wanted to say something, but she gritted her teeth and did not say anything. Finn placed her in the passenger seat of the car parked in Bamboo Garden. Then, he returned to the driver's seat. In the end, he still sent her back. Monica wanted to speak a few times, but she fell silent again. She did not like to be coy. Since Finn insisted on sending her back, she would accept it. Besides, it was so late. Where was she going to get a taxi? Finn might have thought the same. The car soon arrived at the underground garage of their community. Monica consciously opened the car door and prepared to go back on her own. Chapter 268. Finn's Apology. At that moment, Monica saw Finn open the car door, get out of the car, walk toward her, and carry her again. Monica was shocked again. She was shocked but acquiesced to Finn's actions. When they reached home, Finn placed her on the sofa. After putting her down, he took out the medicine box in the house. It was different from the usual first aid kits at home. Monica did not know where it was usually placed, but it was a special medical box. She had never seen it before. Monica looked at Finn's tall medical box and saw that it was the same as the one at 4th Master Swan's place. It had everything, which was surprising for Monica. Finn took out tweezers and cotton and smeared it with iodine. He said to Monica, "Bear with the pain." Monica did not reply. She felt an unbearable pain coming from her knees. Ah! Monica could not endure it. She screamed. This was much more painful than when she went downstairs. She was in so much pain that tears were streaming down her face. Nonetheless, Finn did not stop cleaning her wounds. He was very indifferent, as if he was used to treating her wounds. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Finn, stop it. It hurts, it hurts. Monica could not stand the pain anymore. She called out to Finn loudly. It really hurt. Hold on. Finn's cold voice was emotionless. I don't want to. Give me an anesthetic. I can't stand it anymore, Monica shouted. She did not know how those people could endure the pain. Monica had only hurt her knees a little, but it was a serious fall. The medicine was killing her. Those people were hurt so severely. How could they endure it? Anyway, Monica could not take it anymore. She suddenly pushed Finn away. She was very strong. Finn was squatting in front of her. He was pushed away. Finn's eyes narrowed. Monica was in so much pain that her face was twisted. She noticed Finn's expression at that moment. She said, "I'm not that brave. I can't take it anymore. Anyway, it's not like this is the first time you've looked down on me." Finn pursed his lips. "You should leave quickly. I know how to deal with my wounds. Do you know how to treat them?" Finn's eyes narrowed. Monica admitted that she did not know how to treat them for the time being. It was too painful. It was so painful that she wanted to die. "I only need 5 minutes, Finn said again. 5 minutes won't do, Monica was very sure. She did not want to endure the process anymore. That feeling was killing her. You know that if you don't treat your wounds, it might cause infection. The consequences could even be so serious that you'll need to amputate your leg. You're lying to me. I only scraped my knees. Finn, you must have a F*C king grudge on me from our previous lives. Why are you cursing me like this? I'll try my best to treat them as quickly as possible." As Finn spoke, he stretched out his hands again. "I'll go to the hospital," Monica insisted. Finn's eyes narrowed. "I'll go to the hospital to deal with them. I don't need you to do it," Monica said fiercely. "Return my phone to me." Finn had snatched her phone away. He still had not returned it to her. Finn's expression darkened. "I'll call Michael and ask him to send me to the hospital. Hurry up and leave." Monica could not wait to chase Finn away. She was equals afraid that he would treat her wound again. She was in so much pain. Finn looked at Monica coldly. Monica did not care. She could not care less at this moment. She reached out to touch Finn's pocket, wanting to take out her phone. However, just as she reached out, her hand was suddenly restrained by Finn. Monica felt pain. How much strength did Finn use? Monica's eyes reddened from the pain. "Finn, what do you want to do?" Monica was on the verge of breaking down. What kind of sin had she committed to meet Finn? Was she so evil in her past life that she had to be punished like this in this life? "I'll help you," Finn enunciated each word clearly. He sounded as though Monica was not allowed to resist him. "I said I don't need your help." Monica roared angrily. "I can find a doctor to help me. I don't want you to do it. Let me go. FCK, let me go." Monica was furious. She kept trying to break free from Finn's grip, but she could not break free no matter how hard she tried. "Finn, what did I do wrong? Why do you have to do this to me?" Monica could not resist. She stopped resisting and questioned Finn harshly. "How do you want to torture me so that you'll be satisfied? It's the same every time. When I ask for your help, you can't help me at all. When I don't want you, you force me instead. How much do you want me to suffer in front of you for the rest of my life so that you'll be happy?" Finn looked at Monica coldly. He watched as her emotions exploded. Monica could not bear it anymore. After all, she was not someone who could hide her feelings. At this moment, she told Finn everything. "Tonight, when Jean and I were being chased, you weren't there when I needed you so much. You didn't even pick up your phone. Do you know how desperate I was? Now, everything is in the past. It's in the past. Can you just stay away from me? Can we just stay as far away from each other as possible?" Finn's throat was trembling as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He seemed to be suppressing his emotions as well. he seemed to feel a little uncomfortable after hearing Monica's words. He admitted that he felt guilty after not picking up Monica's call. At that time, after the banquet, he received an emergency call from the hospital saying that he was going to save a patient who had a sudden heart attack. He rushed over and handed his cell phone to his assistant. Then, he quickly entered the resuscitation room. Fortunately, the heart attack was discovered in time. It did not take long for him to save the patient. The moment Finn walked out of the resuscitation room, his assistant said that Monica had called him. He quickly took his cell phone. Looking at the countless missed calls on his cell phone, he knew that something must have happened. Finn quickly called back. The other party did not pick up. At that time, Monica did not see it. She was completely focused on trying to meet Fourth Master Swan. She did not notice that her phone was ringing. Finn called Jean again, but Jean did not pick up either. He knew that something big must have happened. Instead of going home, he rushed straight to the Swan's manor. He had a feeling that something had happened to Jean because she had been targeted by someone recently. That was why Finn went to Bamboo Garden first. He heard Teddy say that Monica had gone to look for Fourth Master Swan, but Fourth Master Swan was with Old Master Swan, so he went over without caring about anything else. Once he arrived, he saw that Monica was thrown out by Grandpa Wade. Finn pursed his lips tightly. He could completely imagine how desperate Monica was when she asked him for help. In fact, he knew everything, he just did not want to show it. The atmosphere was a little tense at this time. After Monica shouted, she seemed to have calmed down. In fact, how could she blame Finn? Finn was a doctor. It was his responsibility to save the lives of the injured. Of course, he had to save the patient at the first moment. What right did she have to blame him? Moreover, taking a step back, why did Finn have to answer her calls? Why did he have to answer her calls 24 hours a day? Who was she? I'm sorry, Finn suddenly said. Monica's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, she thought that she had heard wrongly. Chapter 269. Dr. Jones is so nice to his wife. I'm sorry, Finn said.
The words were very clear. Monica looked at him. She thought that after she made such a big fuss tonight, their relationship would become even more rigid and tense. They would be further and further away from each other. Based on her understanding of Finn over the years, he would definitely turn around and leave without any feelings.
However, at this moment, he took the initiative to apologize to her. Monica was a little shocked. She heard Finn say as if he was explaining himself, I didn't mean to ignore your calls. I had an emergency patient at that time. I know, Monica interrupted him. Your assistant told me. Finn looked at her. Monica said, I was being unreasonable. You don't have to worry about it. Finn's throat moved slightly. You know that I've been childish since I was young. I need to vent a lot of things. I was just venting just now. In fact, I'm very clear that it has nothing to do with you, Monica said indifferently. She was not so unruly that she wanted to blame Finn for ignoring her while he was saving a patient. What she found hard to accept was that he was never by her side when she needed him. Now, she understood. Who was Finn to her? If he was not by her side, he would not be by her side when she needed him, let alone in normal times. What right did she have to expect anything from him? Monica did not want to continue this topic. She said, give me back my phone. Go back to Fourth Master Swan's place. I'll go to the hospital to treat my wounds. I'll be gentler, Finn said. Monica looked at Finn. It was rare to see Finn being gentle, it felt so surreal. Monica suddenly asked, are you feeling guilty? Finn pursed his lips. So you want to make it up to me? Monica was straightforward. She had known Finn for so many years. After getting along with him for so many years, other than the case of Finn being entangled with his lover, he was a very positive man. He had medical ethics, respected his elders, and treated his friends with respect. Other than treating Monica badly, it was undeniable that he had a good outlook on life. Therefore, it was normal for Finn to feel guilty about what happened tonight. He needed to do something to make himself feel better. If that's the case, go ahead. Monica did not want to be in a stalemate with Finn anymore. If it was going to hurt, let her die from the pain. It was only going to be 5 minutes. Finn said that 5 minutes was enough. In any case, Monica had suffered for more than 5 minutes from this man throughout their marriage. She gritted her teeth and endured it. Finn remained silent for a few seconds. He suddenly stood up. Monica looked at him and saw him suddenly turn around. The moment he turned around, he said, I'll change my clothes and send you to the hospital. There's no anesthetic at home. Monica watched him leave. She never knew what Finn was thinking. Why did he suddenly compromise? After waiting for a few minutes, Finn had probably cleaned himself up. Monica saw that Finn's face, which was initially stained with blood, was now clean. After changing into a set of clean clothes, he looked much cleaner. He walked toward Monica and bent down to carry her. "I'll walk on my own," Monica refused. Finn was stunned for a second. Then, he nodded. Monica struggled to get up from the sofa. The pain in her knees was fine if she did not move, but once she needed to move, it was bone-piercing. Monica gritted her teeth and walked toward the door step by step. She had always been barefoot tonight. There were many cuts on her feet, but compared to the pain in her knees, she felt that they were not worth mentioning. She found a pair of slippers and followed Finn out of the house. Monica returned to the car and was sent to the emergency treatment center of the hospital in the city center. She sat in the trauma surgery room and waited for the doctor to treat her wounds. Finn kept talking to the doctor and nurses. After all, they were from the same hospital, so they should be familiar with each other. Finn kept talking, and the doctor kept nodding. Monica was a little far away, so she could not hear what they were saying. She suspected that Finn had asked the doctor to be rough on her to prove that he was not rough just now. Monica took Finn as a sinister person, so she believed that he would do it. Her mind was wandering. A nurse walked over first and was extremely gentle as she said, "Mrs. Jones, Dr. Jones said that you might still have some wounds on your body and asked me to help you treat them first. Lie down, and I'll take a look at them for you." Monica frowned. She still lay down obediently. The nurse closed the curtain and helped Monica take off her gown. There were indeed some scratches beneath it. It was inevitable that Monica would have some injuries after jumping out of the car. Fortunately, there were only scratches that were not serious. At this moment, some of them had formed calluses. As such, the nurse only helped Monica with simple disinfection and applied some medicine. She looked at Monica's gown, which was obviously tattered. Then she asked gently, "Mrs. Jones, do you want to change into one of our patients' gowns? Do you have one?" Monica did not want to wear this tattered gown anymore. "I'll go get one for you. Thank you." As soon as the nurse left, she returned again. She said with a smile, "Dr. Jones has asked someone to bring one over just now. He's so considerate to you. Ha ha ha." Monica only wanted to sneer. Finn's kindness to her was probably in front of others. For example, he only knew how to pretend in front of her parents. Monica changed her clothes with the help of the nurse. The curtain was then pulled open. At that moment, the doctor also walked over and said to Monica, "Dr. Jones said that you're afraid of pain, so he prepared 2 anesthetics for you. It'll still be a little painful when they're being administered, so please bear with it, Mrs. Jones." The doctor was obviously much gentler than Finn. Monica nodded. "Okay." The doctor administered 2 doses of anesthetic to Monica. One on each side of her knee. It did hurt a little. Nevertheless, it was much better than Finn applying medicine directly on her knees. The anesthetics worked very quickly. Monica felt that her legs were a little numb at the moment. Fortunately, when the doctor began to treat her wounds, it did not hurt at all. Anesthetics were good. Monica lamented from the bottom of her heart. The doctor treated Monica's wounds, applied medicine on them, and bandaged them. After he was done, he said to Finn, "Try to change the medicine every day. The weather isn't great now, so I'm afraid that she might get an infection." "Is there an available ward?" The doctor was startled and said, "I don't think there's a need for her to stay in the hospital." "I just don't want her to travel back and forth," Finn said calmly. The doctor was a little speechless. The nurse beside him chuckled softly and could not help but say, "Dr. Jones is so nice to his wife." Monica was looking at her wounds at that moment. She felt that the bandages were done quite well. When she heard what the nurse said, she quickly looked up. At that moment, she thought to herself, "This young nurse seems to be quite smart, but she's a little blind. I'll contact the inpatient department." In the end, the doctor nodded in agreement. "Thank you." Soon, Monica was sent to the ward. Finn had carried her there. It was not that she was unwilling to walk, but that her legs were weak. After she was anesthetized, she did not have much strength in her legs. This made the blind nurse excited again. She kept saying, "Dr. Jones treats his wife so well. He's too good." Monica rolled her eyes. The reason Finn let her stay in the hospital was that he did not want to waste his time. If he left her in the hospital, he would not need to care about her at all. Was she the only person in this world who knew how bad Finn was? Of course, she did not refuse at that moment. In fact, she wanted to avoid trouble. Moreover, her knees were so painful. Once the anesthetics passed, they would definitely hurt again. She wanted to avoid trouble as well. Just like that, Monica was admitted to the VIP medical ward because of knee injuries. As for those who were more seriously injured, they were recuperating at home. For example, Jean, who was seriously injured, in the Swan's bamboo garden. On Fourth Master Swan's big bed, Jean slept quietly on the bed. Her wounds were finally thoroughly treated by Fourth Master Swan. After the treatment was done, Jean was also extremely sleepy. In fact, during the process, she had almost fallen asleep a few times but was woken up by the pain. She was able to hold on until now. It was probably 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. Go to sleep. Jean heard a low voice in her ear. She fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 270. I want to pamper you with all my life. The bloody night had come to an end. The whole world was quiet. In the room, Edward looked at Jean, watching her sleep. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her face was pale. Edward sat next to her as if he was petrified, quietly watching her sleep. He could not shift his gaze away. If he was any later tonight, if Jean was still that frail girl from 7 years ago. Edward clenched his fists tightly, he did not dare to imagine. Fourth Master. A male voice was heard. Edward's eyes moved slightly. Some emotions, some cruel emotions, were hidden deep inside his eyes. He gently covered Jean with the blanket and slowly left the room. At the door, Finn was waiting for him. Edward gently closed the door and followed Finn out of the bedroom. He did not want anyone to disturb Jean's rest. The two of them walked to the living room on the first floor. Edward sat on the sofa. Finn helped him to treat the wound on his back. Old Master Swan didn't hit you too hard this time, Finn said as he looked at the numerous whip wounds. He's old, Edward sighed straightforwardly. It was not that the old master was old and could not hit him anymore. It was that as the old master got older, he had less and less control over him. Finn nodded slightly. Miss Lawrence isn't simple, Finn reminded Edward. It was Knox who had been reminding Edward previously. Now, Finn was also reminding him. Finn was usually not as talkative as Knox. He only spoke when he felt that it was necessary. I know. Edward nodded. He did not say what he was going to do next. It made it hard for people to understand his thoughts. Finn did not say much. Fourth Master Swan had his considerations and limits in many things. He knew better than anyone else what he wanted and had to do. Finn helped Fourth Master Swan clean up his wounds and reminded him, your old wounds have just healed, and you've gotten new ones. You must be careful not to get infected. Edward nodded. Finn packed up his medical kit. Finn, Edward called out to him. Aren't you going to treat your wounds? Edward asked. I'll treat them later. Edward took the medical kit from Finn's hands. Let me help you. Finn was stunned. He nodded. While helping Finn treat his wounds, Edward asked, do you still feel no pain? Finn nodded. He was born with no sense of pain, but of course, it was not that he would not feel pain at all. Under precise medical experiments that stimulated his nerve cells, he would react to pain. However, no matter how serious his external wounds were, he would not feel anything. Such a person sounded very powerful, but in fact, he would face many dangers. When something strange happened to his body, he would not be able to feel it himself. Therefore, he did not know how painful his injuries were. In fact, Finn just did not feel any pain. The other sensations in his body were normal. He would sweat in hot weather and tremble in cold weather. It was late at night. Knox woke up to go to the bathroom. His whole body was in pain. He did not want to get up, but he didn't really want to pee on Fourth Master Swan's bed. He was afraid that Fourth Master Swan would kill him. No, he did not want to be laughed at. Knox woke up with difficulty and finished peeing. He felt that there was still a slight sound outside the door. As such, he could not hold back his curiosity and went to the glass railing on the second floor. He saw Fourth Master Swan half-naked downstairs, and so was Finn. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that there was something fishy going on between the two of them. Knox had long felt that there was something fishy going on between the two of them. When he looked at the enchanting scene, FCK. As a man, a straight man, he was about to get a nosebleed from looking at those two people. He could finally understand why Teddy was becoming more and more feminine. If Teddy took care of Fourth Master Swan's daily life like this, he would be bent. Knox struggled to move his feet and left again. After all, he was too embarrassed to disturb Edward and Finn. In the hall, Edward finished treating Finn's wounds and said, go back and rest. I'll call you if there's anything. Finn nodded. He finished packing up his medical kit. Edward had also gone upstairs. At this moment, Finn left Bamboo Garden again. After settling Monica down, he went home. At this moment, his hands were badly swollen and injured. There were also many bruises and scars on his body. However, he could not feel any pain. He had not felt any pain since he was young. Chapter 271. I want to pamper you with all my life. Finn did not know whether it was because of his physical quality that the swans took a fancy to him. They secretly trained him. At least, he could recklessly stand in front of Fourth Master Swan in the face of danger. After all, he did not feel pain, so, he would not have the fear of death. He would not fear any pain. Of course, Finn was actually grateful to the swans. If it was not for the swans, he might not have survived in the orphanage. Therefore, he would be loyal to them with his life. Finn drove to the hospital again. As for Monica, Monica was probably the only woman in his life that caused him to develop personal feelings when he thought that he should devote his life to the swans. She was the only woman he could not let go of. Finn walked into her ward. His footsteps suddenly stopped. He looked at the ward. Michael was holding Monica's hand. Monica seemed to be asleep, and Michael was accompanying her. When Finn previously left the ward, he had returned the phone to Monica. He was afraid that she would be lonely in the hospital alone. Moreover, the phone was a communication device. If she encountered any danger, she could at least ask for help. However, he was too presumptuous. Monica took the phone and only dialed Michael's number. Finn turned around. He felt that his existence was a little redundant. Finn had always thought that he could fight for himself first. Perhaps after everything settled down, he could still have his own life and happiness. It turned out that he was still thinking too much. From the moment he was abandoned by his parents, he seemed destined to be abandoned forever. The next day, Jean opened her eyes. She did not know what time it was. She only knew that the sky was very bright outside and that she was very lazy. It was as if she had slept for a century. She moved her body slightly and tried to get up. After sleeping for too long, her body became weak. When she moved her body slightly, it hurt. She almost cried out. Jean almost forgot that she was seriously injured last night. Today, her whole body was covered in bandages. Fortunately, they were all external injuries. External injuries usually took 10 days to half a month to recover. "You're awake?" A male voice was suddenly heard. Jean's body tensed up. She was in a daze. The next second, she came back to her senses. She was on Fourth Master Swan's bed. Yes, Fourth Master Swan had brought her here directly last night. Jean wanted to turn around. "Don't move." Fourth Master Swan suddenly approached her and whispered in her ear, "You have injuries on your body." Jean's heart was beating faster. She told herself to calm down. She could not be confused by this man just because she had just woken up and her mind was wandering. Jean said, "I want to get up. Are you hungry?" Edward asked. His lips were right next to her ear, gently emitting hot air. Jean could even imagine how hot and red her ears were at the moment. Especially when she felt that she was naked under the blanket. What was more, Jean was under the blanket with Fourth Master Swan. Even though she did not feel his body approaching her, there was a strong sense of oppression. Jean tensed up her body and did not reply. She did not reply but heard him say, "I'm hungry, so hungry that." Jean's heart moved. She felt Fourth Master Swan's lips completely approaching her earlobe. He bit down on her small earlobe. It did not hurt. Jean just felt his teeth gently rubbing against her earlobe. She gripped the bedsheet tightly. Jean felt that even if Fourth Master Swan were to *ck her at this time, she would not be able to resist. Her body was stiff. Jean listened to Fourth Master Swan bite her for quite a while before he whispered in her ear, "I want to eat you." Ba dump, ba dump, ba dump, ba dump, ba dump, ba dump. Jean's heartbeat was irregular and wild. She felt that Fourth Master Swan was very dangerous at this moment. His body was emitting an aura of desire, causing her to be a little frightened. Jean felt that a person like Fourth Master Swan was capable of doing anything. When she was clearly getting a little too nervous, the aura around her disappeared in an instant. At that moment, she felt a cool breeze as Fourth Master Swan suddenly got up from the bed and lifted the blanket. Jean quietly adjusted her emotions to make herself look calm. Fourth Master Swan got down from the bed. He walked in front of her, completely naked. Jean's eyes moved slightly, and she turned to the side. Edward was actually just passing by. He passed by and went to the cloakroom. When he came out, there was a blue bathrobe on his body and a pink bathrobe in his hand. He returned to Jean's side and lifted the blanket. Jean grabbed the blanket tightly. Fourth Master Swan looked at her. "I'll wear it myself." Jean was very determined. Fourth Master Swan smiled. When he smiled, Jean was a little dazed. Everyone loved beauty. Fourth Master Swan's appearance could make any woman's heart flutter. "I've seen it all." He was clearly teasing Jean with his attractive voice. Jean's face was red. Even so, she did not compromise. Edward smiled again. He placed the bathrobe in front of Jean, then he got up and walked to the bathroom as if he had gone to wash up himself. Jean watched Edward leave the room before she sat up on the bed with difficulty. Enduring the pain, she put on the bathrobe that Fourth Master Swan had prepared for her. She got out of bed. Her body was weak. Jean did not know if she had slept for too long. She stood there for a while before she stabilized herself and walked towards the bathroom. The bathroom door was not closed. Jean did not think about what Fourth Master Swan would do in there. She saw him standing in front of the toilet, peeing. He was peeing. Jean was embarrassed. She looked completely embarrassed. Jean did not know if it was because she had used up too much energy last night, which caused her to be in a state of unconsciousness today. She knew that the first thing everyone did when they woke up was to go to the toilet, but she still went to the bathroom so casually. It was not entirely her fault. Who would go to the toilet and leave the door open? Jean turned around and was about to leave. I don't mind. The man who was peeing was not embarrassed at all. I mind. I**C King mind. I'm afraid that my eyes will hurt. Jean was furious. At this moment, she saw that the man had clearly finished peeing. He put down his bathrobe, which covered his penis. Next, along with the sound of the toilet flushing, Edward walked toward Jean and carried her up. Jean was speechless. She had arms and legs. She did not need anyone to serve her like this. What made her even more speechless was that Fourth Master Swan carried her directly onto the toilet bowl. The two of them were not wearing anything inside, so it was surprisingly convenient for them to go to the toilet. Jean sat on the toilet bowl and looked at Fourth Master Swan. Go ahead and pee, Edward said in a straightforward manner. Fourth Master, do you have a habit of watching people pee? Jean raised her eyebrow. Only if it's you. I'll turn around. Due to Jean's death stare, Edward compromised. He only did not look, however, he would not leave. Jean gritted her teeth. In the end, it was difficult to hold in her pee. As such, he did it in front of, no, behind Fourth Master Swan's back. The sound of Jean's pee made her face and ears turn red. On the other hand, the man who was standing in front of her had a calm expression on his face. After a long time, Jean was done. She got up. The toilet automatically flushed. Jean went to the sink and planned to wash up. Who knew, she was carried up again. She was picked up and placed directly on the spacious sink. Jean stared at Fourth Master Swan. I'll help you. I'm not crippled. I know. Fourth Master Swan was indifferent as if he could not hear the anger in her words. Jean was a little angry. At this moment, she heard Fourth Master Swan say, I want to pamper you. With all my life. Chapter 272. A saving grace should be repaid with your body. I want to pamper you, Fourth Master Swan said and thought, with all my life. Jean looked at Fourth Master Swan in a daze. Before having an in-depth connection with Fourth Master Swan, she felt that he was cold, ascetic, and not good at talking, which was what he was said to be. However, Fourth Master Swan was so flirtatious. Was it a man's nature? Jean was really touched at that moment. She was slightly touched. She even felt that it was not sweet talk. It was a promise. Jean just stood there in a daze, staring blankly as Fourth Master Swan squeezed some toothpaste for her and handed her the electric toothbrush that he had prepared for her. She pursed her lips. Jean took it and put it into her mouth. She quietly rinsed her mouth after that. The emotions in her heart were hidden just like that. Fourth Master Swan carried her down the sink and let her rinse her mouth. He also picked up another toothbrush and brushed his teeth as well. This looked like the daily life of a couple that had lived together for many years. Also, if one were to look carefully at the things in the bathroom, one would realize that everything was a pair and belonged to two people. Jean's eyes moved slightly. She could pretend that she did not know anything. After Jean finished rinsing her mouth, Fourth Master Swan helped her wring a towel for her to wash her face. Once everything was done, Fourth Master Swan carried her and walked out of the room. He went straight downstairs. There was no one there. Jean was a little surprised. Where was Teddy? Jean even vaguely remembered that Knox seemed to be injured and was recuperating here. Why was there no one here at this moment? It was empty. Edward seemed to have read Jean's mind. After he placed her on the sofa, he went straight to the open kitchen at the side. He said, Teddy sent Knox back. He won't be back for the time being. Despite that, the truth was not the case. At this moment, Teddy was wandering on the streets as if he was abandoned by the entire world. His master said that he was not allowed to return to Bamboo Garden without his orders. Teddy did not even know what he had done wrong last night. He had been chased out by the Fourth Master before dawn. He did not do anything last night. Knox was also innocent. He had been chased out early in the morning with a body full of injuries as if nobody cared about his life. His heart was burning with rage. A certain someone who cast him aside when he was no longer needed made his hair stand on end. Just like that. Only Edward and Jean were left in Bamboo Garden. Fourth Master Swan personally made lunch for Jean. No, to be precise, it was not even lunch. It was already 4 p.m. Jean was indeed hungry. She just watched Fourth Master Swan fiddle around in the kitchen. She could not help but look for her phone. It was something that modern people did when they were bored. At that moment, Jean remembered that she had left her phone in the car. The car had probably been completely scrapped. She had let down Monica's good intentions. "I've gotten someone to deliver your phone," Fourth Master Swan, who was busy in the kitchen, suddenly said. Jean was stunned. She had not expected this. She was planning to turn on the TV to pass the time. "It's at the cabinet by the door." Jean stood up and walked over to get her phone. Surprisingly, it was still fine. She took the phone and walked to the open kitchen. She sat on the bar chair in front of the fringed counter. At this moment, Edward was very serious in preparing steaks. "When did you send someone to get it?" Jean asked as she turned on her phone. "This morning when you were still sleeping," Fourth Master Swan replied faintly. After chasing Teddy and Knox away, he also sent someone to get Jean's phone back from the police station. When the police left last night, they took everything in the car back to the police station. Considering that Jean might need it after she woke up, Edward had someone send it over and placed it on the cabinet at the door. He did not let anyone else enter this building. Jean nodded slightly and did not think too much about it. Her eyes tensed up all of a sudden. At that moment, she raised her head to look at Fourth Master Swan, who was cooking seriously. She then lowered her head to continue reading the text message. "Kingsley sent a text message at 10 a.m. Just as I left, something big happened to you again." Jean pursed her lips and replied, "I'm not dead." As soon as she replied, another message came. It seemed that someone had been waiting for her. "But Melody is going to die. That's her business." "Jean, you've gone a little overboard. Do you think it'd be better if I died instead?" The anger on Jean's face was obvious. Edward looked up and saw Jean typing on her phone. She did not look well. He continued to cook the steaks. Chapter 273. A saving grace should be repaid with your body. Jean's gaze was also fixed on her phone. After a long while, she received a message. At 8 a.m. today, Melody was left naked and injured on the pedestrian street in front of the most luxurious luxury brand store in Southampton City. As many people were shopping on Sunday, many people came and went, causing the Sanders to lose face. Jean looked coldly at the message sent by Kingsley. It seemed that Kingsley was recounting Melody's suffering. Jean exited the chat and opened the news client, but there was no information about Melody on the news. She returned to the chat. Kingsley sent another message. Of course, the news agency didn't dare to report the news about the Sanders, but because Melody appeared on the busiest street, many people saw it. Many people even took photos. Not all of them were spread, but a small part of them was. Everyone in the government knew about Melody's matter in an instant. The chief flew into a rage. After Melody was brought back to their residence, she wasn't given any treatment and was directly thrown into their confinement room. "I heard that she's on her last breath." Jean continued to look coldly. What would happen to Melody was her own business and had nothing to do with her. All she did was return an eye for an eye. "I remember reminding you that Melody is the chief's most beloved daughter." "So, you're not asking what I experienced under Melody's methods last night?" Jean replied. It was just that she felt a chill in her heart. There was no reply from Kingsley. Jean continued to type another message. "Isn't she known as the most beloved daughter because the chief thinks that she's more useful? Now that he knows that she's useless, shouldn't he thank me?" "Jean." Kingsley sent 2 words over. Jean's expression was a little ugly. She could imagine Kingsley's anger. Jean admitted that she was just quibbling, deliberately quibbling. She also longed for Kingsley to greet her and care about her. She did not want him to treat her so coldly because she did something that he thought she should not do. "What I care about has never been Melody's life or death. What I care about is that you'll pay the price for this." Kingsley seemed to be gnashing his teeth as he typed the message. Price? What other price could Jean not bear? The Sanders will have more than one Melody. If this Melody is gone, there'll always be someone to replace her. Jean looked. She looked at the message Kingsley sent her. In the end, he sent another message. "Take care of yourself." Their conversation ended there. Jean pursed her lips tightly. The change in her expression was very obvious. Edward also noticed it, but he did not ask her. The stalemate lasted for a few seconds. Jean put down her phone and tried her best to look at Fourth Master Swan without any emotion. The steaks that he was cooking had all been burnt. Fourth Master Swan also felt that he was not a good cook. He said, "Forget it, I'll get someone to send some food over." "Let me do it." Jean took the initiative. Edward frowned slightly. Jean asked, "Do you have any extra steaks?" Edward took out 2 more pieces. Jean got down from the bar chair and walked into the kitchen. Edward made space for her. Jean started to fry the steaks. She was very skillful, and she did not look like a newbie. "You know how to cook?" Edward asked her. Jean nodded. "Did you learn it in those few years abroad?" Edward continued to ask. "Yes. Why didn't you come to me before you went abroad?" Edward kept looking at her, seeing how she was somewhat silent. Jean's eyes moved. She looked at the butter in the frying pan melting bit by bit. She did not answer. Some things were over if they were over. She did not want to bring it up again. Edward did not ask further. The 2 of them seemed to have formed a tacit understanding. When one of them did not want to talk, the other one would choose not to speak anymore. For a moment, it was a little quiet. In the kitchen, there was only the sound of the steaks sizzling in the pan. "Why didn't you ask for help when you were abroad for a few years?" Edward suddenly asked. Jean had always felt that Fourth Master Swan was not a person who liked to talk. However, today, he seemed to be a little talkative. "I didn't want to ask for help." Jean appeared very indifferent. She always felt that she could survive on her own. If life was a little bitter at the beginning, she might be able to endure it slowly. Kingsley was right. Jean's personality was actually not good at all. Sometimes, she was just so stubborn. It was clear that back then when she was abroad, she did not have to live such a miserable life. Even so, she gritted her teeth and endured it. "Knox said that you disappeared completely for 3 years when you were abroad." Edward's tone was indifferent, as if they were talking about the weather today. Jean glanced at him. Edward said straightforwardly, "I've investigated you." Jean smiled. "Right. How could someone like Fourth Master Swan let others get close to him so easily?" After Jean came back, she had become completely different from before. Of course, he would pay attention to her. "What's your relationship with Kingsley?" Edward asked her straightforwardly. "Fourth Master," Jean said while frying the steak, "let Knox help you investigate my matter. I won't tell you." Edward looked at her as if he was sizing her up. "Fourth Master, stay away from me." Jean also turned her head to look at him. The 2 of them looked at each other. They looked at each other. Jean enunciated each word clearly and told him, "I have bad intentions." Edward's eyes narrowed. Jean did not pay attention to Fourth Master Swan's emotions. She turned around and plated the steaks. Then, she boiled the black pepper sauce that had been prepared long ago. Everything was ready. Jean poured the black pepper sauce on the steaks and picked up the plates. "Fourth Master, we can eat now." Edward took the plates from Jean's hands. He placed them on the dining table in the dining room. Jean took out knives and forks from the cupboard and followed behind him. Edward put down the plates and pulled out the rather heavy dining chair for Jean. Jean sat down, and Edward sat next to her. She handed a knife and a fork to Fourth Master Swan. "Have a taste and see if it's overcooked." Edward nodded. The 2 of them started eating silently. Perhaps they were too hungry. The 2 of them ate rather quickly. Moreover, the 2 steaks that were not considered small were finished by the 2 of them. Jean wiped the corners of her mouth. "Fourth Master, I should go back." Edward turned to look at her. "Thanks for saving my life last night," Jean said. She smiled slightly and added, "There's no way to repay you." After that, she did not say anything else. It meant that there was no way she could repay Edward. She only thanked him. "You can give your body in return," Fourth Master Swan said straightforwardly. Jean knew he could say such words very naturally. "I've said that I came with bad intentions. Fourth Master, it's best if you don't draw fire to yourself. If you come with bad intentions, I'll accept all of it." As Edward finished, he suddenly moved his face closer to Jean. At such a close distance, Edward paused for a second. Next, he pressed his lips hard against Jean's. Jean's eyes moved slightly. She looked at Fourth Master Swan in front of her. This man who should have been unapproachable was now so close to her and kissing her deeply. Jean did not know how to react at this moment. She did not know if she should push him away or take the initiative. Or, should she passively accept it? Jean closed her eyes. She should repay Edward's saving grace with her body. She would repay him with her body alone. In the huge room, the temperature in the air seemed to be getting higher and higher. Chapter 274. Jean's identity as a Sander is exposed? In the end, Edward did not force Jean to have sex with him. Even so, he did not let Jean leave either. After the two of them had lunch, they returned to bed. They did not sleep anymore, it was because they had slept enough. They did not know what to do, so they could only sleep and pretend to sleep. In the quiet room, Jean's phone suddenly rang. Jean took a glance at the incoming call and picked it up. Monica. Jeannie, are you awake? Monica asked very agitatedly. Yes, Jean answered. How are you feeling? I'm okay, I'll be fine after a few days of rest. You were seriously injured. How can you only rest for a few days? You should rest for a few months. Jean smiled. She did not have so much time. She wanted to leave Southampton City as soon as possible. She did not want to be entangled with Fourth Master Swan. How about you? How are you? Jean changed the topic. She knew that Monica had also suffered some injuries last night. I'm in the hospital. Monica had a smug look on his face. I'm pretty good now as I'm being taken care of by a designated nurse. You're in the hospital? Jean frowned. Are you seriously injured? No, I only scraped my knees. I was too lazy to go back and forth, so I chose to stay in the hospital. They're minor injuries, Monica explained quickly. Where's Dr. Jones? Jean asked naturally. Who knows where that B***starred went? Ever since I was admitted to the hospital, Finn has never appeared again. Let me tell you, Finn was the one who suggested that I get admitted to the hospital. He was just looking forward to dumping me here so that he wouldn't have to care about me anymore, Monica said indignantly. I always feel that you have some misunderstanding about Dr. Jones. There's no misunderstanding. Finn is such a sinister person. Monica was very certain. Jean still wanted to say something but Monica spoke again. Are you still at Fourth Master's place? Jean's eyes moved slightly. The person next to her was still sleeping. She did not know if he was really asleep or if he was pretending to sleep as she did. I think he treats you really well. You don't even know how flustered he was the moment I told him about your accident. I've never seen him like that. It's like F***ck, my level of education isn't high. I can't find an adjective to describe it. Anyway, I'm just very concerned about you, Monica said very excitedly. Don't push Fourth Master away. Stay with him well. In the future, no one will dare to bully you. You can do whatever you want in Southampton City, no, in Harkin. Jean smiled. Monica really wanted her to marry Fourth Master Swan. She wanted her to be able to show off in the city. Jean said, Monica, I know how to deal with my matters. I just don't understand. What's wrong with Fourth Master? If he likes me, I'll marry him right away. You can't even make things clear with Michael and Finn, and yet you want Fourth Master now too? Do you really think that your relationships aren't complicated enough? Jeannie, just like Fourth Master Swan. Eden is far inferior to him. If you can fall in love with Eden, can't you fall in love with Fourth Master Swan? Fourth Master Swan is truly the Prince Charming of the whole nation. Monica advised earnestly. She really wished that she could help Jean get married. I got it, Jean responded. Fourth Master Swan was by her side, so there were many things that she could not say to Monica. I'll take that as a yes. Monica beamed with joy. Jean was speechless. Let's catch up another time. The nurse came to change my dressing. Monica had always been in a rush. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Jean also put down the phone. After putting it down, she curled up under the blanket. She was staring straight at the ceiling, a little lost in thought. If it was 7 years ago, perhaps it would still be possible. Now that 7 years had passed, it was just too difficult. In the Sanders residence, inside the black confinement room. The floor was cold and covered in blood. There was also a desolate cry. Let me out, I want to see my dad, I want to see my dad. You bunch of lowlifes, if you treat me like this, my dad will kill you. Melody's heart-wrenching voice was heard. She used all the strength in her body and roared fiercely. It had been a few hours since she was locked in this room. No one had come in, nor did anyone treat her injuries. She was not given food or water. If this continued, she might really die here. No, Melody did not want to die. She wanted to kill Jean. She had suffered the greatest humiliation in her life. She had to return an eye for an eye. She had to. Melody screamed in the cold confinement room. The heavy metal door was suddenly opened. Melody, who was lying on the ground, suddenly became excited. She quickly got up from the ground and rushed over. She wanted to rush out of the door, but she was pushed back rudely. The moment she was pushed back, her body fell heavily to the ground again. Her weakness made it impossible for her to get up. She kept shouting, "You dogs! How dare you treat me like this? I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Enough, A fierce shout suddenly came from the confinement room. Melody's body stiffened. She raised her head and saw her dad. He was standing tall in front of her. Her eyes turned red immediately. Melody went from being ferocious into aggrieved. She crawled over and hugged her dad's leg. Dad, you're finally here. You have no idea how scared I am. I've been bullied so miserably. You must help me. You must help me kill Jean. The chief looked at her coldly. His expression was extremely ugly. He suddenly kicked Melody away. Melody looked at her dad in disbelief. Ever since she was young, although her dad was very dignified, he had never treated her this way. He had always doted on her the most. I've warned you not to go against Jean. The chief's cold voice was emotionless. She was the one who kept clinging to Edward. She didn't know her place. Melody was very agitated. She's AB*TCH. What right does she have to snatch my man? Dad, I'm your daughter. I'm a Sander and the third princess of Harkin. What right does she have to snatch my man? I should let her learn a lesson. I should let her know that she's courting death by going against a Sander. Dad, I'm doing this for the dignity of our family. A Sander, the chief sneered. His smile was extremely cruel. Do you think that she isn't one? Melody was shocked. She looked straight at her father. She looked at him in disbelief. She did not believe it at all. The words that Jean had said to her suddenly rang in her mind. Jean had told Melody that she could also be a Sander. It was obvious that she was telling her that she was also a member of the Sanders. No, Melody did not believe it. She did not believe that Jean was her dad's daughter. She did not believe that her dad had an illegitimate daughter outside. It was clear that her dad and her mom were a match and had been in love for decades. They had raised a total of 5 children. To everyone in the world, her dad had always loved her mom. It was not just in the eyes of the public. Melody could also see that her parents had a very good relationship. How was that possible? Melody looked at her father malevolently, but since her dad had said it, she had no choice but to believe it. She gritted her teeth and looked at the chief. You betrayed my mom? You actually betrayed my mom? The chief's expression was cold. He was indifferent to Melody's madness. He said, I've given you enough chances. Today, it ends here. Melody's heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran down her spine. She looked straight at her dad. Her dad, who was usually very nice to her, had a cruel expression on his face. He said cruelly, 7:14 p.m. is an auspicious time. Send her on her way. Dad! Melody screamed. What are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? The chief glanced at her. You don't know what's good for you, so you deserve retribution. This is also to set a good example for your brothers and sisters. He left coldly after saying that. Dad, I'm your daughter. You can't treat me like this. Dad. How can you do this to me because of Jean, an illegitimate daughter? You. Dad. I was wrong. Please let me go. I know my mistake now. Please don't kill me. I beg you. I'll be obedient in the future. I won't mess with Jean anymore. I won't mess with her anymore. From resisting at first, Melody became angry, then she broke down. Afterward, she compromised as she was afraid and in despair. Melody's life ended here. Virtue had its reward, evil its retribution. This was her retribution. Chapter 275. There's no need for a fruitless relationship to begin. Melody's death caused a huge sensation in Harkin. It was officially announced that she had died unexpectedly. What was the accident? The Sanders did not announce it. They refused to announce the true cause of Melody's death on the grounds that they were extremely sad and unwilling to talk about it internally. No one dared to discuss it. Hence, Melody's accidental death was shrouded in mystery in Harkin. Those who knew the truth did not dare to say it. Those who did not know the truth would never know it. When Jean saw the news of Melody's death, it was 2 days after the incident. She was still at the Swan's bamboo garden, on 4th Master Swan's bed. She sat at the head of the bed and watched the grey news. Usually, when an important figure of Harkin passed away, the news would be in grey. At least, Melody's birth gave her this honor in the end. Jean was a little silent. Of course, it was not because of sympathy, but because she did not expect that the chief would go this far. Melody was his biological daughter. Thinking back then, Alexander had beaten Jean half to death for the sake of benefits and sent her abroad to fend for herself. Therefore, as the ruler of the government and the chief of the Great Harkin, it was within expectations that he would go this far when his reputation was threatened and his dignity challenged. Jean did not need to think so much. The moment Jean was about to put down the phone and get up, her phone rang. 4th Master Swan was no longer on the bed. To be precise, The condition that Jean agreed to stay was that she would not sleep on the same bed as him. It was her bottom line, and Fourth Master Swan agreed. Fourth Master Swan was much easier to talk to than she thought. So after Jean stayed, Fourth Master Swan went to the next room. She looked at the incoming call and picked it up. Are you still at Fourth Master Swan's place? Kingsley asked her directly. Yes, Jean also answered directly. Melody is dead. I saw the news. The chief personally gave the order, Kingsley said. Jean bit her lip. What do you want to say? It's risky to stay with someone of high position. The chief even killed his daughter who offended him. Are you reminding me not to provoke him? Jean understood what Kingsley meant. But you already did. Jean was silent. Have you thought about what you'll face next? Kingsley asked. I haven't thought about it. I only want to carry out your task for me as soon as possible. I want to take revenge for my mom as soon as possible and then leave Harkin. I'll never interfere with the matters of Harkin again after that. Jean made it very clear. Jean, you can't get rid of the crap in Harkin. Kingsley enunciated each word, and his tone became cold. Jean's eyes narrowed. She held her phone tightly, waiting for Kingsley to reprimand her. Didn't I tell you that the Sanders will have many people like Melody? Jean did not respond. Melody died, but there'll be someone else to replace her. Kingsley paused for a second before he continued, that person is going to be you. Jean tightened her grip on the phone. From the moment you returned to Southampton City, what have I been telling you the most? Kingsley asked her. Jean did not answer. Kingsley said coldly, stay away from Fourth Master Swan. Jean's eyes moved. She knew that Kingsley was very emotional toward her at this moment. Now, do you know why I have to ask you to stay away from him? Kingsley's tone today was obviously not good. Jean did not want to answer him. You should be clear about the current situation of Harkin. Most of the economic lifeline of the country is in the hands of the Swans. The Sanders don't have enough control over the economy. After the Sanders stabilized their political power, they naturally had to secure the business industry as well. Therefore, the Sanders took the initiative to rope in the Swans, trying to take over the management rights of the business industry from them. In order to take over the management rights of the Swans, the best way is to use marriage. After becoming a family, the Sanders will have a reasonable excuse to interfere in the Swans' business. In addition, with the power of the Sanders now, it'll be easy for them to swallow the Swans' assets bit by bit, Kingsley said clearly. Jean listened and understood. She understood clearly the determination of the Sanders in the matter of the marriage with the Swans. The marriage had failed because of her. She gritted her teeth and retorted, do you think that the Swans can't think of something that even the Sanders can think of? From the start, the Sanders were wrong to try to set up a marriage with the Swans. Did you really think that the Swans would accept the Sanders conspiracy and agree to the marriage just like that? The Swans shouldn't be as stupid as we thought. Yes, I admit that I didn't listen to you. I didn't completely stay away from Fourth Master Swan, but even if it wasn't for me, Fourth Master Swan wouldn't have married Melody. So, I shouldn't be charged guilty for the failure of that marriage. Besides, I've made it clear to you that I was only doing Fourth Master Swan a favor. Of course, I didn't expect him to cling to me like that. Chapter 276. There's no need for a fruitless relationship to begin. I didn't expect that either, Kingsley said fiercely. If I had, I wouldn't have let you go back. I could have found anyone to help you take revenge for your mother. Now, you're completely involved in the mess there. Everything that unfolded isn't what I had expected, but they indeed happened because of me. If I suffer any consequences because of this, it's my own choice. You don't have to feel guilty. Jean, I want you to live well. Kingsley's tone was a little heavy, and it was obvious that he was angry. Me too. Jean was straightforward. But now that things have come to this, other than forcing myself to go on, what else can I do? You can still leave, Kingsley said. Jean frowned slightly. You can leave Southampton City right now, and from now on, you'll never interfere with anything in Harkin. Kingsley's voice was a little loud. Jean's heart froze. She never thought that she would suddenly stop halfway. Let go of your hatred and your feelings for Fourth Master Swan. Leave Southampton City and Harkin right now. Kingsley was extremely serious. This is the last chance for you to completely get rid of the Sanders, the Swans, and Harkin. Jean was a little silent. She remained silent and did not reply. If you refuse this time, I can guarantee that you won't have the chance to escape unscathed anymore, Kingsley reminded her. It was a heavy reminder. Jean pursed her lips. I'll think about it. You have to answer me now. Kingsley did not give Jean any time to think at all. Jean gritted her teeth. You'd better think about it. Besides yourself, you still have George. George shouldn't bear the mistakes you made, Kingsley reminded her again. In fact, Jean had not been with Kingsley for too long. Even so, he knew her weakness very well, until now. In fact, Jean had not thought about the danger she was in. Harkin. Melody's death had indeed made her look at the chief in a new light. She also believed in Kingsley's words that it was risky to be with someone of a high position. If she angered the chief again, she might end up like Melody. Nevertheless, Jean did not think that there would be a next time. She only needed 2 months at most to settle the enmity with the Lawrences and take their assets. After that, she would leave. She would not have any lingering feelings for this city. Now, Kingsley's words made her a little scared. Kingsley would never exaggerate and say something that would make people afraid. He must know a lot of inside information and know that a lot of things would happen next. That was why he was so determined to let her leave. Therefore. Yes, in this world, she only trusted very few people. Jean admitted that she was very unwilling. When she was framed by Jennifer, whipped by Alexander, and found out the real cause of her mom's death, she wished she could kill everyone in the Lawrences with her own hands. Hence, during those years when everyone thought that she had suddenly disappeared, she desperately tried to become stronger. The only thing she wanted was to take revenge for what happened. Now, it did not matter. If it was not her, it could be someone else. Jean believed that Kingsley would not go back on his words. In any case, the outcome would be the same. She did not need to pursue the pleasure of taking revenge. All she needed to know was that the Lawrences would die a horrible death. Jean said, "All right, I'll leave." After a few seconds of hesitation, she agreed. When Kingsley heard Jean's reply, he heaved a sigh of relief. Jean was too stubborn. Sometimes, if he forced her to do something, she might react even more violently. That was the case with the matter with Melody this time. If she could endure it a little, it would not be to the extent that Melody would die. Make some preparations. At the latest, tomorrow, I'll personally come to pick you up and leave. Kingsley did not say much. Those sentimental words were not appropriate at this moment. There's no need to make any preparations. Other than George, I have nothing to take away. Jean had brought George along when she came. When she left, she would only bring George along. All right, Kingsley directly hung up the phone. He had probably gone to make preparations. Jean also hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, her heart was empty. She could not describe what she felt. It was as if she had given up a lot. Her eyes moved slightly. Jean looked in the direction of the door. Fourth Master Swan appeared at the door. He looked at Jean with his arms around his waist. He looked at her sitting at the head of the bed and seemed to be in a daze. The moment he appeared, she stared straight at him. The two of them looked at each other. "Do you want to get up?" Edward asked her. He stood at the door and asked Jean. Fourth Master Swan kept his word of not setting a foot in this room anymore. Jean smiled and made herself look very normal. "Yes. What do you want to eat for breakfast? Are you going to make breakfast?" Jean asked. It had been 2 days and there was still no one else in Bamboo Garden other than the two of them. Jean suddenly felt sorry for Teddy. She would not believe that Teddy had gone to send Knox back and had not returned even after 2 days. Jean wondered where Teddy was. Fortunately, she was leaving. Once she left, Fourth Master Swan should let Teddy come back. Some emotions were hidden at the bottom of Jean's heart. "I'll try." Edward nodded. "I want to have some sausages," Jean replied. Edward raised his eyebrow slightly. He looked a little perverted. Jean frowned. Edward asked in an attractive voice, "Say it again." Jean was baffled. She said, "You can make me a big breakfast." Jean was craving a big breakfast at the moment. "Oh," Edward replied. His smile was really bright. Jean was speechless when he saw Fourth Master Swan's smile. Her face turned red when she recalled what she said just now. It turned out that Fourth Master Swan was having dirty thoughts. "Go and wash up. I'll go down first." Edward seemed to be very pleased. His mood was great. Before he left, he deliberately said, "I'll let you eat my sausages." "Eat my *SS." Jean gritted her teeth. Her face was a little red. Despite that, she felt a little bitter. Monica was sometimes very naive, so simple that she might not even know who she really liked, but sometimes, she could see many things clearly. For example, Monica said that Eden was far inferior to Fourth Master Swan. She also questioned why Jean could fall in love with Eden but not Fourth Master Swan. Jean could love Edward. However, what could she do? There was no need for a fruitless relationship to begin. Chapter 277. Edward's Honesty. Jean washed up and walked into the cloakroom. Her clothes filled the cloakroom. Every time she saw those clothes, she would have indescribable emotions. There was no emotion. Jean indifferently chose a set of comfortable home clothes. She put on a loose white t-shirt and a pair of ultra-short soft gray shorts. The t-shirt was a little long, and the shorts were faintly discernible. Her straight legs were exposed, and there were many bruises. Nonetheless, the wounds on her legs had healed surprisingly quickly. It was not just her legs. Even the spot that had the most serious injury on her back seemed to no longer be painful. It was so much so that it did not feel like it was hurt at all. Jean was even suspecting if the medicine that Dr. Jones gave her was some special medicine. Otherwise, how could all the wounds heal to this extent in just 2 days? As she thought about it, she went downstairs. Fourth Master Swan was very serious downstairs. When he saw Jean appear and saw her straight legs, his eyes moved for a bit, but he then went back to cooking. At that moment, he seemed to be smiling. As he smiled, he thought that Jean was really not afraid. If his bestiality would suddenly be triggered. Jean did not know what Fourth Master Swan was thinking. She walked to the kitchen and stood beside Fourth Master Swan. She watched him cooking while watching a cooking tutorial. As soon as Jean walked over, Edward, who was clearly focusing, suddenly pulled her into his embrace and hugged her tightly. Jean's heart was beating again. She felt that her entire body was stuck to Fourth Master Swan's body. Jean was 166 centimeters tall. Without wearing high heels, she was petite compared to Fourth Master Swan, who was 189 centimeters tall. The sausages will be overcooked if they're cooked for too long, Jean reminded. So you don't like them soft? Edward's lips curled up. Jean frowned. She felt that his words always had a deeper meaning. Nevertheless, at that moment, in order to break free from Fourth Master Swan's hug, she responded to him seriously, I like them harder. I'll try my best to satisfy you, Edward replied. He must be crazy. Even so, Jean pretended not to understand the hidden meaning behind Edward's words. Edward also did not hug Jean for too long. After all, if the sausages were cooked for too long, they would become inedible. Edward let go of Jean, then plated everything on the plates at the side. The food looked pretty good. Edward carried 2 plates and walked to the dining room. Jean followed and sat down. Go on, Edward Said. Jean picked up her fork and took a bite of her food. Edward looked at her from the side. Jean's expression. Edward frowned. It's not good. Jean swallowed it. Try it yourself. Edward picked up his fork and took a bite of his food. His expression was complicated. He had followed the instructions for the seasonings. How could it be completely different from what he usually ate? They were badly seasoned. It was not that the food was completely tasteless. He could not tell what it was, but the taste was not very good. Don't eat it. Edward reached out to take Jean's plate. He did not have any talent for cooking. The last time they went to Monica's house, Jean said that the chicken soup was delicious. He came and learned how to make chicken soup after that. In the end, the chicken soup that he made everyone in the Swans vomit. Later on, when there were more things to do, Edward did not have the time to focus on learning how to make it. Now, it seemed that he was indeed not good in this aspect. Just as he reached out his hand, Jean moved the plate away. Edward frowned. I don't think I'll be able to eat food like this a second time in my life. It'd be a pity to throw it away. Jean smiled slightly. In this life, she probably would not be able to eat the food that Fourth Master Swan cooked anymore. Edward looked at her. Jean started eating again just like that. Her expression was very calm. It was impossible to tell how terrible the food was. Edward Said, if you don't mind, I can cook for you all the time. Forget it, Jean thought. It was almost going to kill her to finish this big breakfast, yet he still wanted to cook for her next time. Jean said, I'll cook it for you next time. The corners of Edward's mouth started to curl up. He was clearly in a good mood. He lowered his head and started to eat his big breakfast. Sometimes, the taste was not that important. The mood was more important. Edward and Jean finished 2 portions of big breakfast. Jean went straight to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Her actions were very natural. Fourth Master Swan followed behind her and hugged her from behind. His actions were also very natural. The two of them had been getting along very naturally these past 2 days. Chapter 278. Edward's Honesty. They were intimate and not pretentious. Jean washed the dishes seriously. She could feel Edward burying his head between her neck and shoulder. Jean always thought that Edward was so tall. If he leaned on her body, would he find it too tiring? How are your wounds recovering? Edward asked her softly by her ear. They're almost done, Jean replied. She was curious, so she asked, what medicine did Dr. Jones give me for my wounds to heal so quickly? It's specially made. Edward smiled and blew into her ear. Goosebumps appeared all over her body. Jean pursed her lips to let her body relax. She asked, did he develop it himself? He's a genius in the field of medicine, Edward Said straightforwardly. It was obvious that he acknowledges Finn. Is he an orphan? Jean asked. Are you very interested in Finn? Someone sounded jealous. He's Monica's husband. Don't worry, he's deeply in love with Monica. Jean also knew, but Monica did not. Finn is indeed an orphan, Edward suddenly said. Jean was stunned. At this moment, she felt that Fourth Master Swan was confessing some things to her. She actually did not want to know too many of the secrets he had. She did not have the right to know. Although the Swans have abandoned politics and entered the business industry all these years, we still have our power and will be in great danger. I think you should know very well that the Sanders are targeting the Swans, Edward whispered in her ear. Jean did not want to know too much. There were many things that she did not need Fourth Master Swan to confess to her. Even so, at this moment, she still chose to remain silent. She heard Fourth Master Swan say in silence, actually, whatever the Sanders can think of, we can think of as well. Rejecting the marriage agreement with the Sanders was to protect the Swans. So you used me, Jean enunciated each word. No, I didn't want to implicate the innocent. Am I not innocent? Jean felt like she wanted to kill Fourth Master Swan. She was forced to leave Southampton City by him, yet he still said that he did not want to implicate the innocent. She was extremely innocent. Thinking about it still made her angry. Jean was fine when she came back. If Fourth Master Swan had not targeted her, would she be so miserable at this moment? You don't count. Edward was very certain. Jean was full of anger. The best way to reject the marriage without conflict is that I already belong to someone else. Matters of love, even on the surface, cannot be forced. Hence, even if the Sanders are unwilling, they can only accept it, Edward Said. So, as the future fourth Madam Swan, shouldn't you do your part? I've already risked her life, and yet he's asking me to do my part? Most importantly, who did he say will be the future fourth Madam Swan? Jean said, Fourth Master, you shouldn't expect too much from me. If it's not you, then it won't be anyone else. Edward enunciated each word and bit on her ear hard. Just wait and die alone then. Jean did not say it out loud. There was no use talking too much at this time. Facts spoke louder than words. The reason Finn is related to the Swans is that the Swans needed someone useful to us, someone who can protect me at crucial moments. Edward went back to the topic. He was talking about Dr. Jones' matter. Jean pursed her lips. Actually, Edward did not need to tell her so much. She was just asking casually. I'm the heir of the Swans. The Swans need me to support everything, and our gradual expansion will bring about many dangers. Therefore, my dad had chosen my personal bodyguards from the moment I was born. They were the kind of people who would stand in front of me when I die. One is Knox, and the other is Finn. You don't have to tell me. Jean was straightforward. She did not need to know about this. Edward seemed to have smiled. He said, I'm only telling you who are the people around me that you can trust, and what abilities they have. Jean did not need to know. You should be very clear about Knox's background. He's the grandson of my dad's right-hand man, Wade Winter, when he was a national defense general. Knox had been instilled with the idea that he would die for me. He had been following me since he was 5 years old. I'm 3 years older than him. To be honest, when Knox first followed me, I had to hug him. Jean could imagine that scene. She imagined the scene of a cold child hugging another child. Finn is the same age as me. He also came to my side when I was 8 years old. You might be curious as to why my dad chose Finn out of so many people. It's because Finn can't feel any pain. Huh? Jean was a little surprised. He can't feel any pain on his body when he's injured. Someone like him is very suitable to be a professional bodyguard. Since he's not afraid of pain, he'll stand in front of danger at any time. Even if a knife is stabbed into his body, he'll remain indifferent. Jean had never known that Finn had this kind of physical quality. She guessed that Monica probably did not know. Other than me, Knox, my dad, and Wade, no one else knows. Edward gave her a positive answer. Now that you know, don't tell Monica. This is considered a secret. You shouldn't have told me the secret. Apart from being professional bodyguards, Finn and Knox have their own developments in other fields. I think you don't need me to tell you that Finn is a doctor while Knox is a businessman. It's easy to understand why Knox is a businessman because the Swans are doing business now and need more business talents. As for Finn's practice in medicine, doctors can save people or kill people. Therefore, my dad trained him to be my doctor. That's how he can ensure my absolute safety. Does your family have any relationship with the Cardillinis? Jean asked. She could not help but ask. Since Edward had said so much, she was also curious. We do, but it's not what you think, Edward Said straightforwardly. Everyone thinks that the Cardellini supported Finn as he grew. In fact, it was my father who made Gary support Finn. The reason was that he didn't want to attract the attention of those people who were secretly watching the Swans. No matter what, it was very unusual for the Swans to suddenly sponsor an orphan. In order to not cause unnecessary trouble, my dad asked Gary to sponsor Finn in the name of the Cardellini's business. More importantly, Gary has a pharmaceutical company. If Finn wants to develop as a doctor, it'd be best if he sponsors him. Has the Swans already roped in many families in the business world? Jean asked. No, there's no need for that, Edward replied. In S. Harkin, the so-called 12 families in the business world are only divided into 2 types of families. Jean was surprised. The Swans and the other families. What Edward meant was the other families were not worth mentioning as compared to the Swans. In fact, that was indeed the case. Given the assets of the Swans, the other families including the Locks, who had bankrupted, could not even compare to them. They did not even have half the assets of the Swans altogether. The Swans had the right to be proud. However, Gary's dad had some relations with my dad back then. They had a good relationship when my dad was in politics. Later, my dad left politics and chose to go into the business industry. The Cardellinis sponsored his initial funds, so my dad kept in contact with the Cardellinis. When my dad asked the Cardellinis to help sponsor someone, the Cardellinis naturally didn't refuse him. Jean nodded. Now, she roughly understood many things. Mr. Lawrence, 4th Master Swan suddenly called out to her. At this moment, he hugged her and made her look him face to face. He asked her very seriously, "When can you be honest with me?" Chapter 279. You're destined not to leave me again. When can you be honest with me? Edward asked Jean. He asked her seriously. Jean smiled and answered him directly, "Not at any time." There was an obvious change on 4th Master Swan's face. "So you should stay away from me." Jean still had a smile on her face. "I won't be far away." Edward moved his face closer to Jean. Jean's eyes moved slightly. Despite that, she could not break free. "From the moment you return to Southampton City, Ms. Lawrence, you're destined not to leave me again." Jean bit her lip. So, from the very beginning, she was targeted by this big shot. Kingsley said that Jean wanted to be entangled with 4th Master Swan. It was clear that she did not do anything. 4th Master Swan was the one with ulterior motives. Jean wanted to record this message to Kingsley to prove her innocence. "I've always been curious. Why did you fall in love with me? If it's just because I slept with you 7 years ago and made you unable to forget me, it's too melodramatic." Jean was really curious. Even though there was some sarcasm in her tone. "If I were to say yes, would you regret having looked for me back then, Ms. Lawrence?" "Yes, very much," Jean enunciated each word. When the man in front of her heard her gritting her teeth, not only did he not get angry, but he also smiled. Next, Jean felt that 4th Master Swan's body became closer to hers. Jean seemed to have felt the aggressive nature of the man in front of her in an instant. It was very strong. "I want you, Ms. Lawrence," Edward Said. He was talking like a hooligan but in an attractive voice. Even so, due to his stunning face, it sounded like he was saying something sweet, so much so that one would fall in love with him. Jean looked at 4th Master Swan. She looked as he pointed at her chest with his slender fingers. Edward pointed at her chest, at her heart. He said in a deep voice, "I also want your heart." Ba-dump, ba-dump. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Jean could no longer remember how many times her heart had beaten faster in front of 4th Master Swan. It was very easy for her heart to beat faster after hearing what he said. Jean looked straight at Edward. She looked at his desire. It was so obvious. Nevertheless, he turned around and left. Edward left her. He did not do anything to her. At this moment, Jean felt a little disappointed. After he left her, she felt a sudden sense of disappointment. It was like she felt empty because what she thought would happen next did not happen. Jean watched 4th Master Swan leave. She looked at his tall figure and broad shoulders. She suddenly ran over. She ran over and hugged 4th Master Swan's back. It was a steady back that gave people a sense of security. The man who was being hugged suddenly tensed up. He stood there stiffly, not moving at all. He could feel that his back was being hugged tightly. Edward heard Jean asking him from behind, "Have the wounds on your back healed, 4th Master?" Jean had previously seen the whip marks all over his back. She guessed that they should be almost healed. After all, the wounds on her body had healed a lot. Edward Said in a lowered voice, "Ms. Lawrence, you can see it yourself." "Okay," Jean agreed immediately. she agreed and let go of Fourth Master Swan. Then, she lifted Fourth Master Swan's clothes. It was a soft blue t-shirt. The t-shirt was very loose, but one could still vaguely see the outline of Fourth Master Swan's muscles, which were so defined that it made one's nose bleed. Jean looked at the whip marks on his body, which had all turned into calluses. They were still so obvious, but they had completely healed. She used her hand to gently touch his back and asked, "Does it hurt?" "No, so, can we?" Jean asked. The man whose back was facing her turned around to look at her and whispered in her ear. His voice was very, very gentle. Nonetheless, she was incredibly shy when she heard his words. Edward leaned closer to her face. He looked at her especially red face. "Do you mean this?" Edward asked her. His voice was so deep that it could not be any lower. It was as if he was enduring. He was enduring, and his Adam's apple kept rolling up and down. Jean suddenly felt that it was so sexy. She wrapped her arms around Fourth Master Swan's neck. Edward's body moved slightly. "No," Jean answered. Her female voice was pleasant to the ear. The expression on Edward's face had obviously changed. He would probably be disappointed just like she did a while ago. That said, he was not angry, he was just restraining herself. He was trying her best to restrain herself. Jean stood on her tiptoes and moved closer to Fourth Master Swan's ear. She did not know why this man liked to bite her ear so much. She just wanted to give it a try and see what it felt like to bite someone's ear. Hence, she opened her mouth and bit his earlobe. She breathed hot air into his ear. As a result, someone's ear instantly turned red. Jean suddenly smiled. It turned out that she was not the only one whose ear would turn red when being bitten. It was an instinctive response. Jean said, "Didn't I just promise you that I'll do it next time?" A certain someone seemed to be stunned. She said with hot breath, "One shouldn't go back on one's words, so I should return the favor." Next, her body was lifted by the waist. Jean's heart moved. She hugged Fourth Master Swan's neck tightly, afraid that she would suddenly fall. She was carried upstairs by Fourth Master Swan, who pushed open the door to his room. Then, they lay on the same bed. The two people looked at each other, however, they did not move. Neither of them took the initiative, they just stayed there. It lasted for a long time. Jean thought her hint was obvious. Could it be that men would like women who were more proactive? Jean let go of her hands from Edward's neck and caressed his face. Bit by bit, she seemed to be drawing his outline. In her memory, the first time she met Fourth Master Swan was when her mom passed away. At that time, many people went to pay their respects. Fourth Master Swan had been very famous since he was young. After all, old Master Swan had placed too much importance on him, causing the upper-class society in the city to speak highly of him. It was said that he had been very capable since he was young and had extraordinary talent. He was far inferior to his brothers in the family. Even so, very few people really knew how capable Fourth Master Swan was, and in which aspect. It was to the extent that his mysteriousness made others more curious about him, and it also made people pay more attention to him. At that time, it was also because of this that Jean took a few glances at him. She was very upset during that time. Her mom's sudden death had dealt her the biggest blow in her life for the first time, and she could not accept it. During those days, she cried so hard that she almost broke down. She was completely immersed in her own sad world and did not pay any attention to the outside world. It was until she met Fourth Master Swan Jean heard someone say back then, "Is that the legendary Fourth Master Swan? He looks so noble and elegant, he doesn't look like a 12-year-old child." She was only 8 years old then, hence, she still had the curiosity of a child. She was a little curious about the Fourth Master Swan that everyone was talking about. So she looked up and saw the legendary person for the first time. Edward was wearing a black suit, and his hair was combed very neatly. It was the kind of hairstyle that only became popular now. He looked very spirited and handsome. His facial features were very stunning. He was the best-looking person Jean had seen. He was much better looking than her. One would not be able to take one's eyes off him at a glance. Fourth Master Swan was only 12 years old at that time, but he did not look childish at all. Moreover, he was already close to 170 centimeters tall at the age of 12. Jean remembered that when she was 8 years old, she was less than 130 centimeters tall. At that time, she felt that Fourth Master Swan was unreachable. It was as if the big shot whom Jean would never be able to get in contact with in her life was in a completely different world from her. In fact, at that time, Fourth Master Swan did not spare her a glance. He followed his brothers and paid respects to Jean's mother. After the funeral, he left coldly. That was true. At that time, Jean met Eden, who was the same age as her. Eden was also with Fourth Master Swan. He followed behind them. After the members of the Swans left, he suddenly ran to Jean and held her hands. He said, "Your mom has passed away, but don't be afraid. From now on, I'll be your friend. I'll protect you." It was probably what he said at that special time that moved Jean. Chapter 280. Jean leaves, while George is kidnapped. At her mom's funeral, Jean met Eden. From then on, Eden often appeared in front of her. Eden had always been the kind of boy that was very popular with adults. He was good-looking and smart. Eden would take the initiative to greet his elders and was polite and respectful to everyone. He did not have the bad habits of young masters from the upper class who were arrogant, mischievous, and willful. He was well educated by the Swans, and the impression he gave others was completely different from that of his fourth uncle. Eden was bright and cheerful, while Fourth Master Swan was always cold. Wherever Eden went, many elders would take the initiative to get close to him. The elders loved him. On the other hand, no one dared to get close to Fourth Master Swan. He was young, but he gave others a very strong sense of hostility. He was unapproachable. Later on, Jean fell in love with Eden. They became childhood sweethearts who spent time together day and night. Eden used to be very nice to Jean. Everyone said that Eden loved her very much. Jean also felt that Eden loved her very much. However, did he not cheat on her in the end? He cheated on her to the point that everyone knew. The corners of Jean's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this after so many years? The two people who had once loved each other were going against each other now. The two people who had never interacted at all were sleeping on the same bed instead. Jean had never thought that the unattainable Fourth Master Swan would one day be naked on top of her. He was so close to her that he was well within reach. Jean traced Edward's face with her fingers. How biased was God to give this man such a perfect body? God made him so attractive. Fourth Master, Jean called out to Edward. She called out to the man in front of her who had been looking at her without making a single move. When the man heard her voice and heard her clearly seducing him, he suddenly smiled. As he smiled, he suddenly left her body. Jean frowned slightly. Sometimes, she could not understand Fourth Master Swan. To be more precise, she could not understand him at all. For a second just now, she felt that Fourth Master Swan was thinking about it. He really wanted it. Now, he suddenly stood up and left. It was unexpected. Unexpectedly. Disappointing. Fourth Master, do you not want it anymore? Jean turned around and looked at the man who walked straight to the bathroom. The man who left stopped in his tracks. He turned around and asked, "What if you run away again after we sleep together?" Jean's heart moved. She tried her best to look emotionless. "So, I shall not sleep with you just to be safe." After saying that, Edward walked into the bathroom. Following that, the sound from the shower could be heard. Jean's eyes moved, and she lay back on Fourth Master Swan's bed. She smiled faintly. It was a faint and bitter smile. Even if they did not sleep together, Jean would still leave. She only wanted to do it to give herself closure. Since Edward did not want it, she would not force him. She just lay on the bed like this for a long time. After a long time, Fourth Master Swan walked out of the bathroom. He was cold. It was obvious that he had taken a cold shower. Jean still did not understand Fourth Master Swan. She did not know why he was holding back. She always thought that his ultimate goal was to sleep with her. During this period, Jean could feel Edward's desire for her, but at the last moment, he left. It was hard to understand. After taking a shower, Fourth Master Swan left the room just like that. He left like a ferocious beast, as if he was afraid of getting close to Jean. Jean wanted to laugh. If she told others that Fourth Master Swan was afraid of her, she did not know if anyone would believe her. In reality, Edward was afraid of her at this moment. He was so afraid that he did not even dare to look at her, so he left. Deep down, all right, it was not important. In the future, the people and the matters here would not be important to Jean. She just lay on the bed and rolled around for a while. Women sometimes had impulses. So they also needed to relieve themselves. Jean lay like this for a long time. Her phone suddenly rang. Jean frowned. Her physical and mental desires instantly disappeared. Kingsley was indeed a good tool to vent her anger. Jean picked up the call. "Hello. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'll arrive in Southampton City. I'll take you and George away on an 11 a.m. flight." "Okay. Have you thought about how to leave Fourth Master Swan's side?" Kingsley asked. Jean took her phone and got up from the bed. Chapter 281. Jean leaves, while George is kidnapped. Jean walked toward the huge outer balcony of Fourth Master Swan's bedroom and stood there, looking at the garden scenery of Bamboo Garden. She said to Kingsley, I can leave. Do you need me to arrange for someone to come and meet you? That's not necessary, Jean said straightforwardly. It'll only alert Fourth Master Swan. Don't worry, I can escape from his place in one piece. Jean, this is your last chance. If you miss this chance, I really can't promise you anything anymore. Kingsley was very serious. I know, Jean nodded. I won't go back on my word. Tomorrow, I'll ask Miles to directly take George to the airport. As for you, be careful. Okay. Jean hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, she leaned on the railing of the balcony. Then, she saw Fourth Master Swan suddenly jump into a huge pool in the garden and swim crazily in it. Jean smiled again, but she felt that it was very funny. She still felt that Fourth Master Swan was a little childish. He could clearly use the most direct way to relieve himself, but he chose every other way to torture himself to calm down. Jean just silently watched Fourth Master Swan swim around in the pool. After tomorrow, such a scene would never be seen again. Jean and Fourth Master Swan spent their last day in a rather comical way. The next day, Jean changed into an outfit. Fourth Master Swan was cooking breakfast seriously in the kitchen. He made toast, milk, and eggs. Edward watched Jean get up and put the breakfast in the dining room. Jean sat down. She sat next to Fourth Master Swan. Fourth Master Swan was peeling a hard-boiled egg for Jean very seriously. Fourth Master, did you sleep well last night? Jean asked. When she asked, the hands of the man who was peeling the egg trembled. It seemed that he did not sleep well. Me neither, Jean said. She did not sleep well either. To be more precise, she did not sleep at all. She had too many things on her mind. In the end, she could not fall asleep. She took the egg that Fourth Master Swan had peeled and ate it silently. Edward also ate his food silently. I want to go out for a walk, Jean said as she ate her breakfast. Edward frowned slightly. I'm here every day. I want to go out for a walk. Where do you want to go? Edward asked. Anywhere is fine. I just don't want to stay here, Jean said bluntly. I can't do anything. I'll suffocate to death. Can't do anything? The corners of Fourth Master Swan's mouth twitched. Let's go shopping. I have many clothes here, but shopping is still a woman's nature, Jean suggested. I'll go with you after breakfast. Fourth Master, when do you plan to let me go back? Jean could not help but ask him. She continued, as you can see, my injuries are almost healed. In a few days. George is still waiting for me at home. Let him wait a few more days. Jean gritted her teeth. I still have to go to work. I asked for leave from your father. Jean was speechless. No wonder Alexander did not even call her these few days. Of course, she did not think that Alexander would care about her. Nonetheless, since she suddenly did not go to work for no reason, Alexander would find fault with her. Jean continued to eat her breakfast quietly. In any case, it would be impossible for her to leave by herself today. She looked at the clock in the living room. It was 8:30 a.m. It would probably be about 9 a.m. when they left for shopping. Kingsley must be on a private plane, and he must have arranged everything at the airport. There would be no need for security checks, but it would still take some time to get from the special passage to the plane, so Jean only had 1 hour and 40 minutes to slip away from Fourth Master Swan. It should not be difficult. Jean thought to herself and finished her breakfast. After breakfast, Fourth Master Swan also changed into a set of clothes and drove Jean out. In the most luxurious and top-class shopping mall in Southampton City, Fourth Master Swan accompanied Jean to go shopping. Jean bought a lot of things. Since she was not spending her money, why not? The two of them walked into a luxury store. Fourth Master Swan was very famous in Southampton City. Jean was also very famous here. The shop assistants here remembered famous people very well. When they saw Edward and Jean arrive, they quickly went forward to welcome them. Fourth Master, Ms. Lawrence. Fourth Master Swan nodded slightly. Jean also nodded. Ms. Lawrence, we have a lot of new bags here. They're all limited edition. You can take a look here, the shop assistant quickly introduced. Chapter 282. Jean leaves, while George is kidnapped. Jean smiled and asked, is there anything for a man? Ms. Lawrence, are you buying something for Fourth Master? The assistants here were all smart people, so they could naturally figure it out. Yes. Jean nodded. The moment she nodded, she clearly saw the man beside her smile. He smiled without batting an eyelid. Ms. Lawrence, this way please. The assistant quickly invited Jean to the men's area. We have men's bags, clothes, shoes, belts, accessories, and perfume. Ms. Lawrence, I can introduce you to whatever you need. I'll go to the clothing area and take a look. Okay. The assistant was respectful. Jean picked out the men's clothes one by one under the assistant's introduction. Ms. Lawrence, this suit is the new style of our designer. It's 100% handmade, and the details are exquisite. Even the buttons were meticulously polished by our designer, the assistant introduced. Jean nodded and turned to look at Fourth Master Swan. Fourth Master, do you like it? Edward did not look at it, but he just nodded. Can he try it? Of course, the assistant quickly said. Next, the assistant got someone to take it down and said to Fourth Master Swan respectfully, Fourth Master, this way please. Edward took a look at Jean. Jean said, I'll wait for you here. Edward nodded. He turned around and followed the assistant. Wait. Jean suddenly called out to him. Edward turned around. Jean walked to the tie area at the side and picked out a silver gray tie. She always felt that Edward suited the color very much. As such, she let the assistant take it down and said, pair it with this. Ms. Lawrence, your taste is really good. This tie is the most exquisite tie we have this season. It doesn't look outstanding at a glance, but it's the one that our designer put the most effort into designing. The assistant complimented her and added with a smile, it's also the most expensive one. Jean smiled and handed the tie to Fourth Master Swan. Edward took a look at the tie. He suddenly bent down and leaned close to her ear. He said, when I come out later, help me tie it. Jean's heart moved slightly. Even so, she smiled without changing her expression. She responded, okay. At the same time, Fourth Master Swan kissed her ear again. It was as if they were naturally intimate after they had finished speaking. Jean's face was slightly red. After all, they were in public. Especially when she saw the assistant, she turned her head away in embarrassment. Fortunately, although Fourth Master Swan was a hooligan, he would not go too far in public. After kissing her, he walked into the changing room with the assistant. They walked into the changing room. The smile on Jean's face disappeared. Goodbye, Fourth Master. Jean placed the tie on the sofa at the side and turned around to go to the counter. She used her phone to pay for Fourth Master Swan's entire set of clothes and tie. Then, she left. From then on, she left. The moment Edward changed his clothes and came out, what was waiting for him was not Jean, who promised to tie his tie, but an assistant. She smiled and held the tie respectfully in her hand as if she was waiting for Edward to come out. She asked, Fourth Master, do you need me to help you tie your tie? Edward's expression could not be described. At that moment, the assistant seemed to have noticed something strange. She quickly explained, Ms. Lawrence said that she had something to do and left first. However, she has paid for your suit and tie. Did she say anything? She didn't say anything, the assistant replied respectfully. She didn't say anything. Very well. Edward's eyes narrowed. The sudden cold aura made the assistant swallow the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Jean left them all very smoothly and left in front of Fourth Master Swan in one piece. She did not know if Fourth Master Swan would come looking for her after he found out that she had left. Perhaps he would, but it would not be easy to find her. Jean did not leave immediately after she left the mall. She went to the communications business hall outside the mall and bought a new SIM card. Jean knew very well that given Fourth Master Swan's ability in the city, it would be very easy for him to locate her through her SIM card. She still had many calls to make, so she could not use her original phone card. It would also take some time for Fourth Master Swan to guess that she had changed the phone card. At this time, she should have left long ago. Chapter 283. Jean leaves, while George is kidnapped. After changing into a new SIM card, Jean did not take a taxi to leave. For safety reasons, she went to the bus stop not far from the communications business hall and got on a bus. She thought that Fourth Master Swan would not have guessed that she would take a bus to leave. When she knew that she was leaving, she had planned her route. The bus would not go straight to the airport, but it would go to an intersection leading to the airport. After Jean got off at the bus stop, she would ask Miles to pick her up. Then she would meet up with George and go to the airport together. Speaking of which, she still felt a little guilty about George. After the accident, she had been in Bamboo Garden with Fourth Master Swan, while George lived alone at the Lawrence's villa. If it were not for the fact that George was used to Jean not being by his side since he was a child, most 6-year-old children would not be able to accept it. Even if they could accept it, a mom would still feel guilty. Fortunately, Jean had finally fulfilled George's wish. At least, they were about to leave Southampton City, which he did not like. Jean took a deep breath. She felt that she was thinking too much. She picked up the phone and dialed Miles's number. I'm Jean. Where are you now? I'm leaving with George from the Lawrence's manor. I'm preparing to go on the airport highway, Miles answered. In order not to attract attention, George still got up and went to school as usual. Nonetheless, he did not go to school after Miles picked him up. Instead, they went straight to the airport. I'll send you my location. Come here to pick me up first, then we'll get on the highway together. Okay. Jean sent Miles the location of the station where the bus would arrive. After Miles received the location, he sent a message. I'll be there in 20 minutes. The bus would also arrive in about 20 minutes. Jean put down her phone. She turned her head and looked at Southampton City outside the bus. This was her first time taking the bus. It turned out that taking the bus could allow her to slowly enjoy the scenery of the city. The corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile. Jean had thought that she would not have the slightest bit of feelings for this city. At this moment, she felt a little reluctant to part with the city. She just looked at the scenery outside the window indifferently. After 20 minutes, the bus arrived at its destination. The journey was smooth, so smooth that even Jean found it unbelievable. In just 20 minutes, Fourth Master Swan could not find where she was. Naturally, nothing shocking would happen. Jean got off the bus and waited for Miles at the agreed place. She waited for quite a while. Jean frowned. Miles should have arrived before her. She pursed her lips and called Miles. The phone was turned off. Miles could not have turned it off. For someone like him, he had to keep his phone on 24 hours a day during a mission. Jean suddenly had a bad feeling about this. She did not quite want to believe that Fourth Master Swan would target George. Jean gritted her teeth and tried her best not to panic. She called Kingsley. It was 10:20 p.m. Kingsley should have reached Southampton City by now. Even though it was a different number, Kingsley could confirm that it was Jean who called. He asked, "Have you arrived?" "Has George arrived?" Jean asked immediately. "No." Jean tightened her grip on the phone. She should have expected that Miles would not have sent George over without waiting for her. Furthermore, Miles would have picked up his phone. She was just holding on to a small hope. Jean did not think that Fourth Master Swan would be this smart. She did not think that she had exposed herself in any way. She did not think that Fourth Master Swan would think that she would suddenly leave. Given Miles's ability, it would also be impossible for him to be caught by Fourth Master Swan just like that. Unless Fourth Master Swan had ordered people to keep an eye on George such that they would immediately act once anything happened to him. Jean gritted her teeth. It was useless to think about anything at the moment. She could only calm herself down. She calmed down and told Kingsley, "George and Miles have gone missing." Kingsley's expression had obviously changed. "I asked Miles to pick me up before going to the airport, but now that I'm here, I don't see them. Most importantly, Miles didn't pick up his phone." Jean explained the matter clearly. "Where are you now?" Kingsley asked straightforwardly. "I'll send you the location. Don't go anywhere first. Wait for me," Kingsley urged. Chapter 284. Jean leaves, while George is kidnapped. Kingsley was afraid that Jean would act rashly. "Okay," Jean agreed immediately. After hanging up the phone, Jean waited for Kingsley at the intersection. She told herself that there was no need to panic. No matter what, George was not in danger. Even if he was captured by Fourth Master Swan, he would not be in danger. Even so, her eyes narrowed. Her expression was still a little ugly. Not long after, Kingsley came. A black car stopped in front of Jean, and the car door opened. "Get in." Jean quickly got into the car. She sat next to Kingsley and said, "I suspect it's Fourth Master Swan." Kingsley nodded. "Fourth Master Swan will definitely bring George to Bamboo Garden. We'll go straight there now." Jean had thought it through. Since the soft approach could not work, she would use the hard approach. She believed that she could leave if she wanted to. Kingsley refused. "No, we'll go to the airport now." Jean looked at Kingsley in disbelief. Kingsley repeated, "We'll go to the airport now." "George is seized by Fourth Master Swan," Jean reminded him. Kingsley said, "I know, so at least he isn't in danger." "What right do you have to say that he's not in danger?" Jean was furious. She was mad. "Do you know what kind of person Fourth Master Swan is? How can you be sure that George isn't in danger?" Jean asked him fiercely. Kingsley was a little quiet. He did not seem like he wanted to compromise. At this moment, the car was already heading toward the intersection of the airport highway. Jean did not want to waste any more time with Kingsley. Her pupils constricted, and she immediately wanted to go to the driver's seat to move the steering wheel and force the car to turn. She did not want to get on the highway. She had just moved when Kingsley suddenly restrained her. Jean's pupils constricted. The driver in the driver's seat had also noticed Jean's strange movements. She looked at Jean through the rearview mirror and smiled. Jeannie, you're still so stubborn. Jean was stunned. She did not expect Kingsley to bring Lucy along. Ah, Kingsley was afraid that you'd go back on your word, so he asked me to come and persuade you if it's necessary. Lucy seemed to have seen through Jean's doubt, so she explained. At that moment, she even smiled. Even for a woman in her 30s, at such a charming age, her every move, every frown, and every smile were alluring. This was probably the reason Lucy was able to stay by Kingsley's side even though he had so many women. Lucy was a woman that Jean truly admired. Despite that, at this moment, Jean refused flatly. I want to take George with me and leave. I can't leave him behind. I'll send you off first then go save George, Kingsley said clearly. Why can't you include me? I'm not at ease, Kingsley said affirmatively. I'm not at ease with letting you face fourth Master Swan. Kingsley, I've decided to go with you. What exactly are you uneasy about? You'll compromise for George. I won't. Jean was very determined. At that moment, she was very angry. Lucy watched their argument through the rearview mirror. To be honest, after so many years, only Jean could make such a big fuss and act so recklessly toward Kingsley. When the others saw Kingsley, they were all respectful. Even Lucy did not dare to behave atrociously in front of Kingsley. This man was sometimes very scary when he was ruthless. Therefore, at this moment, Lucy drove quietly and very seriously. It was her duty as a driver. Kingsley, stop the car. Jean was enraged. She was infuriated. It would not matter if it was anyone else, but not George. I'm telling you to stop the car. Jean roared angrily. She was so mad that her eyes were red. Kingsley was still indifferent. Kingsley, do you know how important George is to me? Do you know how important you are to me? Kingsley suddenly turned his head to look at her. Jean's heart moved. Kingsley's words made her feel a little uncomfortable. How important George is to you is how important you are to me. Kingsley was also very angry at Jean. The two of them confronted each other. Kingsley said, I said that I'll take George away. I'll keep that promise. Why can't you let me follow you? Am I that untrustworthy? Not in regards to fourth Master Swan's matters. Kingsley, is that all the trust you have for me? Do you really think that I'll lose my sense of propriety for a man? Jean's eyes were bloodshot. What made her feel even worse was Kingsley's distrust of her. Today, either I take George and leave Southampton City, or I die in Southampton City. Jean looked at Kingsley and asked him fiercely, is that all right? Chapter 285. Jean leaves, while George is kidnapped. Is this all right? Either Jean took George with her and left, or she would die in Southampton City. Kingsley's eyes moved slightly. He had been enduring silently with his veins showing. The car had been moving rapidly toward the airport. Even after Jean had said this, Kingsley still did not speak. Kingsley still let the limousine drive toward the airport. At this moment, Jean did not know what to say to move Kingsley. She could not resist as well. After all, she could not even defeat Kingsley, not to mention, there was also Lucy. Jean gritted her teeth. Tears kept rolling in her eyes. They kept rolling but did not flow out. The atmosphere was tense. All of a sudden, Jean's phone rang. Her eyes moved slightly. She instantly suppressed her emotions. Jean looked at the phone number on the phone screen and saw the string of Arabic numbers. She just looked. Kingsley also looked. Jean gritted her teeth and picked up the call. Fourth Master Swan's deep voice was heard. Ms. Lawrence. Jean had changed her number, but he still knew. So, it was confirmed that George was with him. This was because Jean had only called Miles on this number. Once Edward checked Miles' phone, he would instantly know that this number was hers. Jean said, Fourth Master. Where did you go? Edward asked in a deep voice. Fourth Master, can I help you? Jean tried hard to suppress her emotions. She did not sound strange. Edward lowered his head and looked at the silver-gray tie in his hand. After leaving the shopping mall, he had been holding it in his hand. He said, I'm waiting for you to help me tie my tie. There are many people who want to tie your tie for you. But I only need you. Jean held the phone tightly. At this moment, she could no longer act with Fourth Master Swan. After all, George was still in his hands. She gritted her teeth. Where's George? Edward seemed to laugh. He told her bluntly, he's with me. Jean's expression instantly turned ugly. I saw that George skipped class, so I picked him up to Bamboo Garden, Edward sighed casually. Jean gritted her teeth when she heard that. Don't you lay your finger on George. Of course, I won't. Fourth Master Swan agreed immediately. Didn't I tell you that I've taken a liking to your son? How could I do anything to hurt him? That said. Jean's eyes narrowed. She heard Fourth Master Swan's tone change, and his tone was cold. If you don't want him anymore, I can help groom him into someone like Knox and Finn. Edward. Jean called out his name angrily. Edward did not seem angry. Instead, his voice was gentle. It's rare for you to call my name, Ms. Lawrence. I'm honored. What's the point of you taking George away? You're the fourth master of the Swans of Southampton City. Don't you think it's despicable of you to treat a child like that? So your plan to leave me in the mall while I'm changing is not despicable? The person on the other end of the call asked. Jean gritted her teeth. What do you want? Nothing much. I just want you to come back, Edward said bluntly. Jean's hand trembled as she held her phone. I'll wait for you. Edward did not seem to be expecting Jean's reply. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Jean was furious. She turned her eyes and glared at Kingsley. Kingsley was also looking at her. The two of them looked at each other. Neither of them compromised. The driver was also very calm as she drove toward the airport. There was a stalemate for a long time. Jean said, You definitely won't let me go back, right? Kingsley's eyes moved slightly as he nodded. Then can you guarantee that you'll bring George back? I promise. Kingsley nodded. Kingsley, if George is gone, I won't be able to live either, Jean said clearly. Me neither, Kingsley responded clearly. Jean bit her lip tightly. Kingsley had never lied to her. He had never been unable to do what he promised her. Jean said, All right, I believe in you. She compromised. She compromised so quickly. As Lucy drove, she still could not believe her ears. She did not expect that Jean would be the one to compromise instead of Kingsley. Based on her understanding of Kingsley, he might have given in if Jean was a little more unreasonable. Chapter 286. Jean leaves, while George is kidnapped. After all, Kingsley basically responded to Jean's every request. The car suddenly fell into silence again. It was silent. The car did not stop and drove to the airport. At the same time, in the Swans Manor, in Bamboo Gardens Hall. George and Miles were brought here by Knox. Knox was baffled. He had not even recovered from his injuries when he received a call from Fourth Master Swan. He was asked to stay at the Lawrence's manor and keep an eye on George's movements. Knox was truly dumbfounded. He felt that Fourth Master Swan was crazy. What was the point of keeping an eye on a child? Knox had been instructed to watch George leave school from noon yesterday until 9 a.m. today. Then, this morning, he found out that George did not go to school but went in the direction of the airport. Naturally, he had to report it to Fourth Master Swan. Then, Fourth Master Swan ordered him to bring George back. Knox was the great young master of the Winters. He felt bad for treating a kid like that. Fortunately, there was someone in the car who knew some martial arts. Although it took Knox some time to take down the other party, if word got out, at least he would not be said to have bullied a kid. As such, Knox brought George back. At this moment, when he heard the conversation between Fourth Master Swan and Jean, he roughly understood what was going on. Has someone been dumped? Is he trying to use her son to make her stay? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Fourth Master Swan is too crazy when it comes to dating. Despite that, seeing that Fourth Master Swan was in a good mood, Knox did not want to get himself killed. He sat on the sofa obediently. He sized up George as he had nothing to do. This stupid kid is quite patient. He didn't even make a sound from the beginning to the end. Does he know that he's being kidnapped now? A hostage can be killed during a kidnap. He could be killed. It was not baseless thinking. Given Fourth Master Swan's state, if Jean did not come, he might really kill the innocent. Knox imagined a lot. His phone rang at this moment. He looked at the incoming call and picked it up. How is it? Have you gotten a location? Yes. The other party was respectful. According to a call just now, we found that the phone's base station is located on a highway heading to the base station. We've just sent someone to drive there. We'll report accordingly. Don't lose them, Knox instructed. Understood. After hanging up, Knox said, Ms. Lawrence is now on the highway to the airport. Edward was expressionless. Maybe she'll turn around and come back later, Knox speculated. No matter what, since Jean's son was here, it was impossible for her to leave just like that. No parent would be so ambitious. Edward did not react to Knox's speculation. Knox also felt very bored. He could not sit still. He got up and walked toward George. George looked up at him. Knox asked, Are you scared? George did not answer. Do you think your mom will come back to save you? George still did not answer. Have you been scared, silly? Knox looked at George. At this moment, he felt a little sorry. My mom said that only people with low IQ would talk so much, George suddenly said. FCK. Who is he cursing at? Who the F*** is this brat cursing at? George turned around and ignored Knox completely. He walked straight toward Fourth Master Swan. Since he was not restricted in any way, he could move freely. Of course, Miles was not treated as well. Miles was seriously restrained and could not move. At this moment, when Miles saw George walking toward Fourth Master Swan, he was a little emotional. George. George took a look at Miles, but he still walked toward Fourth Master Swan. He stood in front of Fourth Master Swan. As he was very short, he was only as tall as if Fourth Master Swan were to sit. George asked, "Why did you bring me here?" Edward's eyes moved slightly. He looked at George in front of him. "I thought you knew very well." "Is it because of my mom?" "Yes, my mom doesn't like you," George told Edward clearly. Edward looked at him. Knox, who was at the side, also looked at the two of them with interest. "Who does your mom like?" "My mom likes Kingsley." George was straightforward. Knox, who was at the side, was about to vomit blood. "He's really not afraid of being strangled to death by Fourth Master Swan. My mom said that the most important man in this world to her is Kingsley," George told Fourth Master Swan very seriously. "Is that so?" Edward's face was dark. At this moment, Knox felt that. He was quite scary. Even so, George was indifferent. Knox felt that he was really stupid. George was too smart but also too stupid. "Fourth Master, it's useless even if you kidnap me," George told Edward very seriously. "So you know that you're being kidnapped?" Knox stared at George with his eyes wide open. "My mom can just leave me," George said. "She can still have a lot of children. One more or less won't make a difference." Knox almost laughed to his death. Does he understand everything so clearly? If Fourth Master Swan understands everything as well as that kid, he wouldn't have made himself so miserable. At this moment, Knox's phone rang again. Knox hurriedly picked it up. "Did you catch up with Jean?" "I did. I found that the car Jean was in had stopped at the airport. She followed two people into the airport. It looks like she's about to leave." Knox was speechless. Ms. Lawrence is really special. She just left her son like that. Knox turned to look at Fourth Master Swan. "Ms. Lawrence has entered the airport. It seems that she has no intention of coming back." Edward's expression was extremely ugly. On the other hand, George said calmly, "So, I was right." He was left behind by his mom. Fourth Master Swan was also left behind. Chapter 287. George is abused, and Jean returns. In the Swan's bamboo garden. In the huge living room, Knox did not want to laugh, but he could not help it. After all, Edward wanted to kidnap Jean's son to achieve his goal, but he failed just like that. Even Knox felt awkward for him. He looked at Fourth Master Swan just like that. Fourth Master Swan's expression was extremely ugly. On the other hand, George, the child who had been kidnapped, was calm. George told Fourth Master Swan calmly, "Fourth Master, my mom won't come back to save me. She has long told me that I'll leave her side one day anyway. She has only left ahead of time." Edward looked at George. He looked at George. There was not a hint of fear in that small stature. Edward asked, "Is that so? My mom won't be threatened by anyone." George nodded and told him with certainty. "Now, what do you think I should do to you? After being played by your mom, how can I take revenge on you?" Edward asked. "Let's make a deal." George was straightforward. Edward raised his eyebrow slightly. He was obviously a little surprised. Knox, who was standing next to him, was also shocked. This little brat is truly calm in the face of honor and disgrace. How can he be so calm in such a place? "Tell me about it." Edward looked at George. "I heard that you called my mom just now. You said that you would train me to become someone like him." George turned to look at Knox. Knox felt that he was looked down upon no matter what. "It would probably cost a lot of money to groom a person," George said to Edward. "It does cost a lot of money," Edward replied affirmatively. "So, didn't you lose a lot by kidnapping me?" George looked at Edward. Edward's eyes narrowed. "Not only did you fail to make my mom come back, but you also wasted a lot of money on me. Isn't that a loss?" "No money spent on you is a waste." Edward enunciated each word clearly. "We're not related. Spending money on me is a waste." George affirmed his point of view. "Who said we're not related?" Edward raised his eyebrow. George looked at him. At that moment, he seemed to be a little surprised by what Edward said. "Tell me about your deal." Edward returned to the main topic. Some topics were simply brushed aside. "You kidnapped me. Not only did you not make my mom return to your side, but you're also going to help her raise her son. That's not taking revenge. You're being used by my mom." George explained his point of view seriously. Knox, who was standing at the side, was surprised. If he had not seen it himself, He would not have thought that a 6-year-old child could speak with so much reasoning. One would be led astray by the child if one was not careful. Knox could not help but say, he's indeed being taken advantage of. Edward gave him a look. Knox did not say anything else. George said, actually, I'm the same as you. I'm also a victim. We're both abandoned. Knox was surprised again. The child's logic was amazing. With just a few words, he even made himself sound like he was in cahoots with Fourth Master Swan. At first, Knox thought that George was autistic. Usually, geniuses were not good with words. Now, it seemed like, as expected, people with low IQ were more talkative. So, we can't hurt each other, George concluded. So, I should let you go. Edward looked at him. No, George shook his head. I know you won't let me go. Knox was confused. Why did he say so much if he knew that Fourth Master Swan won't let him go? Fourth Master, you're a businessman, right? George suddenly asked Edward. Edward nodded slightly. Somewhat. Businessmen only care about money and benefits, right? Somewhat. But you made a loss-making deal today. George was straightforward. Somewhat. I know that the Swans have a fatal security system bug. If the bug isn't fixed, it'll pose a great threat to the Swans. I'll help you fix this loophole and make up for the loss you suffered today. Finally, George revealed his purpose. After it's fixed, you'll let me leave. Edward did not agree. He just looked at George directly. You can consider it. George's expression was serious. He added, my mom won't come back to save me no matter what. It's useless for you to threaten her by taking me as a hostage. If she doesn't come back, you won't be able to achieve your goal. If you can't achieve your goal, you'll spend money to raise me. Fourth Master, you'll suffer a hard loss. Chapter 288. George is abused, and Jean returns. Knox was convinced by George at that moment. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Edward had suffered a huge loss. It felt like he had lost everything. This was awkward. Knox felt that Fourth Master Swan was extremely awkward at the moment. He reckoned that Edward had never been tricked like this in his entire life. Knox looked at Fourth Master Swan. He was very curious about how he would answer the little brat. It was silent for a while. George was a patient person. After he finished talking about his deal, he waited quietly for Edward's reply. There was no sound. While there was a stalemate, Knox's phone rang again. He quickly picked it up. At this moment, he even put it on speakerphone. Since it was about Jean, he did not want to trouble himself to pass on the message afterward. The person who called was extremely respectful. Young Master Winter. Speak. Jean has boarded the plane. Knox turned his head to look at Edward. So, she really left. Was it because she was certain that Edward would not do anything to George, or was it just as George had said, where one more or less child would not matter to her? Okay, I got it. Knox hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he could not help but say, she's really gone. Edward's expression was very ugly. I'm guessing that Jean was certain that you wouldn't do anything to George. Perhaps she's more than happy for you to raise her son for her, Knox mocked Edward. Edward gave him a look. Knox was speaking the truth. When it came to torturing Fourth Master Swan, Ms. Lawrence could always do it well. Fourth Master, please agree to my deal, George said. Don't have any hope for my mom. All right. Edward suddenly agreed. After all, George was still young. When he heard Edward agree to his deal, he smiled. He looked quite good when he smiled. No wonder Jean was so sure that Fourth Master Swan would not do anything to George. Edward could not do anything to such a child even if he wanted to. Knox, bring a laptop over, Edward instructed. Knox quickly went upstairs to get a laptop. To be honest, he was also very curious about how talented George was. The last time Knox heard about George's ability from the principal of Angerberg Private Elementary School, he was very excited. In the end, he did not remember anything. He only knew that the brat was very powerful. Today, he wanted to see how powerful he was. Knox quickly carried the laptop downstairs and placed it in front of George. George knelt on the coffee table in front of him and turned on the laptop. The laptop was password protected. George did not ask for the password at all. He took out a USB flash drive that he carried with him and plugged it into the computer. Then, he tapped on the keyboard a few times and unlocked the laptop. What the F***ck? This laptop has a firewall. I even hired a world-class IT expert to do it. It was cracked just like that. This is F***ck unbelievable, Knox thought to himself. George appeared to be unusually calm. He unlocked the laptop, opened a browser, and entered his hacking system. Knox still knew some things about computers, but he was still confused by George's overly complicated codes at this moment. He just watched as George kept typing on the keyboard. The degree of flexibility of his fingers was simply amazing. Soon, George entered the Swan Group's internal network. He entered it just like that, and the system did not even alert that there were outsiders. Knox was very helpless. What kind of idlers did he raise with so much money? He wanted to fire those self-righteous coders. At this moment, George entered the intranet. All the information was flashing on the screen. It was obvious that everything was automatically transferred to George's folder. This was a so-called commercial hacker. The most obvious characteristic of a commercial hacker was that one would steal useful trade secrets without destroying anything. At this moment, all the latest business plans of the Swan Group were in George's hands. Oh my God. Fortunately, George was only 6 years old, so he probably did not know how much the secrets were worth. Otherwise, if they were to be leaked out, the Swan Group would be dealt a heavy blow. The reason I can easily enter your firewall and even get all the trade secrets is that a few codes are missing here. After George put on a magnificent show, he told Edward and Knox the crux of the problem. Knox moved close to the screen. Chapter 289. George is abused, and Jean returns. I know you've long discovered that someone has breached your intranet, but you never knew where the loophole is. I saw that your technicians have been maintaining and repairing a code. In fact, I deliberately left a mark there to let them think that that's the entry point I used. FCK, he's so young, but he knows how to create a diversion, Knox wondered. No wonder his technicians kept saying that they had fixed the firewall, but for some reason, the other party was still able to hack into their system easily. After hacking into their system, the hacker left a small bomb, causing the technicians to work overtime for some time. Here, George said, only 3 codes are missing. George got to the point. The moment when he was editing the code, he turned to look at Fourth Master Swan. Fourth Master Swan, will you let me go after I fix it? He did not forget to confirm this. Edward nodded. George did not ask any more questions. He looked pure and innocent. It gave people a feeling that if they lied to him, they would be struck by lightning. George tapped on the screen. A miracle was born. The moment George pressed the enter key, all of his things were withdrawn. In an instant, the entire screen showed a red alarm light, indicating that George had been ejected by the system. Just like that, the system was repaired. Knox was completely stunned. His phone suddenly rang at that moment. Knox took a look and picked up. Mr. Winter. Speak. Our intranet has somehow repaired itself. The person on the other end was very excited. Somehow my *SS. You people only know how to scam my money. Pack your things and leave tomorrow. To think that he had spent so much money to raise a bunch of trash. Knox hung up the phone. At that moment, he could not help but look at the laptop in front of George again. This kid was not simple. George did not feel proud at all. He got up from the ground and said to Fourth Master Swan, "Can I go now?" "Where do you plan to go?" Edward asked him. He did not say that he would stop him. "Fourth Master, you don't have to worry about it." "Are you 6 years old this year?" "Yes, you still need a guardian." George frowned. "Of course, I'll keep my word, Edward Said. Call your mom, and I'll send you back to her." George looked at Edward with a displeased look on his face. Knox, who was at the side, was shocked by Edward's shameless words. Isn't it obvious that he has tricked little George? George helped Edward fix the loophole in his business, but Edward was asking him to bring him to see his mom. A pro. Knox could only say that Fourth Master Swan was the real pro. George had been wrong from the start when he wanted to make a deal with Fourth Master Swan. Knox felt that George was about to cry from being bullied by Fourth Master Swan. Even so, Fourth Master Swan was indifferent. He was indifferent and waited for George's reaction. George bit his lip and said, "I finally know why my mom doesn't like you." Edward raised his eyebrow slightly. "My mom doesn't like old and cunning people." Knox burst out laughing. George even knew that he had been tricked. His IQ was superior to that of ordinary people. Edward did not seem to care about George's accusation, though there were still some subtle changes in his expression. He suddenly stood up from the sofa. When he stood up, George seemed really short. "Edward Said, think about it carefully. Once you're done, call your mom. I'll send you back to her. I've never gone back on my word." He still has the nerve to say that he has never gone back on his word. Fourth Master Swan, don't lose your face just like that, Knox thought to himself. Edward left just like that. He left in a carefree manner. George stood there in a huff. Perhaps it was due to his high IQ, he did not make a big fuss about it. He just watched Fourth Master Swan leave and looked extremely aggrieved. Knox could not stand it any longer. He went over to comfort George out of kindness. Don't be angry. Many people have been schemed against by Fourth Master Swan. You're not the only one. That's because your IQ is low, FCK. Knox felt that he was being kind for nothing. He suddenly felt that George's personality was exactly the same as Edward's, who would abandon people upon achieving his goal. In the international airport of Southampton City, Kingsley sent Jean directly to the plane. Jean sat on the plane and looked at the scenery of Southampton City. Chapter 290. George is abused and Jean returns. It was obvious that Jean did not miss this city at all. However, George stayed. Jean gritted her teeth. When she thought of George, she could not calm herself down no matter what. She did not know what Fourth Master Swan would do to George. She did not know if Fourth Master Swan would go crazy to a certain extent. She had never felt that Fourth Master Swan was a good person. Her body, which she had been suppressing, was trembling slightly. Lucy glanced at Jean. Then, she glanced at Kingsley, who did not compromise at all. In the end, she chose to remain silent. The plane took off. Kingsley left. When he left, he said to Jean, "I'll bring George back." "I definitely will." Jean did not reply. Kingsley also did not expect to get a reply from Jean. He turned around and got off the plane. The plane started. It glided along the airport's designated flight path. Jean still did not say a word. She looked out the window without saying a word. Her eyes were red as if she was trying hard to control her emotions. She just looked out the window, looking at the city outside the plane. It was not that she did not trust Kingsley. Kingsley never broke his promise to her. It was just that, she left George. Jean had once told George that she would never leave him unless he took the initiative to leave her. At this moment, she broke her promise. Her eyes were red. She knew George would not blame her. No matter what she did, he would not blame her. Despite that, this was the reason she felt worse. Everything in front of her became blurry. All of a sudden, Jean felt that the plane had stopped. Instead of taking off, it stopped. Jean thought it was her imagination. At this moment, she heard Lucy say, "Get off the plane." Jean turned and looked at her in disbelief. She looked at Lucy in disbelief as Lucy pointed the gun at the captain's head and forced him to stop. "Aren't you worried about George?" Lucy raised her eyebrow. "Master," Jean called out to her. At this moment, her voice was a little choked up. From Kingsley's perspective, he doesn't want you to go back. He didn't do anything wrong. After all, if you stay in Harkin, you'll get into a lot of trouble. He's indeed trying to protect you. He doesn't want you to choose to go to Fourth Master Swan's side because of George. Lucy seemed to be explaining Kingsley's actions. Jean knew everything. She knew the reason behind everything that Kingsley did. It was just that there would always be some deviations between reason and emotion. The difference between you and the professional assassins under Kingsley is that you have a lot more emotions than them. To be honest, I envy you, Lucy said. I've seen too many assassins like me, who are like machines. I don't think we're happy. If we don't even have any emotions or desires, are we still considered humans? Lucy laughed self-deprecatingly. Jean looked at her. She looked at Lucy as Lucy continued, "So, I support you for acting recklessly and emotionally sometimes." Jean still looked at Lucy in a daze. All along, the people by Kingsley's side only listened to him. The most important thing is that Kingsley isn't suitable to face Fourth Master Swan head-on. He's not allowed to come to Harkin so frequently. Besides, he's now in conflict with the Swans, which even the Sanders is afraid of in Harkin. I'm not only thinking from your perspective, but also for his sake. You like Kingsley, right? Jean suddenly asked. Lucy smiled. To professional assassins like her, liking someone was a far-fetched thing to do. I pledged my loyalty to him, Lucy responded straightforwardly. Jean did not say anything more. It was because she did not have much time to waste. Since she could leave, she would leave. Master, thank you. Jean left after that. Lucy smiled. She felt that Jean should not be like her and become a person without emotions. Nevertheless, she knew very well that the price she had to pay would be very high. Lucy put down her pistol. She waited on the plane. She knew that Kingsley would see the plane take off before leaving. When he saw the plane stop, he would know that something had happened. As expected, in less than 10 minutes, Kingsley returned to the plane. He looked around. You let Jean go? Kingsley questioned Lucy. Yes. Lucy nodded. Kingsley's expression was extremely ugly. George is Jean's son, so it's reasonable. Chapter 291. George is abused, and Jean returns. Pow! A slap landed directly on Lucy's face. Lucy pursed her lips. Her face was instantly swollen. Even so, pain was something that people like her were used to. So she did not feel anything. Lucy just accepted Kingsley's outburst of anger. It's reasonable? That's not something you should say, Kingsley lectured her. Understood, Lucy replied respectfully. Kingsley picked up his phone and dialed. Jean had run out of the airport and taken the airport patrol car. She looked at the incoming call and gritted her teeth as she answered it. Jean, come back. Kingsley's angry voice was heard. I'll bring George back with me. Come back now. I'll bring George back with me. Jean's temper was also very bad. In this world, Jean was probably the only one who could do whatever she wanted in front of Kingsley. I'll ask you one more time, are you really going back? Yes. Jean was resolute and decisive. Regarding George's matter, there was no need to hesitate. She had only compromised with Kingsley just now because she knew she could not resist. Once she could resist, she would not be threatened by anyone. All right, Kingsley said coldly, you better take care of yourself in the future. The moment he finished, he hung up the phone. Afterward, he ordered the captain, take off. The captain was stunned. Lucy also looked at Kingsley. In the end, no one dared to say anything. No one dared to interrupt him while he was raging. The plane glided again. Then, it took off and left. Jean's eyes moved slightly. She watched as the plane in the distance left. There were some indescribable emotions in her heart. She knew that she had disappointed Kingsley. Nevertheless, she did not regret it. Moreover, she had thought it through very clearly. Once she rescued George from Fourth Master Swan, she would take George with her and leave. They would leave Southampton City together. They would follow Kingsley's instructions and never come back. With this thought in mind, the guilt in Jean's heart eased slightly. At this moment, the patrol car had returned to the airport hall. Jean got out of the car and left the airport quickly without hesitation. Bamboo Garden. George sat on the sofa in the hall. He was neither crying nor laughing, and he did not say a word. He was probably in a bad mood because he had been set up. Knox had done all he could but was still unable to persuade George to have lunch. He was on the verge of a breakdown. He was the great young master of the Winters. Was he here to serve a child? When he was about to explode, Edward came down from upstairs. Knox could not take it anymore. He said to Edward, you brought him back. Why did you leave him to me? Edward took a look at Knox and then at George. He said, George. George turned to look at Edward. Come over for lunch. His voice was very low. He neither threatened nor bribed George. It was just a simple order. George followed him. FCK. Knox was furious. George simply treated him lightly. In the dining room, Edward was sitting at the dining table. George also obediently sat next to Fourth Master Swan. Knox sat down angrily. He thought about the things he had never said in his entire life. They were simply nonsense. He picked up his cutleries and started eating, ignoring the others. Edward was used to Knox's temper. He said to George, eat. George did not start eating. Didn't your mom tell you that the most important thing at any time is to ensure your health? Edward started eating slowly. His movements were quite elegant. George took a look at Edward. Next, he picked up his cutleries and began to eat silently. The dining table was very quiet. Teddy was waiting at the side. He did not really understand. It was Ms. Lawrence who was previously here. Why was George here instead at this moment? Forget it. I better not ask. If I know too much, I'll be chased away again. My informant called just now and said that the plane has taken off, Knox said as he ate. Edward, who was eating elegantly, had a stiff look on his face for a second. Knox said to George mischievously, your mom really left you behind. George glanced at Knox. He ignored Knox. He felt that Knox was very childish. Knox looked at George's expression and felt that the kid was looking at him as if he was an idiot. Chapter 292. George is abused, and Jean returns. Knox was angry. Even so, he told himself that he would not argue with a child. After lunch, Edward put down his cutleries. Knox was also full. He leaned against the chair and seemed to be very satisfied. George ate slower and continued to eat silently. He ate quite a lot. This little devil was quite magnanimous. He was kidnapped, yet he could still be so calm. I'm full. George put down his cutleries. His upbringing seemed to be quite good. Wash the dishes, Edward suddenly said. Knox was stunned. George was also stunned at the moment. Wash the dishes, Edward sighed again with a determined tone. George was a little emotional. Teddy quickly came back to his senses. I'll wash them, I'll wash them. As Fourth Master Swan did not like to have many people around, other than a chef, there was only Teddy in the house. Teddy did almost all the work in Bamboo Garden. Not only did he clean the house, but he also did the laundry and mopped the floor. Could he also say that he was the gardener in the house? George, wash the dishes, Edward Said again. His tone was a little heavy. This time, no one dared to say anything. George looked straight at Edward. Edward Said, if you stay with someone, you have to do your part. Washing dishes isn't difficult for you. He's only 6 years old, Knox reminded him. He can't even reach the sink. Edward gave him a look. Knox surrendered. He pretended that he did not say anything. In any case, he abhorred evil as one did one's enemy. If he did not vent his anger, he would not let the matter rest so easily. At that moment, George also knew that he should do as he was told as he was living under someone else's roof. He got down from the chair and carried his plate and cutleries to the kitchen. Not just yours, Edward continued to instruct him. George bit his lip. After putting down his plate and cutleries, he turned back and picked up the rest of the plates and cutleries on the table and placed them in the kitchen. Then, he stood on tiptoe and started to wash the dishes. Knox could not help but go over to look at him. Edward also went over. It was obvious that George did not know how to wash the dishes. He only knew how to rinse them with water. He washed them instinctively, but the grease could not be washed away no matter how hard he tried. He washed everything in the sink for a long time. Teddy could not stand it anymore. He could not help but remind George, "Little Master Lawrence, the dishwashing liquid is on the side." George was startled. Then, when he saw the dishwashing liquid, he cleverly put the dishwashing liquid into the sink. He squeezed a little too much. Teddy wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Edward's gaze. For a moment, the sink was filled with foam. A lot of foam. Not only was there foam around the sink, but there was also foam on George's body and the ground. After washing for a long time, the dishes were finally done. George put the dishes aside obediently and prepared to leave. "Wipe off the foam around you," Edward instructed him again. George was unhappy. He was unhappy. He took the cloth that Teddy quietly handed to him. George twisted the cloth and started to clean. He wiped off the foam around him. On the ground as well, Edward reminded him. George squatted down again and wiped the ground. After a long time, George finished. Edward turned around. "Follow me upstairs." George was a little angry. He put down the cloth angrily and followed behind the person in front of him. Knox and Teddy watched them leave. Knox said meaningfully, "Teddy. Young Master Winter, don't you think that? Huh? Don't you think that they looked like the abandoned father and son?" Teddy stared at Knox with wide eyes. "I'm just guessing." Knox smiled meaningfully. At this moment, upstairs, Edward brought George into the bathroom. "Take a shower and change into clean clothes," Edward instructed. George was unhappy. "If you're staying at someone's place, you should do as you're told." "I'll surely leave," George thought to himself. In fact, he knew that his mom would not leave him alone. She had once said that she would never leave him unless he left her. George only wanted to leave Fourth Master Swan's place on his own. He did not want to bring trouble to his mom. George bit his lip and obediently took off his clothes. He walked into the bathroom and took a shower. Edward just stood at the door. He just looked at George. Looking at George, he asked, "Does your mom often cook for you?" The moment George lathered up, he paused and looked up at Fourth Master Swan. "She'll cook for me when she's free. Is it good?" Edward asked. "Yes." George nodded. Chapter 293. George is abused, and Jean returns. "I think so too," Edward Said. He had just eaten the food Jean made 2 days ago. "Does your mom always wash the dishes?" Edward asked again. George frowned but still answered, "Yes. You have to learn to wash the dishes yourself in the future." George did not want to bother with Fourth Master Swan. Edward did not say much to George. He instructed, "Come out after your shower." "I don't have any clothes. They're outside." Edward turned around and walked out of the bathroom. George took a look at Fourth Master Swan and quickly rinsed off the foam on his body. He walked to the bedroom outside. Just as he walked out, a white towel was thrown directly on his body. George was stunned. He quickly wrapped the towel around his body and dried himself. Afterward, he saw a set of children's clothes on the sofa in the bedroom. He hesitated for a moment before putting them on. The size was just right. Edward seemed to have sized him up and said, "Come this way." George followed Edward and walked into the bathroom again. Fourth Master Swan's bathroom was very big. The dry and wet areas were well separated. At this moment, George was in front of the bathroom sink. Edward was blowing his hair roughly. George bit his lip and did not move. After a while, his hair was blown dry. Edward put down the hairdryer and asked casually, "Are your curls natural?" It was not natural. Jean said that it was for fashion, so she gave him a perm. It was done by her. George did not say anything. Edward casually rubbed his hair a few times. Just like a poodle. "You're the dog. Everyone in your family is a dog. Take an afternoon nap." Edward messed with George's hair for a while before instructing him again. George did not have the habit of taking an afternoon nap. "I advise you to preserve your strength. There are still a lot of things to do in the afternoon." George did not look at Edward. "For example, mopping the floor, washing clothes." "Edward Said, before you consider calling your mom and asking me to send you over, you have to be prepared to live under someone else's roof." George hated Fourth Master Swan. After Edward finished, he turned around and walked out. The moment he walked out, he did not forget to remind George, "Don't think about jumping out of the window. This floor isn't high, but you'll easily break an arm or a leg." George bit his lip, and his expression became even worse. Nonetheless, he was still threatened by Fourth Master Swan. He climbed onto the bed and was very unhappy. What made him even more unhappy was that after he got up from his nap, he was really ordered by Fourth Master Swan to start cleaning the big home. George started by mopping the floor. There were 3 floors, each floor more than 100 square meters. A 6-year-old child like him had to clean the big house. Teddy could not stand it anymore. He wanted to help George but was stopped by Fourth Master Swan's death stare. Feeling repentant, he could only watch George mop every floor. It took a full 6 hours from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. After mopping the floor, George could eat. George was so hungry that he wolfed down his food. Edward looked at George and smiled. George finished eating. Before Edward Said anything, George went to wash the dishes. After washing them, he wiped the surroundings and the ground clean. Edward nodded. "Tomorrow, Teddy will teach you how to wash clothes." Teddy did not want to abuse a child. "You can go upstairs to sleep now," Edward instructed. George quickly went upstairs. Knox was still here at the moment. Regarding Fourth Master Swan abusing a child. Well, he had no comments. He stood up and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back too." "Wait, Edward Said." Knox thought he had heard wrongly. "Someone will come. If it was not Jean, it would be Kingsley." Edward was ready to greet whoever came. After saying that, he went upstairs. Knox was confused. Did he suffer too much and become abnormal? In the end, Knox still stayed. Late at night, it was quiet. Knox fell asleep on the sofa in the living room. Jean appeared at Bamboo Garden. In fact, Fourth Master Swan's Bamboo Garden was even easier to enter than the Lawrence's manor. Other than the gate of the manor that was being guarded, there was no one else. In particular, Bamboo Garden could be easily accessed once one entered the manor. Entering a gate was a piece of cake for Jean. At this moment, she had arrived in front of the building in Bamboo Garden. Of course, she was not stupid enough to enter directly through the hall. Even though she knew there were very few people in Bamboo Garden, it was not to the point that she could swagger around. Jean walked directly to the backyard. She needed to analyze which room George was in. Logically speaking, George should not be in Fourth Master Swan's room. Fourth Master Swan would not let George sleep with him. Then, it was very likely that George was in the room next to Fourth Master Swan's. Even if he was not next door, at least there was no one next door. It was considered the safest place to enter from. Jean did not waste any time. She nimbly climbed up to the 2nd floor, climbed over the outer balcony, and walked straight into the bedroom. In the bedroom, she carefully approached the big bed. There was a small person on the bed. She did not need to get too close to know that it was George. Jean held her breath and went to George's side. She whispered in George's ear, "George." George frowned. After a while, he opened his eyes. Before he could speak, his mother covered his mouth. "Don't talk, I'll take you away." George nodded. He knew his mom would not leave him behind. Jean carried George up from the bed. Then, she quickly went to the balcony and put George down. "I'll go down first, then I'll catch you from below." Okay, Jean directly jumped down from the 2nd floor. There was a lawn below. Although the floor was a little high, Jean was skillful, so she did not feel anything when she jumped down. After she landed, she stabilized her body. Just as she was about to get up and let George jump down, a man's voice was suddenly heard coming from behind her. "Ms. Lawrence, you're really skilled." Jean gritted her teeth. She knew it would not be so easy to take George away. Chapter 294. Jean stays, and Fourth Master Swan confesses. A familiar voice came from behind, causing Jean to clench her teeth unconsciously. She knew very well everything was far from simple. Fourth Master Swan had gotten many people involved to kidnap George, so he would not let Jean take him away so easily. Jean was hoping to be lucky. Facing such a situation was within her expectations. Nevertheless, her heart was still filled with rage. Her eyes narrowed. "Ms. Lawrence, it's best if you don't act rashly," the man behind her said. It was as if he could see what she would do next. He said, "I don't want to cause unnecessary harm between us, and I don't want to implicate the innocent." As soon as he finished, Jean saw Knox appear on the balcony on the second floor and stand next to George. Knox looked very helpless. "Jean, the kidnapping of George has nothing to do with me." He quickly clarified the situation. Even so, he would obey Fourth Master Swan's orders. In other words, if Jean made any move at the moment, Knox would make a move on George. The emotions that Jean had been holding back exploded bit by bit, but she was also restraining them bit by bit. "Ms. Lawrence, if you understand, don't resist. Come back to the house with me," the person behind her said nonchalantly. Edward knew that her emotions had reached their limits, but he chose a casual approach. Jean even felt that he had turned around and left. It was as if he knew that she would follow him back to the house. Jean gritted her teeth. She forced herself to calm down. When she came back, she had thought that it would not be so easy. Now, she had just guessed correctly. She tried hard to calm herself down. She turned around and followed the tall man. Under the dark sky, his broad shoulders and straight back were right in front of her. For a moment, Jean was in a daze. It was only for a moment. She pursed her lips and followed Edward into the hall. The lights in the hall were very bright. Knox had appeared in the hall with George. He yawned. Knox felt that he was quite innocent. Why did he have to get involved in this fight between the married couple? He was so sleepy. He wanted to go home to sleep. Therefore, he collapsed on the sofa and looked at the couple helplessly. He looked at the couple who had not spoken a word since they returned to the hall. It was not only the two of them who did not speak, but the little brat was also waiting quietly. Time ticked by. Knox felt like he was more anxious than the people involved in the situation. He could not take it anymore. "Can the two of you speak?" Knox broke down. "I'm going crazy." Edward turned to look at Knox. Jean also looked at him. Slowly, her gaze landed on George. George also looked back at Jean. The mother and son looked at each other for a while. Edward interrupted them. "Ms. Lawrence, you suddenly left without saying goodbye at the shopping mall. Where are you going?" Jean turned back to look at the man who was talking. Even though she had chosen to take George away like this, she was prepared to be caught by Fourth Master Swan at the scene. Hence, she had prepared an excuse. "I'm leaving Southampton City." Edward's eyes obviously tensed up. Jean added, "I'm leaving Harkin." "So, you want to do what you did 7 years ago? Do you want to leave as you please again?" Edward's tone was indifferent. It carried a hint of coldness. "This is different from 7 years ago. I was forced to leave 7 years ago." Now, on second thought, Jean seemed to be forced this time as well. She looked straight at Fourth Master Swan and said, "I don't think I need to report my whereabouts to you, Fourth Master." Edward's expression changed slightly. It was obvious. Knox was yawning at first. When he heard the conversation between Edward and Jean, he suddenly felt energized. Why was he so excited by this tense situation? Knox looked at Edward and Jean like a busybody. He heard Jean say again, "I'm not related to you at all, Fourth Master Swan. Aren't you being too controlling?" Too controlling. Knox wanted to laugh. This was probably the first time a woman despised Fourth Master Swan so much. On second thought, what Jean said was not unreasonable. To put it bluntly, Fourth Master Swan had no relationship with Jean, so what right did he have to stop her actions? Chapter 295. Jean stays, and Fourth Master Swan confesses. The atmosphere in the hall was obviously a little tense. It was a stalemate. Jean did not seem to have any intention of compromising. When she did not receive an answer from Fourth Master Swan, she said very calmly, "It's late at night. I've disturbed your rest, Fourth Master. George." George looked at Jean. Jean stretched out her hand. "Let's go." She said it so naturally. Most importantly, George really walked toward Jean. Jean held George's hand and was about to leave right under the noses of Edward and Knox. Knox could not understand Fourth Master Swan. He had spent so much effort to get Ms. Lawrence to come back, and yet he was just going to watch her leave right under his nose. "Ms. Lawrence," Edward suddenly called out to Jean. Knox knew that Fourth Master Swan had never been an easy person to talk to. Jean's heart moved slightly. She knew it. She could not convince Fourth Master Swan with just a few words. Just like what Fourth Master Swan had said, she did not want to cause unnecessary harm, nor did she want to implicate the innocent. As such, she stopped the moment Edward spoke. Jean looked at Fourth Master Swan. It was as if she was waiting for him to say something. Ms. Lawrence, to you, are we not related in the slightest bit? Edward asked her. He asked her coldly. Jean responded, I apologize if I've caused any misunderstanding during this period, Fourth Master. The meaning behind her words was very clear. At least to her, there was no relationship between them. Edward smiled. It seemed to be a smile, but it also felt like an illusion. Edward suddenly stood up from the sofa. He stood up in an imposing manner. Jean pursed her lips. At this moment, she subconsciously held George's hand tightly. She did not notice it, but George noticed it. George turned his head to look at his mom. He saw her looking at Fourth Master Swan vigilantly. Fourth Master Swan stopped in front of Jean. He looked down at her from above. I thought that I've made it obvious. Edward's tone was unhurried. He was staring intently at Jean. Fourth Master, you made it clear. Jean admitted it and continued, but that's you, not me. Besides, I thought that I've also made it clear. I was clearly rejecting your expression of interest in me. So do you have to leave, Ms. Lawrence? Edward asked Jean. Jean answered him firmly, I have to leave. What if I just don't let you leave? Edward suddenly became extremely cold. Jean could feel his strong aura at this moment. Perhaps if she gave a wrong answer, she might infuriate him and lose her life here. Despite that, the moment she faced Fourth Master Swan, she said clearly, I'll forcefully walk away. Edward's eyes turned cold. Jean had thought it through very clearly. Before she came back here, she had thought it through. The only way she could leave this place was to show her hand to Fourth Master Swan. She had to make things clear. If she wanted to use force to resist, she would not be Fourth Master Swan's match. Fourth Master, Jean called out to Edward, I'm very grateful for your help during this period, but I have no other feelings for you. I also know that I won't have any feelings for you. Edward's expression was cold as he listened to Jean's overly blunt words. If you feel that you've suffered a loss, I can make it up to you. I can pay you back with money, or with my body, or both. As long as you want it, I'll give it to you, Jean said openly. Knox, who was at the side, admired Jean's boldness. I hope that you'll let me off. This was a sincere request from Jean. She asked Edward to let her go. To leave his side forever. Edward's eyes were always on Jean, but he chose to remain silent. It became too quiet at one point. Edward asked her, can't they be developed? Jean frowned slightly. For a second, she did not get what he was saying. Can't you develop feelings for me? Fourth Master Swan repeated. Jean pursed her lips. Knox, who was at the side, felt that Fourth Master Swan, who clearly had a strong aura and a home ground advantage, became very lowly. Ever since Knox was young, he had never seen Fourth Master Swan so humble. Even when Fourth Master Swan was beaten until he vomited blood, no matter how much damage his body suffered, he never submitted to anyone. At this moment, Edward had lowered his head to Jean. Knox felt that if Jean still did not know what was good for her, the truth was, he could not expect anything from Jean. Chapter 296. Jean stays, and Fourth Master Swan confesses. Jean said, no. Edward's eyes moved slightly. Feelings can be developed on the basis of mutual affection. I don't have feelings for you. I'm very sure that I have no feelings for Fourth Master. Is that so? I left 7 years ago and left without saying goodbye today. I thought you understood, Fourth Master. Jean was very straightforward. At this moment, Edward nodded slightly. Jean thought that he understood. She said, I've let you down. I'm very sorry. I like you, Edward suddenly said. Jean did not finish her sentence. She looked at Fourth Master Swan. It was as if she could feel that Fourth Master Swan liked her. Nonetheless, she did not think that those words would come out of Fourth Master Swan's mouth. She had always thought that he was a person who cared about his face. After being rejected to such an extent, he would no longer reveal his emotions. Jean was not the only one who was surprised. Knox was also surprised. Knox had always felt that it was impossible for Fourth Master Swan to say something like that in his entire life. Who knew, when he was rejected by Jean, he said it. However, why did it feel so sad? Knox could not bear it anymore, but... I don't like you, Jean responded. There was one more word, but the meaning became completely different. Edward's eyes moved slightly. He seemed to be digesting it. I'm sorry, Jean apologized. There was no need to apologize. Apologizing would make it seem as if the other party appeared to be having wishful thinking. Fourth Master, you deserve better. Jean looked at Edward. Although the distinguished third princess of the Sanders isn't a good match for you, the people of Harkin are outstanding. There are so many young ladies here. You'll find someone suitable for you, so you don't need to waste your feelings on me. They're my feelings. Edward was cold. Yes, I'm in no place to say anything about your feelings. Jean nodded. She continued, thanks for taking care of me during this time. I'll bring George. Why do you want to leave just like that? Edward interrupted her. Jean was stunned. Answer my question, and I'll let you leave. Edward stared at her. Jean pursed her lips. Actually, it was no surprise that Fourth Master Swan would ask her this. Anyone would be curious. Why did she want to leave just like that? She left just like that and did not plan on returning. Jean did not understand either. She did not know why Kingsley did not tell her anything. Most of the time, Kingsley would not tell her so much. She could only rely on herself to figure it out. Afterward, she answered honestly, because I offended the Sanders. Edward's eyes moved. Melody's death scared me. Jean was straightforward. So, I want to leave this country that's controlled by the Sanders. I want to ensure my absolute safety. If I say that I can protect you. No, Jean refused. In this world, other than myself, I only trust Kingsley. Edward's expression changed. Actually, the most important thing is not that you can't bring me a sense of security. I have no attachment to the people in this country and city. So, when faced with danger, there's no reason for me to take risks. Jean had said everything very bluntly. At this point, if Fourth Master Swan would still stay her by his side without caring about anything else, Jean would not know how else she could escape from Fourth Master Swan in one piece. She looked closely at Fourth Master Swan. She was a little afraid that she would fail to negotiate. Although Jean thought of the perfect scenario when she returned, she felt that with Fourth Master Swan's status and mighty attitude, it was impossible for him to keep her by his side as if nothing had happened. All men had their pride. Even if it was just a decision made in a moment of desperation. Jean only needed a little time. As long as she could leave right under Fourth Master Swan's nose, she would be able to leave completely. She unconsciously bit her lip. As she was nervous, she made some unnatural movements. Edward, who was in front of her, saw it very clearly. He knew very clearly how afraid the woman in front of her was that he would forcefully bring her to his side. He pursed his lips. His thin and cold lips were pursed into a stiff arc. The space fell into a dead silence. At this point, is he still not going to let me go? Jean's emotions and persistence were slowly collapsing. Is it going to be a life or death struggle? Am I really going to need to threaten him? Can you develop some feelings for me? Edward suddenly broke the silence. Chapter 297. Jean stays, and Fourth Master Swan confesses. Jean was stunned. Knox also thought that he had heard wrongly. He always felt that with Fourth Master Swan's temper, he could either tell Jean to scram or make her die. Edward would definitely not try to persuade Jean to stay. If you haven't tried, how do you know that feelings can't be developed? Edward sighed calmly. No other emotions could be seen on his calm face. Fourth Master, don't you have any pride? Jean tore through his disguise. I don't need to have any pride in front of you, Ms. Lawrence. Didn't I make myself clear just now? Feelings need to be built on the basis of mutual affection. I only need you for a week. Jean was stunned. If you still insist on leaving after a week, Ms. Lawrence, I'll let you go. Jean frowned. She did not agree immediately. The condition was very tempting. However, how could Jean guarantee that he would not go back on his word? Knox, Edward called out to the onlooker at the side. Knox was a little overwhelmed by the sudden summon. He quickly walked over. I'll use Knox as collateral. Edward was straightforward. What? Knox's eyes were about to pop out. Jean was also dumbfounded. Miles is one of yours? Edward asked. Yes, he's now in my custody. I'll let him out and let him detain Knox. If I go back on my word a week later, you can exchange Knox with me, Edward sighed clearly. Knox was about to explode. Fourth Master Swan, am I not your bro? Am I not your bro who risks his life for you? He's the most important and most suitable person I can think of. Edward ignored Knox and spoke directly to Jean. Knox's heart moved, and he could not help but smile. The most important person? What did Fourth Master Swan say? He said that I'm the most important person around him. He suddenly became so corny. Well, I've always been a loyal person. As a bro, I would do anything. Jean was a little quiet. She knew very well that this was Fourth Master Swan's bottom line. She could not negotiate any more terms with him. Jean said, okay, she agreed to it, not to mention a week. Even if it was a month, a year, 10 years, What could not be changed could not be changed. Teddy. Fourth Master Swan's voice was a little loud. Actually, he had noticed that Teddy had been secretly watching them from the guardrail on the second floor. Teddy was summoned. He was shocked, but he hurriedly ran downstairs. Let Miles out, Fourth Master Swan ordered. Teddy quickly ran to the other side. Then, he brought Miles out. Miles looked at Jean in surprise. They looked at each other, they did not say anything. Edward Said, I'll leave Knox to you. Miles was confused. Is he in a daze? Is he sleepwalking? Knox took the initiative and walked toward Miles. You should feel extremely honored to be able to take me as your hostage. Miles was even more confused. Jean walked toward Miles. If it was anyone else, they would feel that this was a little unbelievable. Jean briefly told Miles what happened. Miles looked at Jean in disbelief. Jean also felt that it was unbelievable. That said, it was the truth. Jean said, "Thank you for the trouble." Miles calmed himself down and nodded. The moment he nodded, he restrained Knox with his hands. "FCK, be gentle," Knox shouted. He was restrained by Miles and left Bamboo Garden. When Knox left, he did not forget to shout at the people inside, "Fourth Master Swan, I have sacrificed so much for you. You have to work harder." Knox and Miles left. Only Edward, Jean, and George were left in the hall. Teddy could be ignored. At this moment, he had tactfully returned to his room. Suddenly, only Edward, Jean, and George were left. Jean did not know how to face Fourth Master Swan for a second. She heard him say, "It's getting late. Bring George back to his room to rest." Jean looked at him. After saying that, Edward turned around and went upstairs. Jean frowned. Isn't he afraid that I would leave with George? On second thought, since Fourth Master Swan was able to leave like this, he could definitely guarantee that Jean would not be able to leave. Moreover, it was only a week. Jean did not have the habit of going back on her word. She lowered her head to look at George. George looked up at her too. Jean smiled. Just for a week. Chapter 298. Jean stays, and Fourth Master Swan confesses. Jean seemed to be comforting George. George nodded obediently. Jean patted George's little head and brought him upstairs, returning to the room where he had been sleeping. Lying on the bed, Jean could not sleep. On the other hand, George was a child. His sleepiness kicked in very quickly. Very soon, Jean heard the sound of him snoring. She smiled. Sometimes, she really envied how young and ignorant he was. The next day, Jean woke up naturally. It was 11 a.m. when she woke up. It had been a long day. Jean also had insomnia for a long time. When she opened her eyes, George was not by her side. She frowned. Logically, George would wake her up when he woke up. Jean hurriedly got out of bed because she felt uneasy. She hurriedly went downstairs. In the empty hall, there was no sign of George, nor was there any sign of Fourth Master Swan. "Ms. Lawrence," Teddy suddenly called out to her. Jean hurriedly turned her head. "Little Master Lawrence is over here," Teddy said. Jean followed Teddy to the back garden. In the back garden, in a huge open-air swimming pool. Jean watched Fourth Master Swan and George swimming in the pool. It was early autumn, so it was not too hot or cold. "Ms. Lawrence, don't worry. The pool has a constant temperature," Teddy quickly said. Jean pursed her lips. She just watched as Fourth Master Swan taught George to swim. George was weak in sports. In fact, it was not that his body was not coordinated. It was that he was not interested in sports. Kingsley had once thought of letting George go through a series of training, but Jean refused. At least until George was 10 years old, he should give George a childhood that he liked. Hence, George could not swim. At this moment, he was forced to swim, and he looked unhappy. Even so, Fourth Master Swan could not see it, and he patiently taught George to hold his breath. The adult and the child swam in the pool. "Ms. Lawrence, do you want to go over?" Teddy did not get to finish his sentence. Jean had turned around and left. There were some things that she was not interested in. Edward saw her leave. He turned his eyes. After she disappeared, he looked back at George, who was staring at him with his eyes wide open. George was obviously unhappy. He was unhappy that Edward had forced him out of bed early in the morning and thrown him into the pool. He did not like swimming. Despite that, Fourth Master Swan insisted on making him swim. George was about to break down. He said, "I can't learn it." Edward replied. "I'm going up. Out of all the sports, I like swimming the most," Edward suddenly said. George frowned. "I thought you would like it too." Edward smiled. "You like it? Why must I like it too?" George was displeased. Since you don't like it, come up. Fourth Master Swan went up from the pool. In fact, George often felt that Fourth Master Swan was very baffling. He followed him out of the pool. Teddy hurriedly handed over their bathrobes. The adult and the child walked into the hall. They went upstairs. Before they went their separate ways, Edward Said, after you shower, ask your mom to come downstairs for lunch. George did not answer and walked straight into his room. Jean had washed up. She sat on the sofa in the room and held her phone. She seemed to be hesitating whether she should send a message to Kingsley or not. She should have angered Kingsley very much yesterday. It would take a week before Jean could go back. Jean did not know if she should tell Kingsley about her situation. Mom, George called out to her. Jean came back to her senses. When she returned to her senses, she put down her phone. It was better for her to go back directly. What should she say to Kingsley at this moment? He was probably furious. She turned around and looked at George, who was drenched. Didn't you say that you don't like sports? Fourth Master Swan forced me. Jean smiled. She said, we're living under someone else's roof now. That's why I didn't resist, George said. Jean nodded. George walked into the bathroom and took a shower by himself. After taking a shower, he changed into a set of dry clothes. Jean blew George's hair. Fourth Master Swan asked me yesterday if I was born with curly hair. George suddenly asked. Jean paused what she was doing. How did you answer him? I didn't answer him. Jean smiled. George was indeed a reliable and talented child. Jean dried his hair, then brought him downstairs. Downstairs, Fourth Master Swan was sitting elegantly in the living room. Chapter 299. Jean stays, and Fourth Master Swan confesses. Seeing Jean and George come down, Edward stood up and walked directly toward them, saying, let's have lunch. Then the three of them sat at the huge dining table in Bamboo Garden. There were many dishes. It was not like 2 days ago when it was just Edward and Jean eating. No one spoke at the dining table either. It was just so silent as if they were strangers. Sometimes, Jean did not understand Fourth Master Swan. She thought that Fourth Master Swan would at least do something through the week that she would be staying. Nonetheless, from the looks of it now, he would not do anything. Were they simply going to spend a week together? Jean did not ask about it. In any case, to her, it was just spending a week here. No matter how she spent it, it would not matter. After lunch, George cleared the dining table very consciously. Jean frowned slightly. No matter how much George took care of himself since he was young, she would not go so far as to abuse him to do these things. She did not look good. He has to learn to do things within his capability. I don't think that washing the dishes is something that he can do. Obviously, he can do it, Edward Said bluntly. At that moment, he glanced to the side. Jean also looked over and was surprised to find that George could do it. She pursed her lips and did not say anything more. In any case, they were staying at Edward's place. After lunch, Jean had nothing to do. She sat on the sofa and waited for George to finish washing the dishes. Once George was done washing the dishes, he did not return to Jean's side. Instead, he was taken away by Fourth Master Swan. Jean pursed her lips. In the end, she did not say anything. She did not say anything. In any case, she did not feel that what she would say would be useful. After waiting for about an hour, Fourth Master Swan and George were still not back. Jean could not hold it in any longer. In the end, she got up and went to look for them. After looking around, in the laundry room, she saw Fourth Master Swan supervising George in washing clothes. Jean was furious. Did he want us to stay so that he can torture George? Obviously, Edward saw her at this moment. That said, he had no reactions. Jean gritted her teeth, turned around, and left. Fourth Master Swan had a habit of abusing children. She could only endure it. On this day, on the first day of the 7 days, Fourth Master Swan forced George to do housework. Nevertheless, it was not just the first day, it was the same every day. Jean did not believe it. 5 of such boring and monotonous days passed by. Jean had always thought that Fourth Master Swan had kept them here because he wanted to develop a relationship with her instead of putting all his energy into George. Fourth Master Swan was also not taking the opportunity to fawn over George. He was just asking George to do things he hated. To be honest, Jean did not quite understand Fourth Master Swan. She felt that he was unusual. At night, Jean lay on the bed with George beside her. Perhaps George had done too many things in one day, so he fell asleep very quickly. On the other hand, Jean seemed to have insomnia every night. She probably had too much free time these few days. 2 more days and she would be able to leave. Time passed faster than she thought. Jean suddenly sat up from the bed. She could not sleep. She lifted the blanket and got out of bed. She went downstairs to the back garden for a walk. Perhaps she would be able to sleep well after walking around for a while. That was what Jean thought. As soon as she walked into the back garden, she heard the sound of splashes in the pool. From a distance, she could see water splashing in the pool. It was very late at night. She did not expect that Fourth Master Swan had not slept either. He had not slept and was still swimming here. Did he like swimming so much? After hesitating for a moment, Jean still walked over. After spending the past few days together, she felt that Fourth Master Swan was not that annoying. He also did not do things to make her stay. Other than being unfriendly to George, Jean felt that Fourth Master Swan had been exceptionally good these past few days. Therefore, she was not against approaching him at this moment. Jean went over and sat on a comfortable recliner beside the swimming pool. She just watched Fourth Master Swan swim in the swimming pool non-stop. He swam many, many laps. Jean did not disturb him. She just sat by the side and watched indifferently. At night, there was only the sound of water splashing. No one knew how much time had passed. Most likely, Edward was tired from swimming. He stopped and came out of the pool. When he came out, he did not find it strange to see Jean there. He had probably noticed her long ago. Edward casually picked up the bathrobe at the side and covered his body. He was only wearing swimming trunks. Ms. Lawrence, you're still awake? So are you. Chapter 300. Jean stays, and Fourth Master Swan confesses. I thought that you wouldn't suffer from insomnia like me, Ms. Lawrence. Edward picked up a dry towel at the side and dried his slightly long hair. Edward's hair was usually slicked back. It looked very imposing. Once it was wet, his hair would naturally fall on his forehead. It looked less aggressive, but he seemed to be more handsome. Jean's eyes turned slightly. Edward did not wait for Jean's reply. He walked toward the hall by himself. Jean watched him leave. She had a feeling that she could not understand this man. She would never know what his point was. She would never know why he made her stay for a week. Was it to spend a few more days with George? After all, Fourth Master Swan had spent all his energy on George these few days, even though it was a little brutal. Jean's heart moved. There were some things that they would never talk about even if they knew very well. Jean sat by the pool for quite a while before she got up and returned to the hall. In the hall, the lights were very bright. She watched from afar as the Fourth Master Swan sat at the bar counter in a corner of the hall, drinking. The smell of alcohol was very strong. Even from so far away, Jean seemed to have smelled it. She did not have much emotion and directly walked upstairs. Ms. Lawrence, Fourth Master Swan suddenly called out to her. Jean paused. Let's drink together. He was inviting her. Jean did not have a good tolerance for alcohol. Most of the time, she would even get drunk as soon as she drank. In front of outsiders, she rarely drank. At this moment, she still went over. Jean went over and sat on the bar seat opposite Fourth Master Swan. She did not know how much Fourth Master Swan had drunk. The smell of alcohol on him was very strong, but he did not look drunk at all. Fourth Master Swan poured half a cup of alcohol for Jean. Jean took it and drank a mouthful of it. It tasted really good. Even though Jean could not hold her liquor well, she was still good at tasting wine. Fourth Master, why did you suddenly think of drinking alone? Jean asked casually. She felt that it would be a little awkward if it was just two of them. Due to Fourth Master Swan's performance these few days, or more accurately, his lack of performance, Jean lowered her guard. It wasn't sudden. Edward sipped on his alcohol. I drink every night. It's just that you don't know about it. Jean's eyes moved slightly. At this moment, she did not know what to say. Edward changed the topic. How's your alcohol tolerance? Not good, Jean said. Actually, I get drunk as soon as I drink. Do you get drunk from one glass? Edward asked. One glass of this is fine, Jean responded, but I'll get drunk after 2 glasses. Edward nodded. Jean finished half of her glass. She put down her glass. I won't bother you anymore. I heard that you haven't had a man for a long time, Edward suddenly said. Jean's expression was a little stiff. Last time when you were drunk, you said it while you were in Kingsley's arms, Edward reminded her. He did not reveal any emotions. Jean bit her lip. She knew. George had kindly reminded her of it. Jean smiled. I was probably blabbering as I was drunk. Fourth Master, don't take it to heart. So it hasn't been a long time since you had a man? Fourth Master Swan asked. Jean looked at Fourth Master Swan. She did not know if 7 years was considered long. She did not answer. Some topics were not suitable for deep discussion. Jean stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, she heard Fourth Master Swan say, "It's been 7 years for me." Jean frowned. She did not react. Edward Said to her, "It's been 7 years since I've had a woman." Jean pursed her lips. Her heart was beating uncontrollably. 7 years ago, is he referring to me? Jean had heard that Fourth Master Swan was cold and that no woman could get close to him. However, ever since she easily climbed into his bed 7 years ago, she had started to doubt the authenticity of the rumors. Perhaps it was because of his noble status that outsiders felt that he had never had a relationship with a woman. In fact, all men had needs. Jean had confirmed that Fourth Master Swan had no problem in that aspect, so she felt that even if no woman had ever gotten close to him in public, someone might have gotten close to him in private. It was not her fault for misunderstanding men. Kingsley had told her so. He said that he did not need to get married in his lifetime, but it was impossible for him to not have women. Kingsley had a lot of women. They were all young ladies who threw themselves at him. Foreign countries were more open-minded. The women there were not as reserved as the women in Harkin. Therefore, Kingsley had a lot of relationships with many women. Sometimes, Jean always wondered if Lucy would be jealous, or if she could only endure it. Jean's thoughts seemed to have drifted far away. It was not her fault for always thinking of Kingsley. After all, Kingsley gave her a ray of hope to live on during her most difficult time. Jean's eyes moved slightly. She just looked at Fourth Master Swan in front of her. He did not say anything else. It was as if he was telling her a fact. It made her not leave immediately. Jean just looked at him and watched as he poured another glass of wine. A full bottle of wine was finished just like that. Jean knew that the alcohol content of foreign wine was not as high as that of the white wine in Southampton City, but she had only helped Edward drink half a glass from that bottle. Edward still had too much of it. She watched as Fourth Master Swan drank his last glass of wine. "Fourth Master." Jean suddenly held his hand. She stopped him from drinking. Fourth Master Swan looked at her. "Do you want me to sleep with you?" Jean asked. Fourth Master Swan's eyes moved slightly. "I've told you that whether you want money or my body, I'll give it all," Jean said straightforwardly. She admitted that she felt somewhat guilty toward Fourth Master Swan if she could repay him with her body. She felt that it was reasonable. Hey guys! Don't forget to hit the like, share, subscribe button and turn on the notification bell icon for more content like this. It helps the channel a lot. Thank you.